In a room decorated with bright red wedding characters, everything around was filled with joy. A woman lying on the bed frowned slightly, softly moaning, her thin and slightly gaunt hand resting on her forehead.
Huh?
In her hazy state, she seemed to sense something was wrong and froze in confusion. What is this? Suddenly sitting up, her eyes caught sight of the burning double dragon candles in the room. Her pupils shrank, and her previously listless eyes widened in shock. Before she could understand her situation, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind, almost bursting her head. Shin Xiangwan? Shin Xiangyue? Prime Minister's residence? Wei Qingyi? Wei Yang Palace? The Tianqi dynasty? After some time, the pounding in her head gradually eased. Shin Xiangwan quickly organized the extra memories in her mind, catching a few key words. Her face, which was not particularly fair and a bit thin, suddenly filled with confusion. Had she traveled through time? Or had she entered an ancient-style rebirth story, becoming the fake daughter who was betrayed by her reborn sister, married as a substitute to the soon-to-be exiled sickly prince, and ultimately died tragically on the way to exile? In the original story, the fake daughter Shin Xiangyue was reborn. In her previous life, she was the true daughter of the family. After returning to the residence, she feared being sent to the countryside or abandoned, so she hurriedly married the prince Wei Qingyi. Unexpectedly, on the second day after her wedding, Wei Yang Palace was raided for treason and exiled. She had no choice but to go into exile with him. Moreover, she had just married into the palace when it was raided and exiled. Her husband Wei Qingyi even died on the way to exile, betrayed by the emperor. Many in the Wei family thought she was a curse and a troublemaker. Her life was very miserable, and after suffering for several years, she died. In contrast, the real daughter, despite growing up in the countryside and being ignored by the family, married the third prince with her optimistic and resilient personality and eventually became the empress, the mother of the nation. Shin Xiangyue was unwilling to accept this. To her, the original owner was just a wild girl from the countryside. Why could she live so well? Meanwhile, the pampered daughter of the family was exiled and suffered, dying tragically in a dilapidated mud house. Carrying this strong sense of resentment and jealousy, Shin Xiangyue was reborn. She returned before she married into the palace. She didn't want to be exiled again, or live such a miserable life. So, she used tricks to make the original owner, who had just returned to the residence and was still timid, faint and helpless, unconscious, and then arranged for her to be carried into a bridal sedan chair. To completely ruin the original owner's reputation and to show her innocence and grievance, everyone in the mansion began to dislike her. Shin Xiangyue thought she had already been sent to the bridal chamber. She cried and found the prime minister and his wife, blaming everything on the original owner. She claimed that the original owner had drugged her and replaced her to marry into the royal family. A young girl who had just returned to the mansion and hadn't even found her footing could never have the courage to plan such a scheme. How could she do it secretly and unnoticed? Everyone in the house believed this flawed story without suspicion. It showed that no one truly considered the original owner as family. The original owner woke up to find herself in a new room. Before she could understand what was happening, an imperial decree for her family's downfall arrived. To make things worse, just as the exile team left the city, the prime minister's mansion sent a letter breaking all ties with her. She was confused and overwhelmed. Coupled with some resentment from the Wei family, her husband Wei Qingyi, who was already poisoned, was stripped of his martial arts and limbs by the emperor's orders. He couldn't protect her. Soon, she died on the way into exile, becoming a true tragic victim and a cannon fodder in the story. Am I just a cannon fodder? A wicked smile appeared on Shin Xiangwan's lips. Her deep, bright features looked quite sinister in the candlelight. As a genius medical doctor from the 28th century with space abilities, she never imagined that after dying with enemy spies, she would end up in a book, becoming a tragic daughter with the same name. But since she was here, those who hurt her would have to pay. She was not someone to be bullied. Please support my new book with views and votes. Greetings, Prince. Suddenly, outside the room, servants' voices greeted him. The closed door was slowly pushed open from outside. A maid was about to enter, but a cold, magnetic voice stopped them. Stay outside.
Yes.
The maids hesitated but had to obey. Soon, a tall man pushed a wheelchair into the study. Sitting in the wheelchair was a young man about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in dark, elegant clothing. He had sharp eyebrows, eyes like stars, a high nose, and full, tempting lips that made people want to kiss him fiercely. He was very handsome, with a cold, detached aura that made him seem distant, like a celestial being high above, impossible to look away from. The only flaw was that, although tall, he looked a bit thin. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his lips, normally red, had a strange purple hue, making him look like someone with a short life ahead. Is he Wei Qingyi? Xiangwan raised her eyebrows and stared at him carefully. In the original story, he was only 14 when he went to war with his father and brothers. At 15, he led 800 elite riders to burn the enemy's supplies, forcing them to retreat. After his father and brothers died in battle, he, only 20 years old, inherited the title and military power. With his strong skills, he led the army to defend the border and kept the enemy out of the country. He was called the new war god of the Tianqi Empire. But a few months ago, he suddenly was poisoned. Despite using all the resources of the palace, they could only barely save his life. His body weakened, and now he had trouble walking and suffered from the pain of the poison. This man, who had dedicated over 20 years of his life to protecting the country, was not allowed peace by the cruel emperor. The emperor didn't even give him a chance to enter the bridal chamber. On his wedding night, he was brought into the palace, his martial arts and limbs disabled. The next morning, his family was seized, and the entire palace was exiled. Since ancient times, generals who bring peace are not allowed to enjoy peace themselves. When she first read the story, Xiangwan despised the emperor's cruel tricks. She thought Wei Qingyi was wrongfully treated. She never expected that she would somehow end up in this story, and he would become her lucky husband. While she was observing him, he was also looking at her. Wei Qingyi, who had already reached the bed, frowned slightly. Shouldn't she still be asleep? You're not Shin Xiangyue. His cold, magnetic voice suddenly sounded. His deep eyes fixed on her without wavering. He used a statement, not a question, and he knew she had been tricked by Shin Xiangyue. As you can see, I am indeed not her. Realizing the situation, Shin Xiangwan's attitude was quite straightforward. She glanced past him and looked outside the house. I am the second young lady of the Xiangfu, Shin Xiangwan. I also want to know how I suddenly woke up and found myself here. Suddenly, a few heavy objects fell outside the house. Wei Qingyi glanced at them casually, then turned his gaze back to her. Really? In her memory, she didn't seem like this. Or rather, her current self was completely different from her past self, with no resemblance at all. Wei Qingyi stared at her with deep, dark eyes, fixed and intense. No one knew what he was thinking. Normally, when a bride was replaced, he should have been furious, but he was surprisingly calm, almost eerily so. Prince.
She started to speak.
Since you are the person who entered the prince's residence, then you are my princess, Wei Qingyi said calmly, accepting the fact that his bride had been replaced. Shin Xiangwan was a bit stunned. He accepted it so easily? Clearly, someone was plotting against them. His calmness seemed too strange. As long as you are my princess and don't cause trouble, I will protect you, Wei Qingyi continued, ignoring her reaction. No matter why she was different from her memory, as long as she was Shin Xiangwan, that was enough.
Oh.
Protect her? Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Shin Xiangwan looked deeply into his starry, universe-like eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. For the first time in her past and present lives, someone sincerely said they would protect her. Although she knew he would soon be harmed by the treacherous emperor and couldn't truly protect her, her heart still stirred with some ripples. Princess, Rest early, if there's nothing else.
She was about to speak.
Prince, the emperor has ordered you to go to the palace immediately. A man in his 30s or 40s hurried in. Hearing his words, not only Shin Xiangwan but also Wei Qingyi's eyes flickered with surprise. He nodded faintly and seemed about to leave. Wait, Shin Xiangwan suddenly called out to stop him. Facing their puzzled looks, she ignored their obvious rejection and whispered in his ear, "The night of the wedding, I still found you. The treacherous emperor probably has bad intentions. Be careful of traps." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyi's pupils shrank. He quickly wanted to speak, but Shin Xiangwan had already stepped back, patting his shoulder loudly and saying, "Prince, take care of your health." M's strong emotions immediately calmed down. Wei Qingyi looked at her again before signaling his subordinates to have him leave. Before departing, he coldly ordered the people of the prince's mansion to deal with the maids and servants who accompanied Shin Xiangwan. Without their cover, how could Shin Xiangwan secretly switch places and enter the prince's mansion unnoticed? Since they weren't loyal to her, there was no need to keep them. Shin Xiangwan didn't object to this. She couldn't afford to keep the servants carefully chosen by Shin Yue for her. New book request. Please check it out and vote for it. After she was alone in the room, Shin Xiangwan looked down at her wedding dress and then at the furnishings inside. She pouted, turned around, and changed into a comfortable outfit. Her waist-length hair was tied into a high ponytail. According to the original story, Wei Qingyi was summoned to the palace by the emperor before he could enter the bridal chamber. At dawn, the imperial guards would come to seize the household with the emperor's decree. However, what she didn't know was that this time Wei Qingyi was not summoned to the palace. Instead, he was so angry about the bride swap that he fainted from a burst of rage and spat blood. The entire prince's mansion was thrown into chaos because of this, and tonight, many people would find it hard to sleep. Fortunately, the space came along with the crossing. After filling her stomach at the table, Shin Xiangwan didn't sleep or rest. Instead, she focused and confirmed that her space had also traveled with her. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. This gave her more confidence. Seize the household? A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and a charming, mischievous look appeared in her eyes. Since the emperor liked to seize households, she would start by seizing his. Since she was going to seize a household anyway, she might as well start with the prime minister's mansion. She acted immediately. Her slender figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was in a completely different space. In the distance, endless mountain peaks layered one after another, with clouds swirling around the mountain tops, faintly visible. At the foot of the mountains flowed a clear, wide river. Every so often along the banks, there was a fruit tree heavy with ripe fruit, making people drool with desire. The view zoomed in to show a vast black land filled with various plants, grain, vegetables, and medicinal herbs, lush and abundant. However, Shin Xiangwan had no intention of admiring anything. Time was tight. After finding the right direction, she instantly teleported there. Her space ability awakened in the 20th century when she came of age. It not only allowed her to store and grow things but also enabled her to teleport through space. As long as the space extended outward, she could freely come and go. Having identified the direction of the main residence, Shin Xiangwan repeatedly entered and exited her space. Within a few breaths, she was standing outside the residence. The original owner was the true daughter of the prime minister's family, recently found. But she was not only the lady of the house. Even the servants did not truly see her as their mistress. Everyone secretly thought that someone raised in the countryside, like her, was not fit to even carry shoes for the fake daughter, Shin Xiangyue. This was one of the reasons Shin Xiangyue could easily set her up to marry someone else. If she was not interested, why bother to take her back? The original owner couldn't understand, but Shin Xiangwan clearly felt as if a heavy stone suddenly pressed down on her chest. This was the leftover emotion of the original owner. "Don't worry. They owe you, and I will get it all back for you," she whispered, placing her hand on her chest. Only after the heavy feeling disappeared did she re-enter her space. Using her space's extension, she smoothly entered the residence. The main residence was very large. The front yard alone had several storerooms, and each main courtyard in the back had its own small storeroom. Xiangwan was not tired of searching. Following her memory, she reached the largest storeroom. Inside, various gold, silver, and jewelry filled hundreds of boxes of different sizes. The ground was piled with fine silk and porcelain, among other valuables, varied and countless. Xiangwan had no intention of being polite. With a wave of her hand, she activated her zero-cost shopping mode. Everything was stored into her space. The only remnants left were mouse droppings, nothing else. Besides, the other two storerooms were filled with rice, flour, millet, and other grains. Xiangwan also took all of those in one go. Master, Xiangwan is too much. She actually used such despicable means to replace Yuer and Mary into the palace. Can't we do something about her? In the main hall of the main courtyard, Madame Jiang, the Prime Minister's wife, spoke while removing her outer coat. Her well-maintained face showed clear disdain and disgust. She's simply a curse. She didn't say much, but hearing her, Prime Minister Shin was furious. His eyes widened like copper bells. When she returns home for the 3-month visit, I'll send her a letter breaking off the engagement. I have no daughter like her. His eyelids were so shallow that if possible, he even wanted to rush to the palace right now. Jiang did not oppose either. From start to finish, she never looked directly at Xiangwan. In her heart, only Yuer was her daughter. Ha! Outside the house, Xiangwan sneered and tugged at the corner of her mouth. They are truly good parents to the original owner. Since that's the case, she felt no guilt and quickly looted all the storerooms inside the mansion, including the kitchenware and various ingredients. What's this? Next, Xiangwan found Shin Ishan's study. She discovered a stack of letters and several ledgers hidden behind a painting in a secret compartment. After a quick look, a sly smile appeared on her lips. It was perfect. She had been worried about losing her chance to get revenge after her exile, but now, these documents proved Shin Ishan's corruption and accepting bribes. Shin Ishan's scheme to harm the original owner was just his way of avoiding exile. Since she was here, the original story no longer mattered. From now on, she would write her own story. Besides, Shin Ishan's study had a secret room filled with gold, silver, and jewelry, just as valuable as the main storeroom. She didn't think twice and took everything happily. New book request. Please check it out and vote for it. After leaving the mansion, Xiangwan headed straight to the palace. Seeing many areas brightly lit and the imperial guard moving around, Xiangwan couldn't help but sneer again. According to the original story, the main branch of the Wei Yangwang's family all died in battle, and Wei Qingyi was forced to retreat after being poisoned on the battlefield. They had already handed over their military power, but the emperor still refused to let them go. He falsely accused them of treason and planned to confiscate their property and exile them. Thinking of that cold, almost celestial man who said he would protect her, Xiangwan felt even more annoyed. She decided to seize everything from the emperor's palace. Where was the most valuable in the palace? Besides the treasury, it had to be the emperor's private vault. Following her memory of her only visit, Xiangwan found the emperor's sleeping quarters. The palace was full of imperial guards and shadow guards. She dared not be careless and carefully concealed her presence throughout. Once she confirmed the location of the private vault, she used her space ability to quietly slip inside again.
Wow.
This round of zero-cost shopping is just too awesome. In the emperor's private treasury, there were countless gold and silver jewelry. Just opening a box revealed piles of various necklaces, pearl and agate ornaments, hairpins, and other accessories, along with high-quality jade pieces. The variety was so vast that Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh like a pig. All of these belonged to her. The treasury contained hundreds of boxes of different sizes, some filled with calligraphy, porcelain, and fabrics. Most were neatly stacked with gold bars and silver ingots. There were also many exquisite screens and ornaments made from precious materials, dazzling to the eye. Xiangwan's dictionary had no word for politeness. With a wave of her hand, she collected everything into her space. Are you sure he won't last many days? In the imperial study, the emperor was not asleep. He sat on the dragon throne, his expression dark and unreadable, watching the several imperial doctors kneeling below. Yes, your majesty. All my colleagues and I agree. Prince Wei Yang's anger has affected his heart, causing the toxin to invade his veins. Even with the best medicine, he won't live past 7 days. He probably won't wake up again. The head of the imperial physicians cautiously looked up at him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The emperor didn't question or trust them. Instead, the room fell into a strange silence. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, "Leave now. Call back all the doctors. No need to continue treatment."
Yes.
The doctors responded tremblingly and hurried to leave. Only after they exited the study did they breathe a sigh of relief. Send for the prime minister.
Yes.
Soon, the emperor's order echoed again in the study. The chief, standing nearby, quickly responded. After exchanging a glance with a young behind him, he said, "Your Majesty, it's late. Would you like some midnight snacks?" Tonight had been so busy that the emperor was indeed hungry. Supported by his attendants, he got up and went to the side hall. Anger affecting the heart, bleeding and fainting? Watching outside through her space, Xiangwan's forehead was filled with questions. Are they sure they are talking about Wei Qingyi? Why can't she believe it? A man who can remain calm even when his bride changes. How could he suddenly become so angry that he faints from a heart attack? Maybe this is just a performance? Time waits for no one. Xiangwan didn't dwell on it for long. After confirming no one was inside the study, she quietly slipped in. She saw the emperor's jade seal on the dragon desk and couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Without hesitation, she collected it into her space, along with some nearby precious ornaments. Since we are family, we should love and support each other, sharing both joys and difficulties, right? Before leaving, Xiangwan placed the letters and account books she found in the prime minister's study on the desk. Her deep, bright face was filled with a raw, sinister expression. With the suspicion and foolishness of the emperor, just seeing these things, even if she didn't destroy the entire prime minister's household, they would probably be seized and exiled, like the royal family. At that time, she wanted to see how they would still look down on others, as if they were superior. The imperial seal was missing. The foolish emperor would surely be furious, and the palace would tighten security. Xiangwan no longer delayed. After quietly taking everything from each princess's private treasury, she headed straight to the national treasury. On the way through the imperial garden, she collected all the flowers and plants into her space, leaving only a barren patch of land. Compared to the emperor's private treasury, the national treasury was simply shabby. It had dozens of large warehouses, and their value probably wasn't even as much as the private treasury. After all, this was the wealth of the entire country. She was too lazy to comment on how foolish and unjust the emperor was. Xiangwan used the same method to quietly take everything from each warehouse, leaving not a single coin for the emperor. Next, she went to the kitchen and the imperial hospital. Whether it was ingredients or medicines, she stored everything in her space. This zero-cost shopping spree was enough for her to indulge for several lifetimes. Where is my imperial seal? At 3/4 of an hour past midnight, the emperor, after having a late-night snack, returned to the study and suddenly roared. Immediately, a large group of imperial guards mobilized, causing chaos throughout the palace. "Find it for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to." In the study, the emperor was furious. The imperial seal was a symbol of his authority. He never imagined that it would go missing while he was just having a late-night snack. "Yes, your majesty." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the leader of the imperial guards dared not be careless. He hurriedly bowed and left. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Your majesty, the treasury has been robbed." Before they could catch their breath, a pale little stumbled in. panting heavily.
What?
The emperor, just about to sit down, stared with wide eyes. His private treasury had been robbed? Your Majesty, the national treasury has been stolen. All the items are gone. Your Majesty, the kitchen has been robbed. Your Majesty, the hospital. Like a chain reaction, messages about theft kept coming from the study. The emperor's figure wavered, and he was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly. Search. Search for it. Find it for me.
Ugh.
Your Majesty. Before she finished speaking, the emperor suddenly collapsed and couldn't hold himself up. The imperial study instantly became chaotic. The main culprit behind this was Xiangwan, who had already safely left the palace. New book request for attention and votes. After repeatedly taking treasures from the official residence and the palace, Xiangwan returned to the royal manor late at night. She thought that after dawn, the emperor would send people to search her house. She hurriedly emptied all the storerooms in the manor. Compared to the official residence, the manor's wealth seemed a bit less impressive, but Xiangwan didn't think much about it. By the time she finished gathering her dowry, the sky was beginning to turn pale with the first light. TSK. I should go see my so-called husband now. She clicked her tongue softly and walked toward Qingsong Court, where Wei Qingyi lived. She wanted to see for herself what was really going on with his sudden fainting and anger.
Princess.
Because Wei Qingyi suddenly coughed up blood and fainted, the entire pine and cypress court was lit all night. People kept coming and going. When she arrived, the servants all bowed to her. Xiangwan nodded casually and headed straight to the main room.
Qingyi.
Inside, Wei Qingyi lay pale on the bed. A beautiful woman sitting beside him was tearful, calling his name with a hoarse voice. Mother. Second brother will wake up, I'm sure of it. A girl about 13 or 14 stepped forward, hugging her shoulder. Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was choked with emotion. Once morning comes, I will find all the doctors in the imperial city. Meanwhile, a boy around 16 or 17 clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed into a straight line, clearly trying to hold back his feelings. They didn't speak, but as soon as they did, the beautiful woman's tears started to fall, and the girl couldn't help but silently cry with her. The room was filled with a sad atmosphere. Madam. Princess? A servant, who was attending them closely, was about to comfort them when she caught sight of Xiangwan standing at the door. Her tone carried a hesitant tone that didn't allow for argument. Almost immediately, everyone's eyes shifted to her. Xiangwan frowned slightly and stepped into the room. What happened to the prince? You still dare to ask? If it weren't for you. Upon hearing this, the young boy suddenly became furious, almost grinding his teeth. The beautiful woman quickly called out to him. Seeing his fierce expression, she had to stand up and walk to their side. You must be Wanwan. I am Chengyi's mother. I've heard about your situation from Qingying. No matter how you married into the prince's residence, since you are now Chengyi's wife, you can stay here peacefully. Her son was angry and upset because of the arranged marriage, which caused him to faint from blood loss. If she said she was not angry at her, that would be a lie. But after learning the details from Chengyi's bodyguard Qingying, she couldn't blame her. She was also an innocent victim. Chengyi's mother? Xiangwan didn't respond immediately. Her gaze shifted past her to the still angry young boy, who was glaring fiercely, and the girl beside him with red eyes. They should be Wei Qingyi's younger brother, Wei Qinghe, and his younger sister, Wei Linger. In the original story, the protagonist hadn't yet recovered from the shock of being forced into a marriage and being exiled after her family was destroyed. She was also criticized by others in the Wei family, who said she was a troublemaker and a curse. The only person who protected her was Wei Qingyi's mother, Zhao. After the exile team left the city, the family's letter of disownment was like the last straw. The protagonist fell seriously ill. Zhao and her son took care of her. Remember, at that time, they also had to care for Wei Qingyi, who had been dismissed by the emperor, and for her grandson Wei Yunan, who was less than 3 years old and had been left behind after her eldest son Wei Qingming died in battle. Sadly, their ending was tragic. They all died one after another during the exile journey. Especially Wei Linger, the young girl, who was insulted to death. New book, please support and vote for me.
Zue-san ue,
Thank you, mother. Her deep, bright face showed a faint smile. Xiangwan's attitude wasn't very close, but it wasn't distant either. Since she crossed over last night, she had thought about leaving. However, the household registration system in this world was very strict. Without household registration or travel documents, she couldn't go anywhere. As for returning to the residence, whether they would accept her again, or if the emperor would allow it, she was deeply reluctant. So, she could only accept her current identity for now, stay with the prince's residence during the exile, and leave the imperial city, this place of chaos, later. As for the future, she planned to part ways with Wei Qingyi, find a peaceful place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and settle down. Good child, go see Qingyi.
He.
Tearing up, Zhao Yuping nodded, but she couldn't finish her words, her red, swollen eyes filling with tears again. Mother. Seeing this, Wei Linger choked up and stepped forward to hold her shoulder. The mother and daughter embraced each other and cried again. Xiangwan was at a loss for what to do. After quietly watching them for a while, she stepped toward the carved bed and asked, what exactly happened to the prince? Reporting to the princess, the prince. Qingying, who was waiting nearby, slowly answered her question. After finishing, she continued, the palace doctor and imperial doctor both said the prince was overwhelmed by anger, which caused his heart to be affected, and the toxin invaded his heart vessels. He has at most 7 days to live, and he probably won't wake up again. Before falling into a coma, the prince specifically asked them to protect the princess. That's why he explained the arranged marriage to her and why he wanted her to be completely removed from the situation. The prince did use this matter, but he wouldn't harm the princess. Everything had been arranged carefully. Is that so? Raising an eyebrow, Xiangwan looked at him with a half-smile. If she remembered correctly, Wei Qingyi had already calmly and strangely accepted the change of bride in front of him. How could he possibly be overwhelmed with anger and faint from blood loss because of this? This kind of lie might fool others, but it was impossible to fool her. However, their performance was probably meant to avoid the persecution of the evil emperor. Since Wei Qingyi truly took her warning seriously, she didn't bother to argue with them. As for whether their actions would cause her trouble, she didn't care. Even without this act, there were plenty of people in the palace who resented her. After all, she had just married into the palace, and they had already been exiled and stripped of their titles. Knowing she probably guessed what was happening, Qingying's forehead darkened, and she didn't know how to continue. Tired of paying attention to him, Xiangwan lowered her gaze and looked at Wei Qingyi, who was lying on the bed in a coma. She had to admit, he had a very handsome face. Even with his pale complexion lying there, he still looked incredibly beautiful, like a sleeping celestial being. His lips, slightly purple from the poison, added a mysterious charm, making him seem both pure and alluring with a deadly edge. She shook off her distracting thoughts about and sat beside the bed, reaching out to feel his pulse. Princess, do you know how to check a pulse? Qingying asked curiously, and others gathered around as well. Yes, I do, a little. She nodded casually, showing no desire to explain further. Wei Qingyi's pulse was indeed near death, which was likely a disguise for acting. According to the original story, he was poisoned very powerfully. Even when suppressed, the poison would slowly damage his body functions, and there was almost no cure. However, she believed she could remove his poison, but now is clearly not a good time. New book request. Please check it out and vote for it.
Zue-san ue,
The result of Xiangwan's pulse check was the same as the palace doctor's. She held Zhao Yuping and others, whose faces and eyes were full of disappointment and pain. The young and proud Wei Qingyi even took the chance to tease a few words, but Xiangwan ignored him. To her, he was just a small kid who hadn't grown up yet. Madam, you haven't slept all night. You should go eat something first. Time slowly passed, and dawn broke. The maid caring for Zhao Yuping leaned in and whispered.
Huh?
Zhao Yuping, lost in her sadness, was momentarily stunned, then choked out, I can't eat. Her son was like that. How could she have the heart to eat? Not only her, but Wei Qinghe and Wei Linger, who hadn't slept all night, also had no intention of getting up. Looking at them, Xiangwan said firmly, Mother, you should go eat first. I am here. Zhao Yuping wanted to say she had no appetite, but Xiangwan didn't give her a chance. She stepped forward and pulled her up. Mother, the prince has already collapsed. You can't collapse now. If the prince wakes up and sees you like this, he'll worry to death.
But.
No buts. Qinghe Linger, hurry and take your mother to eat. Zhao Yuping still wanted to say something, but Xiangwan cut her off again. As she pushed her out, she also called Wei Qinghe and Wei Linger. Others might not know, but she knew. The imperial decree for the exile of the Dog Emperor was probably already on its way to the palace. It's better to eat first and then leave, rather than go hungry. Plus, she wanted to take the chance to talk privately with Wei Qinghe. I won't go.
Oh.
Wei Qinghe always contradicted her, but Wei Linger obediently got up and followed. Xiangwan turned back, annoyed, and said, Ungrateful child, mother hasn't slept all night. Do you still want her to go hungry?
You. Chun.
Upon hearing this, Wei Qinghe jumped 3 feet high and looked ready to get angry. However, Zhao Yuping stopped him again. After finishing, she took Xiangwan's hand and said, Wanwan, thank you. We'll be back soon. Look at what mother said. The prince is also my husband. In other words, she thought it was her duty to take care of him.
Yes.
Seeing her so caring and sensible, Zhao Yuping gently patted her hand and then turned to her son, who was glaring fiercely. Qinghe, come with me to eat.
Okay.
Wei Qinghe was neither afraid nor angry, but didn't want to disobey his mother. Before leaving, he shot a fierce look at Xiangwan. Everyone go out. After watching them leave, Xiangwan calmly dismissed the servants inside the house.
Yes.
The servants dared not disobey and bowed as they left one after another. Seeing Qingning still in the room, Xiangwan didn't continue to chase her away. She simply walked to the bed and said, There are no outsiders now. Get up, let's talk. Wei Qinghe, who was still unconscious, showed no signs of waking. Xiangwan's mouth twitched. Stop pretending. We're all in this together now. If you keep pretending, it's no fun. Unfortunately, Wei Qinghe still didn't open his eyes. This is your fault, she said, and suddenly a silver needle appeared in her hand. Don't make trouble. Just as she aimed at his acupoint to stab him, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. When Xiangwan looked up, she met Wei Qinghe's dark, deep eyes. His face was filled with a hint of helplessness, as if he was looking at a mischievous child. Finally willing to wake up, she raised an eyebrow, pulled back her hand, and put away the silver needle. Do you know something? Otherwise, why would he pretend to be angry and faint from a heart attack? Just her little reminder wasn't enough to explain it. Stay outside and watch. Don't let anyone get close. Wei Qinghe didn't answer immediately, but looked at Qingning standing beside him. She immediately bowed. Yes. I do know some things. And you? Why did you suddenly remind me? After watching Qingying's tall figure disappear from sight, Wei Qinghe sat up straight and stared at her intently. She was completely different from the person in his memory, and she even knew that the emperor planned to harm him on their wedding night. Clearly, her secrets wouldn't be smaller than his. New book. Please check it out and vote for it.
Zue-san ue.
Why would I remind you? Xiangwan softly whispered his question, sitting on the edge of the bed with her hands supporting her behind her, swinging her legs back and forth. Maybe it's because you look good. Was he being teased? Wei Qinghe's face remained calm, but inside, he felt a bit helpless. He didn't mean to probe her secrets. He was just curious about the conversation. If you want, I can arrange for you to leave immediately. There's still time. After a brief silence, Wei Qinghe spoke seriously. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he wasn't sure if she could take care of herself after leaving the palace. Now it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Her abilities might be better than they appeared. If I suddenly disappear, will the emperor let you all go easily? Turning to look at him, Xiangwan sneered and pursed her lips. As Wei's mother had said before, no matter how she married into the family, she was already Wei Yang's princess. The emperor wouldn't overlook such an important person, even if she had no real feelings for Wei Qingyi. Stop talking about unrealistic things. Time is tight. Let's discuss serious matters. Before he could speak, Xiangwan spoke again, her previous relaxed attitude gone. She now looked more serious.
Oh.
What serious matter did she want to talk about? Waving her eyebrows, Wei Qingyi gestured for her to continue. You have a good reputation in the army, and probably some backup plans. Help me take care of someone. No special treatment needed, just ensure he isn't bullied because of his background and that his life is safe. In return, when you're in trouble, I will protect your mother and others. The in trouble meant he still had to pretend to be unconscious for a while. The emperor wasn't stupid. Even with the royal doctor's diagnosis, he would send people to watch them within the palace. So, even if he was exiled, Wei Qingyi couldn't wake up immediately. What's his name? After studying her for a long moment, Wei Qingyi asked in a deep voice. He suspected she was talking about Chu Liang, from Chu family village in Tongyang City, Qinghe County. Xiangwan didn't hide or avoid. She met his gaze and said Chu Liang's name and hometown. He was the second son of the family that had mistakenly taken her in. He had little status at home, so a year ago his family sent him to join the army. Military service in this era was very different from the future. Recruits trained briefly before being sent to the battlefield, often at the front lines, risking their lives. The Chu family basically pushed him out to send him to die. As the original owner, being a servant girl, her status in the Chu family was not high. Both siblings lived at the bottom of society. Perhaps because they shared the same hardships, their bond was very strong, almost like relying on each other for life. In the original story, Chu Liang became a powerful general through his own efforts within just a few years. When he learned that the original owner had planned to replace Shin in marriage and had already died on the way to exile, he didn't believe it. Having depended on each other for many years, how could he not understand his sister? Whether Shin trusted too much or Chu Liang was lucky, he managed to uncover the truth about the marriage substitution. He directly confronted Shin her husband, the crown prince, and the prime minister's family. He became the main villain in the story, almost killing Shin and her husband. Fortunately, the protagonist had a special aura, and Chu Liang was weak and outnumbered. With the emperor secretly causing trouble, he ultimately died at the hands of Shin and others. Chu Liang played a significant role in the original owner's life. Given the plot, Xiangwan decided to repay her in her own way as a reward for inhabiting this body. It was indeed him. So, Xiangwan was also someone who came from the past? Wei Qinghe's eyes quickly flashed with understanding, so fast it was gone before the other person could notice. He then nodded cheerfully. All right, I agree. Happy cooperation. Xiangwan smiled freely and without care, her slightly thin face seeming to brighten. Please support my new book with views and votes.
Zue-san-ue. Ban.
Who is it? Early in the morning.
Ah.
Imperial Guard? This is the Wei Yang Prince's mansion. What are you doing? We're breaking into the Wei Yang Prince's mansion and summoning everyone to the front yard. Understood. Around the hour of dawn, the gates of Wei Yang Prince's mansion were hammered loudly. Amid impatient questions, the gatekeeper slowly opened the door. Before he could understand the situation outside, he was kicked out with a kick. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, in charge of the house arrest, waved his hand, and hundreds of soldiers barged in recklessly. They squeezed through the crowd, grabbing anyone in sight, causing chaos in the mansion.
Rude.
This is Wei Yang Prince's mansion. I am a first-rank official of the court. Arrest them? How dare you?
No.
Those soldiers charged into the backyard like bandits. At first, everyone was confused, but they quickly gathered their courage, especially the old lady of the mansion. She was of noble rank and should not be insulted easily. However, the soldiers didn't give her a chance to show her dignity. They pushed aside her maids and servants roughly, frightening her so much that she shouted loudly without caring about her image. Besides the main branch of the Wang family, represented by Wei Qingyi's family, there were also the second and third branches, who were also legitimate heirs. So, this scene was happening not only in the old lady's courtyard, but in all the other courtyards as well. The soldiers acted like fierce monsters, rushing recklessly and being unreasonable.
Wah. Grandmother, I'm scared.
The Imperial Guard? Why are you breaking into the Wang residence? In the side hall of Songbai Courtyard, 2-year-old Wei Yunan cried loudly in fear. Zhao Yuping and Wei Linger, the mother and daughter, looked pale. Wei Qinghe quickly protected them behind him, his young, brave eyes wide with a flicker of anger. Take them away. The leading soldier showed no intention of talking to him. Based on their past experience, no matter how powerful these people once were, once their homes were raided, they almost never recovered. So, they weren't afraid to offend anyone.
Yes.
The soldier with him prepared to step forward. Wei Qinghe was still young and a bit inexperienced, his handsome face showing a hint of panic. Zhao Yuping and Wei Linger, behind him, instinctively tugged at his clothes, and the little child tightly hugged his grandmother's neck.
Wait.
Take them away. Before he could speak again, the leader of the soldiers shouted loudly. The soldiers didn't dare to delay anymore and immediately stepped forward. How dare you? Seeing this, Wei Qinghe became even more nervous. He knew some martial arts and was about to fight the soldiers. No resistance allowed. Anyone who fights will be beaten or injured without mercy. Understood. The leader of the soldiers sneered, and the soldiers quickly drew their swords. Just as they were about to start fighting, Xiangwan suddenly entered from outside. No matter if they beat or injure people, the Wei Yangwang mansion has always been loyal and honorable. The main branch's 3 generations have all died bravely on the battlefield. Now you brazenly break into our home and shout and threaten. Aren't you afraid this will make the generals of the world lose confidence? When she returned in the morning, she only took what was in the Wangfu storage. After reaching an agreement with Wei Qingyi earlier, she guessed it was about time. She then went to the kitchen and the various courtyards to loot a bit randomly. Unexpectedly, she arrived just in time to see a tense scene.
Who are you?
Turning around, she looked at him. The leading soldier's eyebrows were tightly knit. They weren't afraid of the people in the Wangfu who were being searched, but they still feared other generals. If any bad rumors spread and caused trouble with the emperor, they would be in serious trouble. Princess Shin Xiangwan of Wei Yang. She gave a faint glance at him and then walked straight toward Zhao Yuping and the others. Mother, are you all right?
No, Bangwan.
What is going on? Zhao Yuping, looking pale and anxious, nervously asked. She looked at the soldiers and wondered why everything was fine in the morning, but suddenly changed. It seems like a house search. Given their status, they knew what this situation meant, but they didn't want to believe it.
What? Why?
Tears suddenly rolled down Zhao Yuping's face. She was full of confusion and doubt. The Wei Yang Wangfu was loyal to the emperor. After their second son was poisoned and withdrew from the battlefield, they immediately handed over military power. Why was the Wangfu suddenly searched? What had they done wrong? Are you done talking? Take them away. Seeing they wouldn't stop, the leading soldier roared impatiently. We will leave ourselves. The soldiers with weapons rushed forward. Shin Xiangwan calmly swept her eyes over them and protected Zhao Yuping and the others. Mother, let's go. Yes. Even though they didn't want to believe it, Zhao Yuping and her children had no choice but to trust them and leave with the soldiers. Qingyi. Just as they stepped out of the side hall, Qingyi pushed the wheelchair with Wei Qingyi, who appeared unconscious. A group of soldiers followed beside them. Seeing this, Zhao Yuping and her children couldn't be sad anymore and hurried forward. Madam, the prince is fine. Wei Qingyi obviously couldn't respond, and Qingyi couldn't explain either. She could only comfort them subtly.
Qingyi.
Looking at her son, Unconscious in the wheelchair, Zhao Yuping's heart ached so much that tears fell. Wei Qingyi and Wei Linger, the brother and sister, also couldn't help but tear up. Xiangwan didn't know how to comfort them. She could only lead them to follow the soldiers, trying to avoid any physical contact between them. At such times, following those people was the safest choice. Only then would they avoid trouble. New book request. Please check it out and vote for it. What is really going on? Sniff. Mother, I'm scared. Everything was fine. Why are we suddenly being searched? Master, what should we do now? Sniff. All the Wei family members, including the servants, were driven out. The area was filled with imperial guards. The once glamorous and elegant people now looked disheveled. They weren't stupid. They already guessed this was a house search. The men looked pale, and most women covered their faces and cried quietly. Most of the second and third house members gathered around the old lady. Xiangwan didn't join Zhao Yuping and the others, but stayed quietly in a corner. General, everyone from the prince's residence is here. A few soldiers responsible for escorting Xiangwan hurried forward, exchanged words with others, and confirmed everyone was present before reporting. Tianyi, deputy commander of the Imperial Guards in charge of the house search, nodded solemnly. His expression suddenly darkened. Be quiet. A voice, mixed with internal energy, suddenly rang out, silencing the scene. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to Tianyi. He took the imperial decree handed over by the soldiers. By the emperor's decree, the Wei Yang prince's residence is suspected of rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. The criminals must be punished. However, considering the loyalty and patriotism of the old master and the heir, who have died fighting on the battlefield, the entire household is spared death. Their titles are revoked immediately, and they are demoted to commoners. All their property is confiscated. The Wei family is exiled to Chinjjo, and their descendants are forbidden from participating in politics or military service. This is an imperial order.
No.
General Tian, the Wei family has been loyal to the royal family for generations. How could they rebel? There must be some misunderstanding. We need to see the emperor. Sniff. As soon as the words finished, everyone felt as if the sky was falling. Led by the old lady, the men from the second and third houses stepped forward, trying to stop the chaos. The women broke down and cried loudly. Even though they had suspected the house would be searched, they still couldn't accept it. Worse, they were to be exiled to Chinjjo, a remote and poor place. Be quiet. Seeing them become more aggressive, Tianyi suddenly shouted, and the scene fell silent again. His fierce gaze swept over them one by one before he said in a deep voice, "The imperial decree is here. How dare you try to argue? Anyone who continues to cause trouble will face my strict punishment." The other side's attitude was very clear now. Even if they were unwilling, the men from the second and third households, led by the elder, dared not make any more trouble. Meanwhile, the women of the palace cried even more painfully, as if they had lost their parents. Search everything. Take all the possessions. Seeing this, Tianyi snorted softly and ignored them. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to start confiscating the palace's belongings.
Yes.
The soldiers moved quickly, rushing into the palace once again.
Tianyi nodded in satisfaction.
Wei family members stand on the left. Servants stand on the right. They realized they couldn't turn the situation around, so the people in the palace dared not resist anymore and started to move. It's you. You caused all this. Suddenly, a woman around 30 years old angrily pointed at Xiangwan standing in the corner. You troublemaker, just married into the palace, and you caused Cheng-yi to cough blood and faint. Now you've caused us to be seized and exiled. The woman was so furious that her eyes seemed to want to eat her alive, blaming everything on her. New book alert. Please check it out and vote for it. Yes, it must be Xiangwan, the troublemaker who caused all this. Our palace was so peaceful before. Yesterday, she just married into the palace, and the prince was so angry he coughed blood and fainted. Now we're facing exile and confiscation. It's her fault. Auntie said it right. She's a troublemaker and a disaster. Ugh, I don't want to be exiled.
Ugh.
Almost immediately, everyone in the Wei family turned their attention to Shin Xiangwan. After a brief moment of shock, except for Zhao Yuping and her son, everyone's eyes showed suspicion and resentment. Perhaps finding an outlet for their frustration, many joined in blaming her. Shut up. Wanwan is not a troublemaker. Seeing their accusations becoming more and more unreasonable and about to label Shin Xiangwan as a troublemaker, Zhao Yuping quickly handed her child to her younger son and stepped forward to loudly scold them. Even at such a moment, couldn't they just stay quiet? The old lady of the Wang family is the second wife of the old marquis. The main branch is not her biological family, but the legitimate line of the original wife. Because of this, they have never been favored at home. In the past, the title belonged to the main branch and they didn't show much respect. Now that the title is gone and they are being exiled and their family confiscated, they definitely don't take her seriously anymore. Third sister-in-law, you. Mother. Zhao Yuping was furious and was about to argue with her. Shin Xiangwan quickly stepped in and stopped her. She gave her a reassuring look, then looked around at everyone, finally fixing her gaze on the third lady, Wang Lan, who was blaming her. Anyone with a little brains should know that exiling a Wang family member is not decided in a day or two. I only married into the family yesterday. I haven't even had a chance to cause trouble yet, but you're already blaming me. That's just ridiculous. These people are so stupid and mean. Do they think everything should be blamed on her? Do they think they won't be exiled? Trash. I'll tear you apart. Seeing her dare to argue back and even mock them for being brainless, Wang Lan's eyes turned red. She lunged forward, trying to grab her.
Slap. Ah.
Before she could react, Shin Xiangwan quickly pushed Zhao Yuping aside and slapped Wang Lan. Wang Lan's slightly plump body staggered several steps and almost fell to the ground. Her fair cheeks turned red and swollen.
Lan.
Mother. After a brief, stunned moment, Third Master Wei Jinghong and their children quickly stepped forward. Shin Xiangwan shook her head, still feeling a bit dizzy from the slap, and slowly raised her hand to touch her hot, swollen cheek. The Tianqi dynasty rules with benevolence and filial piety. No one expected that Shin Xiangwan, a new wife, would suddenly strike, especially at her own biological aunt. At this moment, not only the people involved but everyone else was stunned and couldn't react. Particularly Zhao Yuping and her son, Wei Qinghe, looked shocked with their mouths open. Isn't this too reckless? Meanwhile, Shin Xiangwan remained calm and composed. Even dressed plainly, her commanding presence was undeniable, as if she hadn't just hit an elder but a stray dog. Did you hit me? Touching her swollen face, Wang Lan looked up almost mechanically and raised her voice in disbelief. She couldn't believe Shin Xiangwan dared to hit her. So? You're allowed to attack me, but I can't defend myself properly? Shin Xiangwan snorted softly, not feeling regret at all. Instead, she was confident and assertive. The one who started the trouble was her first, so she wouldn't hold back her feelings. Her principle has always been, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them, but if someone harms me, I will retaliate fiercely. I will fight you. Be quiet. Wang Lan suddenly lost her temper, acting like a madwoman, and was about to rush forward to fight. But before she could take a step, a sharp sound cut through the air. Tian-yi swung his whip forcefully and struck her. Her luxurious clothes tore open instantly, revealing a fresh, bloody wound on her well-maintained skin. She trembled with pain and let out a sharp scream. Mother.
Lan.
Third wife. Everyone instinctively looked at Tian-yi and his blood-stained whip, their eyes showing a hint of fear and caution. Wei Jinghong and his children stepped forward again, and the old lady beside them also called out softly, but she didn't move closer. No one knew if Tian-yi would swing his whip again. Everyone stay calm and stand properly. Hurry up. Seeing the clear fear in their eyes, Tian-yi roared fiercely. Before leaving, he also shot a warning glare at Shin Xiangwan. After witnessing Wang Lan's bloody lesson, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. They quickly stood in their places as he had ordered. Tian, now back at the front, nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand, and two groups of soldiers carried baskets toward them. Hand over your valuables. Anyone who hides something will be whipped on the spot. No one dared to disobey. Everyone obediently took off their valuables and placed them in the baskets. The women couldn't help but sob softly. Mother, Xiangwan, take off your jewelry and accessories first, Xiangwan whispered as she looked at them. They could only cooperate as best as they could to avoid trouble and avoid being accused. The mother and her two children nodded in unison. They weren't fools. They understood their current situation clearly. Are you in? I'm second aunt. Little uncle has something to do. May I hold you? Seeing the small child being held by Wei Qinghe, who was curiously looking at her, Xiangwan smiled slightly. She reached out affectionately and gently pinched his nose. In the 28th century, humans had made great breakthroughs in science and medicine, unlocking some genetic secrets. All adults over 18 could receive basic gene therapy for free, unlocking the first level of their genetic lock and gaining special abilities. However, people with abilities found it very difficult to conceive naturally. The higher the ability, the lower the chance of pregnancy. Therefore, human infants were extremely precious to them. The little child seemed a bit shy, shaking his head and hugging Wei Qinghe's neck tightly. Seeing this, Zhao Yuping quickly said, Brother-in, don't be afraid. She is Uncle Second's wife, and also your aunt. She will take care of you with us in the future. He looked up at her carefully, then cautiously glanced at Xiangwan. The little child whispered, Aunt Annie. Oh, Aranin is so well-behaved. Xiangwan happily responded and reached out to hold him. The little child stiffened instinctively but quickly wrapped his arms around her neck, not crying or making a fuss. Noticing the small jade pendant hanging from his waist, Xiangwan, taking advantage of no one paying attention, flicked her hand. The jade pendant instantly disappeared without a trace. A soldier carrying a basket approached them, and everyone took turns tossing the jewelry they had removed into the basket. The soldiers didn't leave immediately. Instead, they looked over them carefully, from top to bottom, until they confirmed there were no other valuables on them, then turned to leave. General, all the main storerooms in the manor are completely empty. General, the kitchen and the nearby storerooms are also cleared out. Nothing remains. General, the small storerooms in each courtyard are also empty. General, the soldiers who had been sent out earlier returned one after another, all looking unhappy. The emptiness of those storerooms was astonishing, barren walls and floors. Nothing else. Even mice would cry tears if they entered.
What? Tianyi shouted instinctively.
How could the storerooms be empty? Had the people from the manor guessed something and moved the valuables in advance?
No, impossible.
The emperor's plan to attack the manor was kept very secret. Even he only received the imperial decree around midnight today. The manor was still happily celebrating the wedding of the princess yesterday, so it was unlikely they had guessed. Even if they had, with the manor's accumulated wealth over generations, the amount would be enormous. How could they transfer everything silently? Furthermore, the strange method of suddenly disappearing large amounts of wealth seems similar to the theft in the palace. Could it be that not only the palace was robbed last night, but also the royal residence? What Tian doesn't know is that, besides the palace and the royal residence, the estate also experienced the same situation. The officials investigating the household are also confused. Are you sure? Regardless of their thoughts, Tian narrows his eyes and fixates on several groups of soldiers. Yes, we're sure. The soldiers nod in unison, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Tian Yi's expression darkens even more. Could it be that their household investigation was pointless? Seeing their conversation, everyone in the royal residence looks confused, then all turn their eyes to Wei Qinghe, who is lying unconscious in a wheelchair. Could it be that he predicted everything and moved all the valuables beforehand, hiding them away? The more they think about it, the more likely it seems. Many people's eyes change when they look at Wei Qinghe. No, we don't know anything. Their gazes are too obvious. Even Tian-yi and the imperial guards look over. Zhao Yuping quickly waves her hand to deny it. Hiding valuables would only lead to harsher punishment, and they definitely can't let this matter be pinned on them. Could these people be any more foolish? No, perhaps they are not foolish, but deliberately trying to divert Tian-yi's attention to avoid trouble themselves. As their eyes sweep over them, Xiangwan, holding her child with a cold face, clearly knows that if the soldiers find no valuables, they will push someone out to take the blame. Whether intentionally or not, they are trying to harm Wei Qingyi and even the entire main family. As expected, Tian-yi strides toward them, stops in front of the wheelchair, looks at Wei Qingyi for a long time, then raises his head and says, "If you hide valuables during the household search, the punishment can be beheading or even extermination of your entire clan. I advise you to think carefully. Whether the royal residence was robbed like the palace or not, failing to find anything during the search is a dereliction of duty. Someone must be held accountable."
We,
General, we really don't know anything. It's obvious they are lying about not being afraid. Zhao Yuping almost starts crying, and Wei Qingyi and Wei Linger look pale with fear. Before Tian-yi can continue, Xiangwan steps forward to block the mother and child. Facing Tian-yi without fear, she says, "General, before today, we had no idea we would be searched and exiled. How could we have hidden valuables in advance? Additionally, I believe the general might not know yet. The central supplies of the royal residence are controlled by the old lady. Usually the second and third aunts help her manage these supplies. If someone truly managed to secretly transfer the assets without being noticed, it should have been them. Since she has reached an agreement with Wei Qingyi, she will definitely protect his mother and family. As for the second and third families, she doesn't have much control over them. Also, what she said is true. The main family is not from the old lady's lineage. Even if the title has fallen to the main family, she has never given up control of the household affairs and has always kept it in her own hands." Xiangwan, led by the old lady, most of the people from the second and third families stared in disbelief. They clearly didn't expect her to bring up the central supplies at such a moment, and she even wanted to blame them for hiding the assets. Is that so? Ignoring their reactions, Tian-yi's doubts followed quickly. Everyone in the royal residence knows about this. If the general doesn't believe it, he can ask around freely. She shrugged and nodded at the others. Seeing that she couldn't possibly be lying and glancing at Wei Qingyi, who had been unconscious all along, Tian-yi took a big step toward the old lady. "Honestly, tell me, where did you transfer the assets?" "No, I don't know. I didn't." The old lady trembled in fear, waving her hands quickly and struggling to speak. The people from the second and third families behind her also couldn't help but hold their breath and shake their heads. They truly didn't know. "Bold old woman, why don't you confess the truth quickly?"
Tian-yi shouted sternly.
The old lady instinctively shivered and involuntarily stepped back. If it weren't for the people from the second and third families standing behind her, she might have fallen flat on the ground. "General Tian, we really don't know why the estate's assets have disappeared. They were all here yesterday. Please investigate carefully," Wei Jingwan, the second master, said as calmly as possible while supporting his fainting mother. "Why should I believe you?" With Tian-yi's ability, he could see there was something suspicious about this. What he wanted now wasn't the assets, but someone who could be held accountable. "General Tian." "General." Wei Jingwan seemed to realize something and wanted to continue protesting. Suddenly, a soldier ran in from outside. "General, the estate's assets have gone missing. The former general responsible for the investigation has already reported it. The emperor has ordered you to speed up the process. You don't need to detain the Wei family members, just exile them quickly." The same situation has happened in the mansion too? This matter seems to be getting stranger and stranger. The emperor specifically sent someone to urge, probably because he doesn't want any more complications. Tian-yi frowned subtly, then looked at Wei Jingwan and others before turning to leave. For now, this issue is temporarily settled. However, when he heard that the residence was also raided, many resentful eyes turned to Xiangwan. Today, she not only hit Wang Lan but also deliberately mentioned the matter of the mid-meal. Previously, people still consider her the legitimate daughter of the residents, so even if they were unhappy, they didn't show it openly. Maybe they would ask her for help later. But now, since the residence is gone, they want to see how she will act tough next. Xiangwan is not stupid, nor is she emotionally unstable.
She can clearly feel the malice.
But she only pouted her lips and showed no reaction at all. Whoever dares to attack her, she will ruthlessly fight back and cut them down. Tian-yi didn't delay further. He quickly ordered people to seize all the courtyards. His gaze shifted to the servants standing on the right. Lock them all up. After the official investigation confirms whether they are slaves, send them to the official office. They are also property of the prince's residence and fall under the scope of the raid.
Yes.
More than 10 soldiers simultaneously stepped forward to drive them away. The servants dared not resist and obediently left the prince's residence. Only a few, when no one was paying attention, secretly looked back at their former masters. As for the Wei family members, from start to finish, they didn't dare speak again, fearing Tian-yi would shift his attention to them. Are you also a servant of the Wei family? Glancing from the corner of his eye at Qingying standing behind the wheelchair, Tian-yi stepped forward. No, General. I used to be a soldier under the prince. Because the prince once helped me, I heard he was getting married. Since I happened to be in the imperial city, I came specially to attend his wedding. I didn't expect. This is my household registration proof. Qingying was prepared. Halfway through speaking, he took out a thin piece of paper and handed it to him. Although he is Wei Qingyi's bodyguard commander, he rarely appears in public, almost like a shadow guard. Only Zhao Yuping and his family knew about him, so he wasn't afraid of others exposing him. Tian-yi took the household registration, looked at it carefully, and confirmed he was a good citizen. He then returned it to him. Since you're not from the Wei family and not their servant, you should leave quickly. Don't cause trouble here. Yes, thank you, General. I will leave right away. Qingying nodded respectfully and expressed her thanks. Tian-yi glanced at Wei Qingyi, but said nothing. He turned and led the soldiers away. Madam, take care. Turning to face them, Qingying pretended to speak with a serious tone as a farewell. Let's go far away. Zhao Yuping nodded with tears in her eyes. At such times, every little bit of distance counts. She couldn't expect others to stay and be exiled with them. Seeing this, Qingying's lips moved, but she said nothing. Finally, she exchanged a meaningful look with Xiangwan. Only they understood, and then turned to follow the soldiers who were already urging them to leave. General Tian, my name is Zhao Shan. I am here to pick someone up. At the same time, a group of 10 or so officers entered one after another. The leader, Zhao Shan, looked about 30, very tall and strong, with a fierce face that could scare people. They're the ones. Nodding slightly, Tian-yi pointed to the Wei family members.
Yes.
Cautiously, Zhao Shan nodded and raised his hand. Brothers, get to work.
Yes.
A group of officers carried 2 bundles of coarse linen clothes and, after opening them, spoke harshly. You have 15 minutes to change out of your clothes. The people from the royal household usually wore fine silk and satin, which were worth some silver. Naturally, they couldn't let them take these clothes away. It was also to prevent them from hiding valuables in their clothes. Seeing their dirty clothes, the Wei family's faces darkened further. The women couldn't help but sob again. They had never suffered like this before, and this was only the beginning. What? Need me to help you change? Before they could move, one officer sneered. Did these people think they were noble elites? Hurry up and change into these, another officer snapped, swinging his whip fiercely at the closest person. The person screamed in fear, narrowly avoiding the lash, and then dared not hesitate. Shaking, they took off their outer garment and put on the dirty, coarse linen. With him leading, the others no longer hesitated and obediently changed clothes one after another. Auntie, it hurts. At the back of the group, a small child who had just changed clothes wriggled uncomfortably. His cute, white face was full of discomfort. Don't blame him for being delicate. He was only a little over 2 years old. Not crying was already considered well-behaved. Be good, hold on a little longer. When we leave the imperial city, we can change back, okay? Gently patting his head with concern, Xiangwan squatted on the ground softly, comforting him. Okay. Her eyes reddening, she looked at him and then at her grandmother and others. The little child nodded obediently. Anin is so well-behaved. As a reward, Xiangwan quietly slipped a piece of candy into his mouth and winked at him, signaling him not to make a fuss. The little one was also clever and obedient, covering his small mouth with his hands, his big, bright eyes blinking lively, looking very adorable. After they changed their clothes, the guards brought ropes. Starting from the front, they tied each person's foot one by one. There are 2 types of exile. One for criminals, who must wear shackles and have their faces marked with tattoos. They cannot be free upon reaching the exile land and must do hard labor until they die. The other type is for common people who only need 1 foot tied, so they cannot escape. Once they arrive, the authorities will settle them there, and they will become residents of that place. Fortunately, the Wei family belongs to the second group, exiled commoners. Ugh. Soon, the group was formed into 10-person clusters, tied together like rice dumplings. They fully realized they were about to be exiled. The women sobbed one after another, and the men looked defeated, heads hanging low, all feeling dejected. Let's go. Zhao Shanyang waved his hand, and several guards drove everyone out of the palace. Prince Wei Yang's residence is loyal. How could it be exiled? Not just the Wei Yang residence. I've heard the Chancellor's house was also exiled. Did the Emperor make a mistake? Old Lord Wang and the heir have all died fighting on the battlefield. The current prince was also injured and retreated from the front. How could they possibly rebel? Stop talking. Do you want to get caught and lose your life? The Emperor wouldn't make a mistake. Who knows what they're really up to behind the scenes? As they left the palace, a large crowd gathered to watch. Some couldn't understand. Prince Wei Yang had guarded the border for years with great achievements, never allowing enemies to cross. How could they rebel? Others firmly believed in the emperor's authority and questioned their character. The Wei family had never been watched like this before. Everyone lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The only one seemingly unaffected was Xiangwan, who was holding the little child with one arm. As she walked, she kept glancing at the surroundings, which didn't seem like exile but more like going out for a trip, so carefree and relaxed. Old Zhao, here. Finally reaching the city gate, I saw several guards waving at Zhao Shan from afar. Behind them, dozens to over 100 people followed, all with 1 foot bound, clearly also being exiled. So many people? I hurried over to them. Zhao Shan frowned impatiently. Hundreds of people are not a small number. You know this already. The Prime Minister's house was also raided. They're all being sent to Chinjjo for exile. This trip will be tough for you. One of the guards patted his shoulder as he spoke. Behind them, there were people from the Shin family and the Wei family branches, totaling several hundred. What did you do? As they approached, the Wei family branch members immediately became excited. Everyone looked angry and glaring fiercely, as if they wanted to stare holes in them. In response to their questions, the old lady and the second and third wives all shrank back nervously. Zhao Yuping and her children opened their mouths several times, but couldn't say a word. If they could, they'd want to know what they did to suddenly have their homes raided and be exiled. Compared to them, Xiangwan looked much more relaxed, acting as if she didn't care.
But
Xiangwan? From another group of people, a girl with tear-streaked face suddenly glared at her and screamed. Men and women around her also looked at her with disgust and contempt.
Huh?
Hearing this, Xiangwan instinctively looked over. Recognizing who they were, her lips curled into a sly, charming smile. Although she had already heard from soldiers that the Prime Minister's house was raided, seeing them in rough cloth clothes and disheveled, her mood was quite different. Honestly, the Dog Emperor isn't good at much, but in this regard, he's quite capable. Xiangwan. Seeing her still able to smile, the woman was filled with hatred and gritted her teeth. Her face and eyes showed deep anger, resentment, and unwillingness. She was none other than the original heroine, the reborn fake daughter, Shin Xiangyue. She was unwilling. She had already arranged for Shin Xiangwan to marry someone else, so why couldn't she escape exile? Both were exiled, but why did Shin Xiangwan look so relaxed? Wicked girl. Her smile only made Shin Xiangyue more furious. Originally feeling defeated and looking 10 years older, Shin Yishan also couldn't help but furrow his brows, full of disgust and disdain. Wan. Seeing this, Zhao Yuping pulled at her dress, worry and tenderness filling her eyes. Shin Xiangwan felt a warm feeling inside. The mischievous smile on her face suddenly became as gentle as spring breeze. Mom, I'm fine. She isn't the original character, so how could she be upset because of unrelated people? Yes, you still have us. Thinking she was forcing a smile, Zhao Yuping reached out and held her hand. Wei Linger, who was with her, also nodded repeatedly. It was clear that the young girl, like her mother, was very worried about Shin Xiangwan, who was not loved by her family. Okay. Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, Wei Qinghe, who was pushing her wheelchair, suddenly stood up and said, "What are you looking at? She is now my second sister-in-law, no longer a member of the Shin family." The Shin family, including Shin Xiangwan and the Wei family, were all surprised. Others were shocked that he dared to be so bold. Shin Xiangwan was surprised that he was protecting her. The usually fiery young boy seemed to have some good points. Wei Qinghe, what kind of person are you? Do you think you're some young master from a noble family?
Ah.
After a brief moment of shock, Shin Xiangwan's second brother, Shin Xiangnan, suddenly jumped out. But they were all tied together in a chain of 10 people. Because he was so excited, the people behind him were caught off guard and fell one after another. Screams rang out, and everything quickly turned chaotic. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Zhao Shan, who was just finishing a handover with other guards, immediately became furious. He swung his whip loudly, and those who fell dared not make a sound. They could only silently help each other up. However, after getting up, everyone glared fiercely at Shin Xiangwan and others. If looks could eat people, they would have been devoured alive.
Ha!
These people really think she is dead? Shin Xiangwan sneered coldly, curling her lips.
Norush.
Once they leave the imperial city and are out of the emperor's sight, she has many ways to slowly torment them. Old Zhao, I leave the people to you. Several guards handed over the official documents to Zhao Shan. They had all been exiled to Chinjjo. Zhao Shan only needed to lead the dozens of guards to them. Having accepted the fact that many people needed to be escorted, Zhao Shan had no objections. Brothers, let's go.
Yes.
Under his command, the guards quickly waved their whips and drove them forward. No matter how much resentment and anger they had, they dared not cause trouble at this moment. They could only obediently follow the team out of the city. A large group of hundreds of exiles left the city and quickly arrived at the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. There were many carriages and people holding bundles, looking around. They were all there to see them off. Exile was not a death sentence. As long as they prepared some clothes, food, and silver beforehand, officials usually wouldn't stop them. This was a kind of unspoken rule, since most of the silver money would end up in their pockets. Of course, this depended on friends and family not being afraid to offend others, even the emperor. The major families in the imperial city were deeply connected. Whether it was the Wei family or the Shin family, they all had relatives coming to see them off. The only difference was how wealthy the visitors were and how many gifts they brought. Scoundrels, just wait to starve to death, shouted Wang Lan, the old lady of the Wei family, who had relatives from her maiden family coming to give gifts. Seeing that no one from the main household was there, she became even more aggressive. Her gaze toward Shin Xiangwan was as sharp as poison. Others clutched their bundles tightly, clearly not planning to share anything. Auntie, if I remember correctly, we haven't divided the family property yet. All of your things should be ours too, Shin Xiangwan said boldly, pretending to be shameless.
Dream on.
My things wouldn't even be given to dogs, Wang Lan spat harshly. The old lady, who had been frightened earlier, now held her head high and said, "It's not like before. The main family is on its own now. From now on, you'll have to figure things out yourselves. Mother, we haven't divided the family property. You can't treat us like this. Zhao Yuping's eyes turned red. It wasn't that she was greedy for their belongings, but her second son was unconscious, and they still had a baby to care for. They had no food or money. How could they survive in the future? Older sister-in-law, you can't say that. If you hadn't married a troublemaker, we wouldn't be exiled, someone added.
Exactly.
We were all dragged down by the main family. We didn't ask you to take responsibility, so you should be happy. Why should we give you our things? Second wife Jiang Rui stepped forward first, and Wang Lan hurriedly agreed. Hearing this, everyone remembered the troublemaker incident and looked at Shin Xiangwan with disgust and hatred. Shut up. I already said it. Xiangwan is not a troublemaker, Shin Xiangwan said firmly. They hadn't expected such shamelessness from them. Zhao Yuping trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Wei Linger and Wei Qinghe, who were with her, also had tears in their eyes. Wei Qinghe clenched the wheelchair armrest, his young face full of gloom. These people were just too much. They started arguing, and the Shin family and the other family couldn't help but feel happy about it. They hoped the fight would get worse. The first group thought they were innocent and only caught up because of their relatives. The second group simply disliked Shin Xiangwan and couldn't stand to see her doing well. My mother is right. She is a troublemaker. Yes, even if she's not, Wei Qinghe must have done something. We're all dragged into this because of you. You're all troublemakers. I don't want to be exiled. It's you who caused this. Children from the second and third families jumped into blame, while the old lady watched silently, not trying to stop them. It was clear she shared their feelings. Ridiculous. When you relied on the main family to enjoy life, why didn't you say it was our fault? Holding back Wei Qinghe from speaking, Shin Xiangwan handed the children to Wei Linger and coldly patted Zhao Yuping's back. She found these people too funny. Anyone with a brain could see something was wrong. Things weren't as simple as they appeared. They were just venting and trying to protect their supplies, making a mess. Did they really think others couldn't see through their plans? Whether it was the old lady's harsh words or what the second and third families said, all of it fell into Wei Qinghe's unconscious mind without him reacting. Perhaps because he had experienced similar things in his past life, he felt no waves in his heart. Instead, Shin Xiangwan's protectiveness towards her mother and others made him genuinely grateful and secretly glad they had teamed up. Who relied on you to enjoy life. Everything we have was given by our father. After a brief silence, Wei Jingwan stood up and looked at Shin Xiangwan with displeasure. The thing he disliked most in his life was hearing that everything was given by the main family. If that's the case, your exile was also decided by grandfather. Just accept it quietly. Why cause a fuss for everyone to see? If it had been someone else, they probably would have been speechless from his shameless words. But Shin Xiangwan quickly retorted. You. Clearly surprised by her sharp tongue, Wei Jingwan pointed tremblingly at her, unable to say anything for a long time. His face turned dark as a pig's liver. What? Am I wrong? Shin Xiangwan didn't know what moderation was. She imitated his stammering and asked back rudely. How dare you? Seeing her beloved son almost overwhelmed with anger, the old lady angrily shouted with a haughty attitude. Ha! The old woman, now realizing she should defend her family, is too late. Shin Xiangwan sneered softly, pulling at the corner of her mouth, and cast a glance over everyone's ugly faces. Anyway, I don't care. The Wei family hasn't split up before. You relied on my husband's blessings in the past, and now you will have to pay it back. If you don't want things to get ugly, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind taking matters into my own hands. She has plenty of money and supplies. As long as they don't bother her, she's too lazy to care. If they are shameless first, then don't blame her for being even more shameless. Well said. Wei Qinghe quietly gave her a thumbs up, and his previous worries disappeared completely. How dare you? The old lady's eyes widened with anger, and others gathered around, glaring fiercely at her, clearly trying to win with their numbers. But, as you said, we have all been exiled. What is there that I dare not do? Facing their angry stares, Xiangwan spoke while bending down to pick up a small stone the size of her palm, slowly clenching her fingers around it. Does she know martial arts? Seeing the stone crushed into powder by her firm grip, the old lady involuntarily took 2 steps back. Others' eyes also showed some fear and awe. Is she really just a woman? Such a large stone, and she can crush it easily. They were more shocked than anyone else. The Shin family members nearby also widened their eyes. How could she possibly know martial arts? Split up, split the family. We'll do it now. After a moment, the old lady tremblingly shouted. She absolutely wouldn't let such a woman take advantage of them. Moreover, Wei Qingyi was just a dying man, likely to pass away at any moment. The remaining orphaned woman in the main house had no more use. It was better to take this chance to split them up. Mother, how can you do this? Hearing this, Zhao Yuping was incredulous and angry. Although the main house wasn't the old lady's original family, she had married into the Wang family and had always been treated as a proper mother-in-law, respectful and obedient. Even if she didn't want to give up control or let Jiang Rui and Wang Lan assist her, she never complained. Now that they had just been exiled, she wanted to split them up. This was too cruel. New book request for support. If you like it, don't forget to add it to your favorites and recommend it.
Moi.
Grandmother. Holding her child, Wei Linger looked at them with tears in her eyes. We are a family. Isn't it more important to stay united in times like this? Why are we fighting like this? She couldn't understand why. In just one night, the once powerful Wang residents had fallen, and even the friendly relatives had become so ruthless and shameless. What did they do wrong? Who said we are family? Before the old madam could speak, Wang Lan sneered with contempt. The second and third branches of the family were never truly part of the main family. Now, the main branch had no one to send gifts, so what right did they have to support them? Not to mention, Xiangwan had recently hit her, causing her to be whipped by the guards. Auntie, Chenghe. Seeing her mother and sister crying uncontrollably, Wei Qinghe couldn't take it anymore. His eyes turned red as he jumped up, but Xiangwan stepped in front of him first. After confirming he wouldn't speak, she turned to face everyone and said, "You want to split the family? There's no way. As the wife of the head of the Wei family, all your possessions should be fairly shared by me. Anyone who refuses or hides things will be dealt with as per family rules, and they will be expelled from the clan." People in this era placed great importance on the clan. Without a strong clan to rely on, they would be bullied, and their honesty and character would be questioned. It was not an exaggeration to say life was very difficult. From start to finish, Xiangwan's goal was not just to split the family. Why you? How dare you? The old madam trembled with anger, pointing at her with trembling hands like claws. Others were not much better. Their faces looked worse and worse. Who had seen such shamelessness? As a younger family member and a woman, did she still have filial piety or the virtues of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Shall we try? Raising an eyebrow, Xiangwan reached into her sleeve and pulled out an old, yellowed book. It was the family genealogy, with the words family tree clearly written on it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now hand over all your possessions immediately. I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise. She didn't finish her sentence, but anyone with a brain knew what she meant. Get lost. If you want our belongings, dream on. Why do you have the family genealogy? Wang Lan's refusal and the old madam's suspicion sounded almost at the same time. The former glared angrily, teeth clenched in hatred, while the latter looked in disbelief, staring fixedly at the genealogy. Others' reactions were similar. Some stared at the genealogy, while others clutched their belongings tightly, clearly unwilling to hand anything over. It seems you no longer plan to voluntarily surrender the valuables. Xiangwan's face was ashen, and her gaze swept over them before settling on the old lady. Old madam, are you just going to watch them ignore me, the head lady of the family, and support their division of the Wei family? What do they mean by dividing the Wei family? Brother Wei Jingwan and his sibling immediately felt something was wrong. The old lady choked and said, I'm not dead yet. Do you think you can bypass me and take over as head of the Wei family? Shin Xiangwan, I tell you, as long as I am alive, all of you must listen to me. From now on, I declare that the main branch is unfilial and will split off to live separately. In the future, you only need to send me 1,000 taels of silver each year for my retirement. Even if they split away, she still saw an opportunity to continue exploiting them. In her mind, the main branch should endlessly drain them, never stopping.
Haha.
Hearing this, Shin Xiangwan laughed, unable to contain her amusement. Before, to achieve her goal of escaping their control, she thought she had been shameless enough. But she never expected there were people beyond her, and heavens beyond heavens. This old lady was even more shameless than her, completely shocking her worldview. Mother, you. No one was stupid. Zhao Yuping was furious, her chest rising rapidly as she pointed tremblingly at them, but couldn't say a word. Could they be any more shameless? Was her anger only hers? Wei Qinghe and Wei Linger, the brother and sister, also felt breathless. Their eyes were filled with disappointment and resentment as they looked at them. At this moment, they truly felt heartbroken. New book alert. Please check it out, vote, and don't forget to add it to your favorites if you like it.
Wah.
Shut up, Shin Xiangwan.
What are you laughing at?
Seeing the atmosphere grow more strange, the old lady also looked uncomfortable. Her gaze at Shin Xiangwan was sharp and cold. I'm laughing at how stupid, vicious, and shameless you are. Her laughter suddenly stopped. Shin Xiangwan responded angrily, without holding back. Ignoring her displeased expression, she took out a silver ingot and threw it to Wei Qinghe. Go find the steward and borrow some ink and paper. Today, I will act as the current head lady of the Wei family and, on behalf of the grandfather, divorce the cruel and mean stepwife. I will also expel everyone from the second and third branches of the family. As soon as she finished, everyone present was stunned, including the branch families and the Shin family members watching from the side. Expelling the second and third branches was one thing, but she also wanted to replace the old lord and divorce his wife. At this moment, the old lord's coffin probably couldn't stay still. This was too shocking. Shin Xiangwan, you. Shin Yishan felt ashamed and stood aside with a dark face. But this is my Wei family's matter. Please don't interfere. Suddenly turning to look at him, Shin Xiangwan firmly blocked his mouth. You. A troublemaker. Truly a troublemaker. Pointing tremblingly at her, Shin Yishan was so angry he puffed his cheeks and stared. He couldn't figure out what was going on after a long time. Other members of the Shin family seemed ready to cause trouble, but Shin Xiangwan had already shifted her attention, glancing sideways at Wei Qinghe, who had been silent for a long time. She urged him in a low voice, "Hurry up and go."
Huh?
Really go now? Wei Qinghe shivered and was still a bit scared. What kind of woman did his second brother marry? She was so fierce.
Go.
Okay, got it. Shin Xiangwan said nothing more. Her single word go was as cold as ice. Wei Qinghe didn't dare hesitate anymore and hurriedly ran a short distance toward the constable. Wan. He gently tugged at her sleeve. Zhao Yuping leaned over and whispered, Wan, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? She turned to look at her, pretending to be confused. It's just, there's nothing wrong. Mother, the husband is the head of the Wei family. Now he's unconscious. As his wife, I have the right to make any decisions for him. It was obvious what she wanted to say. Shin Xiangwan decided not to pretend anymore. Her attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. It wasn't that she didn't respect others, but in front of so many people, she simply couldn't explain everything slowly. This was a rare opportunity. Only like this could they completely get rid of those people. And only after they were gone could she find a way to take out the things in the space. Otherwise, with those shameless people, even if she took out many things, they would just claim them as their own in the name of filial piety. Of course, her current actions were also extremely unfilial, but the ones who started all this were the old madam and the second and third families. Even if she went a bit too far, it could be justified. When people are angry, They can't be always considerate. Well done, Wan. Wei Qingyi's voice suddenly sounded. Xiangwan instinctively looked at him. Seeing that he still had his eyes closed and remained unconscious, and noticing that Zhao Yuping and her daughter showed no reaction, she couldn't help but feel confused. No need to look anymore, Wan. This is a secret message. Only you can hear it. Soon, Wei Qingyi explained her doubts. Xiangwan raised her eyebrows slightly. A secret message? The original story seems to mention that there are indeed martial arts experts in this world. Older sister-in-law. Soon, Wei Qinghe returned with ink and brushes. Since Xiangwan had given him money, the guards didn't trouble him and happily lent him the supplies. She shook off her messy thoughts and took the ink and brush. She looked across and said, "In the name of Wei's family headwife, I declare that from today, Sun's family is disowned, and Wei Jingwan and Wei Jinghong's family are expelled from the family." Without wasting words, Xiangwan opened the family tree, picked up the brush, and prepared to cross out their names. Rolling around and acting cute, please collect and vote. Stop right there. Xiangwan, how dare you? Quick, take the family tree away. Seeing this, the old lady's pupils shrank, and her scream nearly broke her voice. Wei Jingwan and others looked like they were about to rush forward, but
Bang.
they clearly forgot that one of their legs was tied with a rope. Their intense movements caused others to lose balance, and they all screamed as they fell to the ground, chaos erupting instantly. What are you all doing? Are you looking for death? The commotion was too loud and quickly attracted the attention of the guards, who brandished whips and roared fiercely. No. Afraid the whips would hit them, everyone was startled and tried to get up quickly. But the more frantic they were, the harder it was to stand. The women were so scared they almost cried, especially Wang Lan, whose back still burned painfully. The men's faces looked terrible. After brief contact, they all understood how ruthless the guards could be. Hurry up and get up. Smack. The guards approached and unceremoniously swung their whips. Several people from the second and third houses suffered, screams ringing out one after another. The old lady, just helped up by her sons, was so frightened she kept retreating, finally sitting down the ground. She looked down and saw her pants wet, a faint smell of filling the air. Get up for me. Stop hitting. Well, get up right away. Woo. Seeing them still crying out in pain, the guards kept swinging their whips. Everyone had to endure the pain and hurriedly climb to their feet. And you, behave yourself. When everyone had stood up, Jia Cha turned around and sternly warned Xiangwan. They had all seen some of what had happened earlier. She shrugged, acting very indifferent, neither afraid nor trying to please. This made her seem very confident and daring. Jia Cha and the others were naturally annoyed but didn't fight her. They waved their whips and turned to leave quickly. Seeing this, the old lady and the members of the second and third households were so angry they felt their hearts and bodies hurt. They wished they could rush forward and scold her fiercely. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have been whipped for no reason. From now on, you are no longer part of the Wei family. As if worried they might be even angrier, Xiangwan took out the family tree and held it in front of them.
You.
Seeing her name not only crossed out but also replaced with a glaring retired mark, the old lady was so angry she almost fainted. She pointed at her, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Xiangwan, I want to kill you. She had really crossed out their names. Wei Jingwan clenched his teeth tightly, wishing he could cut her into pieces. The others reacted similarly. If looks could kill, Xiangwan might have already been torn apart. If you have the guts, come at me. Putting away the family tree, Xiangwan turned around and looked coldly at the branch family. Don't talk to me about innocence or involvement. If it weren't for our grandfather, you wouldn't even know where you'd be hiding. Since you've enjoyed our wealth for so many years, you should be ready to share hardships with us. If you're not willing, I don't mind kicking you all out of the Wei family. No one had ever truly wronged anyone among them. If anyone dared to complain again, She wouldn't be polite anymore. Dear friends, don't forget to save and recommend. Please vote for me. Please, please, please. Time's up, get ready to leave. Woo woo woo. From a distance, Zhao Shan's urging voice sounded just in time. Whether it was those being exiled or those seeing them off, everyone couldn't help but sob. This farewell might be the last time they see each other in their lives. Give me the child. Finally, Xiangwan took a last look at the branch family members and took the child from Wei Linger. She handed the children over to her. Wei Linger took the initiative to support her deeply affected mother. Wei Qinghe instinctively pushed his older brother. The siblings remained very silent. Hurry up, be quick, the guards impatiently urged, cracking their whips sharply. Whether it was exiled commoners or prisoners, there were daily rules about how far they could walk. If they didn't reach the exiled destination on time, the guards in charge would be punished. Faced with the threat of whips, everyone had to cry as they said farewell to family and friends and begin their long exile journey.
Wait.
A voice with internal energy called out, and a fast horse quickly approached, almost catching up with the exile group instantly. Qingying? Isn't he gone? Wei Qinghe recognized him and felt a bit confused. Qingying didn't stop in front of them but urged his horse toward Zhao Shan. After dismounting, using his tall body as cover, he quietly handed something to the other person. After a few whispered words, Qingying led his horse and strode toward them. Madam, I can't follow you now. Please take care. He then took off 2 large bundles and handed them to them. This was arranged by the prince long ago. Once they left the city walls, he would meet up with them. Of course, they were secretly following, staying hidden. Thank you, Qingying. Holding the bundles, Zhao Yuping was so excited she almost cried tears of joy. With these supplies, at least for a short time, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Madam, you're too kind. After a slight nod, Qingying took a small bundle and handed it to Xiangwan. Princess, the prince and lady, I leave them in your care. Xiangwan didn't ask anything. She took the bundle and slung it over her shoulder. She hadn't expected anyone to send them things, and judging by the size of those bundles, they must have contained quite a lot. The old madam and the second and third households couldn't help but feel annoyed and somewhat regretful. If they hadn't been so eager to cut ties earlier, they could have taken those things for themselves and wouldn't have been humiliated by Xiangwan. Moreover, there was someone who hated her so much they gritted their teeth, Xianyue, who was with the Shin family. In their previous life, when they were exiled, no one sent anything. Why does Xiangwan have gifts now? Heaven is so unfair. Since she was given a second chance at life, why must she be exiled? In her past life, the Prime Minister's residence was always prosperous. Xiangwan is not a fool, nor is she emotionally disturbed. How could she not notice those angry glares? But she has no intention of taking it to heart. As I said before, as long as they dare to show their claws at her, she will dare to cut them off without hesitation. Madam, Princess, take care. The guard's urging sounds ring out again. Qingying steps forward and leaves the group willingly. Xiangwan and others nod in response, falling to the back of the line and slowly moving forward. The exile team, consisting of hundreds of people, gradually distances itself from the imperial city. Unluckily, they probably won't have a chance to return in this lifetime. Dear readers, don't forget to click the like button, add to your favorites, and recommend this. Please support us with your votes. Some guards with whips urged the group to move faster. At first, the pace was decent, but as time passed, the delicate and pampered noble people, who usually travel by carriage or sedan chair, started to show signs of fatigue. Their speed slowed down, and some weaker women even began to sob softly.
Clang. Ah.
My foot. Suddenly, at the front of the line, a young boy tripped and fell. The person tied to him almost fell too, and those behind also stopped. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? The guards with whips sternly questioned. The boy on the ground, tearful, said, Guard, my foot twisted. Can we rest for a bit? Yes, guard, we can't walk anymore.
Ugh.
Let us rest a little. With him leading, others began to beg, some even crying. Have they ever suffered like this? It felt as if their legs weren't even their own anymore. At the back of the line, Zhao Yuping and her daughter took the chance to rub their legs. They hadn't traveled this far before either. Mother Linger, come here and lean on the wheelchair's armrest to rest. It should feel better. Xiangwan said as she lowered the child. Qinghe, give me the bag you're carrying.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping and her daughter quickly moved closer. Wei Qinghe also took off the bag and handed it to her. After what had happened earlier, his initial dislike for Xiangwan had disappeared. In fact, he was even beginning to admire her. But his personality was a bit proud, and he still wasn't sure how to get along with her. Wanwan, what are you doing? Seeing her examining a brand new pair of fine cotton pants, Zhao Yuping couldn't help but ask with curiosity. I want to make a simple harness. While speaking, Xiangwan grabbed 2 pant legs, rubbed them, then picked up the small cub. She used the pants, twisted into a rope, to tie the cub in her arms. Although he was only over 2 years old, he weighed nearly 20 or 30 pounds. Holding him for a long time, even with her natural strength, was starting to be a bit too much.
Auntie.
The little cub squirmed impatiently, clearly uncomfortable. Auntie has held Ngur for too long. My arms are sore. Ngur, it hurts, Auntie. Please be a little patient, okay? She gently patted his small head and said pitifully.
Okay.
Hearing this, the little cub obediently nodded, looking adorable with his chubby cheeks, making her feel very fond of him. Xiangwan took out a milk candy and put it in his mouth. Ngur is so good. Auntie likes you the most. I'm good. Holding the candy, the little cub's tender face was slightly flushed, clearly soothed and obedient. Seeing this, Xiangwan's heart melted. She kissed him fiercely before lifting her head and saying, I don't think we can rest for a while. Mother, you all need to hold on a bit longer. Rest? Are you kidding? Do you still think you're a young master or a young lady? Suddenly, a furious shout from the guards interrupted her, accompanied by the sound of whips cracking. Get up quickly.
No, don't hit.
The boy was whipped to the ground, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. The guard showed no intention of stopping, continuing to lash out several more times, clearly intending to scare everyone into obedience. The others trembled with fear, not daring to cause trouble anymore. Young master, please don't hit anymore. Don't hit anymore.
Ugh.
My son. The boy's parents seemed to finally regain their senses and hurriedly rushed forward to beg for mercy. If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death. The guard struck him again with a fierce warning. Son. The couple, rushing to help him up, bent down quickly. The boy trembled with pain and dared not speak anymore. Hurry up and get up. Seeing they were still standing there blankly, the guard roared again. Faced with the threat of the whip, everyone had to start walking again, many crying as they went, looking very miserable. Please support the new book by collecting it and voting. Voting is very important. Time slowly passes, and everyone's pace becomes even slower. Some people fall behind Xiangwan and the others. Many are limping. If they weren't helping each other, many might have collapsed already. The hardest hit are the elderly and children. Their children or parents want to carry them, but they are exhausted and have no strength left to carry others. Rest here for 15 minutes. Seeing that they really couldn't walk anymore, and that even threats with a whip were ineffective, Zhao Shan ordered everyone to take a break under the shade of the trees by the river. Hearing this, almost everyone collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Some even took off their shoes and rubbed their tired feet. It had only been half a day, but these pampered, well-mannered people had completely changed, with no regard for their image. Mother, have some water. Ignoring others, Xiangwan set down the little baby and rummaged through the package sent by Qingying. She took out 2 water bags, one handed to Zhao Yuping, and the other opened and offered to the baby's mouth. Auntie, drink milk from Grandma. Holding the water bag with both hands, the little baby didn't drink, but looked at her pitifully. The children of their large family usually stop breastfeeding after age 3, and it was already past the time for him to drink milk today.
Ah.
I don't have any milk for you. Xiangwan's mind went blank. She instinctively looked down at her flat chest. Zhao Yuping quickly hugged the baby to comfort him. And Gur, we no longer have a nursemaid. No more milk from Grandma, okay? Since they were suddenly taken from their home this morning, they hadn't even had time to mourn or feel nostalgic. Now Zhao Yuping couldn't help but choke up, tears welling up in her eyes. The little baby was still very young. The only thing he understood was that he wouldn't have milk from Grandma anymore. He immediately buried his face in her arms and sobbed. Seeing this, Xiangwan sighed helplessly, pretending to search in her bag. She found a box of milk, inserted a straw, and offered it. Drink, this is also from Grandma.
Oh.
Although confused, the little baby took the milk and obediently put the straw in his mouth. When the milk entered his mouth, his previously dull eyes lit up, and he immediately started drinking eagerly. Good evening, this is. Seeing this, Zhao Yuping couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Wei Linger and Wei Qinghe also looked puzzled. Xiangwan calmly said, Qingying sent this, probably expecting this kind of situation. As she spoke, she took out 2 boxes of milk from her bag and showed them to them. Whether they believed it or not, she believed it herself.
Oh.
Although she felt something was off, Zhao Yuping and her son didn't ask further. They just kept suspiciously watching the bag in her hand. Noticing their gaze, Xiangwan pretended not to notice. She picked up the 2 large bundles again and opened them. One was filled with clothes and shoes, made of soft cotton fabric, plain-colored, comfortable, and suitable for their current situation. The other contained various dry foods like buns, flatbreads, dried meat, and surprisingly a small pot and some wooden bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Xiangwan couldn't help but admire Qingying's careful planning. As for the small bag she gave herself, it contained some silver notes of various denominations and different-sized silver ingots. As she packed away the bag, Xiangwan quietly changed the money into other items, leaving only a small silver coin of 2 taels outside. Dear friends, please like, bookmark, and recommend. Please vote, please vote, please vote. This is harder than stone. I can't bite through it. Exactly, even dogs wouldn't eat this. Oh, my teeth, it hurts so much. Stop eating, stop eating. Exiled people also have fixed rations, distributed by the guards, 2 meals a day. Each person gets a fist-sized, stone-hard bun called a wawatu. Those used to luxury show disgust when they see it. Some even throw it away. They haven't truly experienced hardship yet, and with friends and family sending supplies, they wouldn't look at such a thing. The guards didn't scold them, but their eyes were full of open mockery. They had escorted exiled people many times before, and this scene was familiar. Soon, they would realize how precious these wawatu really are. Mother, have some buns. Xiangwan didn't eat the wawatu either. Instead, she handed out 2 soft, white meat buns to each person. But she didn't throw away the wawatu either. She packed them all into her bag. Yes. After traveling for so long, they were already tired and hungry. Zhao Yuping and her son took the steamed buns and started eating. After drinking some milk, Grandma's little cub sat quietly beside them, holding a bun in both hands and nibbling small bites. Mom, take your time eating. I'll go fill some water, said Xiangwan. She finished her own bun quickly, untied the rope that bound her feet, and picked up a few empty water bags. Not far away, there was a clear river where the guards were replenishing their water supply. Hey, take it slow, she warned when she heard someone. Zhao Yuping hurriedly stopped and reminded her not to get into trouble. Since their house was suddenly raided, if it weren't for her stepping up to take charge, they wouldn't know what might have happened. Got it, Xiangwan replied without turning around and quickly headed toward the river. But she didn't fill the water bags with river water. Instead, she quietly poured cooled spiritual well water from her space into the bags. Her space had a spiritual well that, once boiled, had detoxifying, beautifying, and body-strengthening effects. Drinking it after boiling also helped strengthen the body, relieve fatigue, and prolong life. Although her body was naturally strong and used to farm work, walking for a long time and carrying a child was still tiring. Plus, Zhao Yuping and the others were delicate and fragile. The cooled spiritual well water was the best choice for their current condition. Mom, is it too choking? Shen Xiangyue, from Shen's side, looked away from her food and gently asked her mother, who was eating a bun. Before her mother could reply, she lowered her head and said to herself, "It's a pity we only have 2 water bags. If we had more, Mom, you wouldn't have to eat so painfully." "You're so thoughtful, you," said Jiang, feeling comforted. She patted her hand and said, "When we pass through the town, we'll ask the guards to help buy a few more water bags." They were exiled so suddenly after their house was raided that they hadn't even recovered from the shock of theft. Before they could react, the imperial guards stormed into their home. Most of their belongings were gifts from her and her daughter-in-law's families. They had quite a bit of money, over 2,000 taels in total, but very few other things. Especially water bags. Only 2, enough for 1 sip each, which was gone quickly. To save resources and reduce consumption, her concubines and the children from her husband's other wives didn't get any water. They only ate the steamed buns given by the guards. Please keep in mind, I am only providing the corrected and simplified version. Shin Xiangyue pretended to sigh, then suddenly took Zhang's arm and said, "Mother, I think my sister and her friends might have extra water bags. Maybe we can borrow a few from her?" She looked in the direction of Shin Xiangwan, who was holding several water bags and heading back. Jiang hesitated. She really wanted to drink water, but just thinking about Shin Xiangwan betraying her sister to marry Wei Qingyi, even hurting her own family and forcing Yuer's marriage, made her furious. She didn't want to admit Shin Xiangwan was her daughter. Moreover, her previous fiery attitude was so intense that even her husband's grandmother said she should break off the engagement if she wanted, and she had ruthlessly expelled her uncle's family from the clan. She couldn't handle such a daughter. "Husband, what do you think?" Unable to decide, Jiang looked to her husband for help. "Xiangnan, go call Shin Xiangwan over." Having overheard their conversation, Shin Yishan immediately scowled and ordered, as if he had forgotten that Shin Xiangwan had recently embarrassed him.
Yes.
Xiangnan looked a bit annoyed but didn't refuse. He stood up and walked toward the back of the group. He didn't notice that he was being watched again. After Shin Xiangwan returned with the water bag, she took out a steamed bun, put it into a bamboo bowl, poured some water over it to make a porridge, then stood up and went away Qingyi, feeding him with a spoon. Since she was facing away from everyone, almost all eyes missed the moment when Wei Qingyi opened his mouth to swallow the spoonful. Wei Qingyi was a martial artist with strong skills. As soon as he swallowed the porridge, he sensed something unusual. A very comfortable feeling spread through his limbs, making his body, which was full of toxins, feel lighter. "Wan, this porridge. Eat what you have. Don't complain." Wei Qingyi wanted to ask quietly, but Shin Xiangwan lowered her voice and cut him off. She didn't expect him to be so sharp, but now that it was done, she could only continue. If he dared to ask too many questions, she wouldn't hesitate to leave immediately. Their partnership would be over. "Second sister-in-law, let me do it." After quickly finishing her bun, Wei Linger tried to stand up to help. "No need, Shin Xiangwan, your father wants you to go over." Before she finished speaking, an impatient voice suddenly sounded. When they looked toward the voice, they saw a tall figure with a long back who didn't even bother to greet her. "Evening, sister-in-law." Seeing this, Zhao Yuping and her son all looked at her with worry. The people from the Shin family had gone too far. After all, she was still their close relative by blood. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about them." With a gentle smile, Shin Xiangwan continued feeding Wei Qingyi. She had no intention of going back to the past. They didn't like her, so why should she like them? What a bunch of clueless dogs. She could report them and make sure they all faced consequences together, or she could mercilessly deal with them.
But
they were still her family. Zhao Yuping wanted to say something, but Shin Xiangwan firmly said, "No buts." "Mother, when they chose Shin Xiangyue, I was no longer involved with them." Seeing that she wasn't just being stubborn, Zhao Yuping stopped arguing. After feeding Wei Qingyi, she took over the cleaning chores herself. Please like and save a copy. Please vote for me. Please, please, please. Auntie, drink some water. A little kid, holding a water pouch, waddled unsteadily toward her. His fair face was tinged with a light blush, making him look even softer and more adorable. Thank you, brother-in. She affectionately rubbed his head and smiled as she took the water pouch. No need to thank me. The blush on the little kid's face deepened, making Zhao Yuping and her son all smile happily. Shin Xiangwan, are you deaf? Unfortunately, this warm scene was broken by a loud, rough shout. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Shin Xiangnan, what do you mean? Who gave you permission to shout here? Wei Qinghe was the first to step forward before Shin Xiangwan could. Since sister-in-law was now part of the Wei family, they wouldn't allow others to bully her freely. I'm looking for Shin Xiangwan. None of your business. As the legitimate second son of the Shin family, Shin Xiangnan was notorious for being a spoiled brat. Plus, he knew some fighting skills, so he wasn't afraid of trouble. Shin Xiangwan is already my second sister-in-law. How is that your business? Wei Qinghe didn't back down either, firmly placing Shin Xiangwan within his protective circle. You know she's your second sister-in-law, huh? People who don't know might think she's your wife.
Ha ha ha.
Their noise had already attracted the attention of others. Shin Xiangnan didn't care at all about whether he was damaging Shin Xiangwan's reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, including a few guards who were watching the show after eating and drinking.
You.
He insulted his own sister? Wei Qinghe was furious and was about to make a move, but Shin Xiangwan stepped forward to stop him. She looked at the crowd laughing wildly, and then at Shin Xiangnan, who looked proud and disdainful. She said calmly, "It's just barking. Do you really want to argue with him? Shin Xiangwan, you're asking for death." She dared to call him a dog? Shin Xiangnan was furious and clenched his fists, swinging them down hard. You're the one asking for death. Her eyes darkened. Shin Xiangwan grabbed his arm, turned around, and threw him over her shoulder. The speed was so fast that even the spectators didn't react, let alone Shin Xiangnan himself.
Bang. Ah.
His tall body hit the ground hard, causing the ground to shake. A pig-like scream followed. Most of the people's smiles froze on their faces. Shin Xiangwan, although very tall, over 165 centimeters, was quite slim and didn't seem threatening. Even though she had just performed a one-handed stone-crushing act, everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine how such a slender body could have such terrifying explosive power. Xiangnan. With a nearly broken voice, Jiang Shi and Shin Yishan hurried over, followed by the eldest son Shin Xiangdong and the pretend daughter Shin Xiangyue.
Ha.
She looked up at them with a cold smile and suddenly kicked Shin Xiangnan lying on the ground. Get lost.
Ah. Bang.
Shin Xiangnan let out a broken scream again. His tall body slid several meters on the ground before hitting a tree trunk and stopping. Shin Yishan and others rushing over froze for a moment. Jiang Shi then ran over like crazy. Xiangnan, my son, how are you? Cough, cough. Mother. Shin Xiangnan coughed painfully a few times, clutching his stomach and trembling on the ground. At this moment, the only feeling he had was pain, like his whole body was crushed. Shin Xiangwan, are you crazy? He's your biological brother. Holding her trembling son, Jiang shouted at her like a madwoman. Older brother? Shin Xiangwan sneered and scoffed. Which family's older brother would casually ruin his sister's reputation? He was from a big family, so he should know how important reputation is to a woman. No, he knew, but he simply didn't care. Since he didn't treat her as his sister, why should she treat him as her brother? People are interconnected. She never had the noble quality of returning good for evil. Soon, Shin Yishan glared at her fiercely and led his children toward Shin Xiangnan and his mother. Shin Xiangdong immediately crouched down to check on his brother. Shin Xiangyue, however, lowered her head with a strange smile. The more Shin Xiangwan acted this way, the more it benefited her. Even if she was exiled, she wanted to leave her no place to stay, so she would die miserably. How is he? Seeing that her eldest son had finished checking, Shin Ishan quickly asked, with worry in his eyes.
He's hurt badly.
It's best to find a doctor. Shin Xiangdong shook his head with a serious expression. In this situation, where could they find a doctor? Shin Ishan's face darkened further, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly turned and pointed angrily at Shin Xiangwan. You wicked girl, we shouldn't have taken you back in the first place. Huh, as if I care about coming back. Shin Xiangwan believed that if given another chance, she definitely wouldn't want to return to the Shin family. Although she was also not favored when she was with the Chu family, at the bottom of the social ladder, she still had a good brother who depended on her and protected her. That was some comfort to her soul. And the Shin family? From parents to siblings, even the servants at home, no one respected her. Not to mention the fake daughter-in-law nearby who often set traps to harm her. Perhaps, in the past, the Shin estate was an unreachable dream for most people, but for her, it was only endless pain and disappointment.
You.
Rebellious girl. Shin Ishan was choked by her words, his face and eyes filled with raw anger and disgust. Relatives, Wanwan isn't. Who are you calling relatives? Not willing to see his daughter-in-law bullied like this, Zhao Yuping stepped forward. But before she could speak, Zhang cut her off angrily. Afterward, she pointed at Shin Xiangwan and roared, I don't have a daughter like this who even beats her own brother. That's truly delightful news. Holding Zhao Yuping back, Shin Xiangwan forced a fake smile and said, Xiangwan. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiangdong, who had remained silent all along, looked at her with a serious expression and said, You are wrong this time. Quickly apologize to your father, mother, and Xiangnan. He considered himself the elder brother and spoke with an unquestionable tone of authority.
Get lost.
How dare he, a worthless person, order her around? Who gave him the nerve? Shin Xiangwan showed no mercy. Although Shin Xiangdong was not as openly abusive as Shin Xiangnan when they were at the residence, he always looked down on her with an arrogant attitude, never paying her proper attention, as if looking at her would pollute his eyes. His attitude was more disgusting than outright bullying. If he treated everyone like that, it might be understandable, but he was gentle and indulgent toward Shin Xiangyue. Comparing the two, even a fool would see how much he despised the original owner. Please like and save a copy, and please vote for me. Thank you. Shin Xiangwan, don't make me say it a second time. Hearing this, Shin Xiangdong frowned. Shin Xiangyue, standing beside him with red eyes, said, Sister, I know it's because of me that you are disrespectful to our parents, but I never intended to compete with you. You secretly admired the prince, and on our wedding day, you took advantage of the chaos to make me faint and took my place to marry into the palace. I didn't say anything, did I? You've already gotten what you wanted. Why are you still treating our parents this way? Do you know how hurtful this is to them? Shin Xiangyue held her chest with her hands, looking very sad. Her delicate face was covered with tears, making her look extremely pitiful. But her words clearly accused Shin Xiangwan of disrespecting her parents and siblings, being unfilial, and even hinted at her being malicious and promiscuous, not sparing her future brother-in-law either. She was branded with several notorious labels, while also portraying herself as innocent and wronged, like a white lotus swaying in the wind, pure and kind, even if she was about to be bullied to death. Almost immediately, many people's gazes toward Shin Xiangwan changed, some even with a hint of lewdness. It was clear how powerful her words were. If she were an ordinary gentlewoman, she would probably face a difficult time next. But with Shin Xiangwan's sharp mind, she could see through her malicious intentions. After staring at her deeply for a while, a charming smile appeared on Shin Xiangwan's elegant face. She took graceful steps toward her, saying, I secretly admire Wei Qingyi. I fainted you, and took your place to marry into the palace? Shin Xiangyue, do you think everyone is a fool? I am someone who just recently returned to the mansion and haven't even found my footing yet. I am not even favored by my so-called parents and relatives. How did I manage to make you faint in this strict mansion and take your place in the bridal sedan chair? Little sister, I know you don't want to admit it. Smack. Shin Xiangyue instinctively took 2 steps back, forcing herself to continue talking nonsense. But before she finished, Shin Xiangwan suddenly slapped her hard, causing her to stumble several steps to the side. If she hadn't bumped into Shin Xiangdong and he had caught her, she might have fallen to the ground. Her fair, delicate face quickly showed several finger marks, and it soon turned red and swollen. Shin Xiangwan. After a brief daze, Mrs. Jiang let go of her son and rushed forward to hit her. Humph! Is this what a good mother looks like now? Shin Xiangwan sneered mockingly and raised her foot to kick. Shin Xiangwan, how dare you? Shin Xiangdong's eyes darkened. He quickly stepped forward and pulled his mother back, raising his hand to slap her across the face with great force, almost making a cracking sound. Wan, be careful. He's a consummate martial artist. Wei Qingyi's reminder sounded just in time. Shin Xiangwan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She quickly sidestepped his slap, seized his arm, and prepared to throw him over her shoulder. But Shin Xiangdong was not like Shin Xiangnan. He was slippery and managed to break free from her grip, then spun around with a sweeping kick. Haha, interesting. She performed a backflip to dodge his attack, then smiled slightly and moved swiftly, like lightning, to confront him.
Clang. Clang.
He didn't expect her to actually know martial arts, and her moves were fierce and precise, targeting his acupoints or vital points. Shin Xiangdong also took her seriously now. The two exchanged punches and kicks, fighting dozens of rounds in the blink of an eye. Dear readers, please add this to your favorites. Don't forget to vote after reading.
Wah.
No one expected that the brother and sister would actually start fighting. And surprisingly, Shin Xiangwan, who looked as thin as a bamboo stick and seemed powerless, fought back fiercely and didn't fall behind at all. At this moment, those who had previously harbored some nasty thoughts because of Shin Xiangyue's words quietly held back. The old madam and the second and third rooms, who had grudges against her, frowned tightly. To them, the higher her martial arts skill, the worse it was. Shin Xiangwan really knows martial arts. Shin Xiangyue was so angry that she bit her silver tooth, but her face still looked gentle, weak, pure, and kind.
Wan.
Second sister-in-law. Zhao Yuping and her daughter watched them anxiously, like ants on a hot pan, not noticing that Wei Qingyi, sitting in a wheelchair, had tensed his body and clenched his fists slowly.
Bang!
As time passed, their fight grew more intense. Shin Xiangdong threw a hard punch. Although Shen Wanwan immediately raised her hands to block, she was still forced to step back several meters. She clearly felt that her opponent seemed to use some different strength. Could it be internal power?
Ha!
The stronger the opponent, the more valuable it was to defeat her. Shen Wanwan's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, like a leopard ready to pounce, preparing to attack again. Have you had enough trouble? Just as they were about to clash again, Zhao Shan suddenly and fiercely interrupted them with a few guards. His fierce look was now tinged with a hint of hostility, making him look even more intimidating. Shin Wanwan, if there's a next time, I don't mind stepping in for my parents to teach you a lesson. Faced with the threat from the guards, Shin Xiangdong had no choice but to back down. No one knew that at that moment, he had even considered killing her. Just you? Shin Wanwan mocked, but she wasn't blindly arrogant. She was an 8th-level space ability user with very strong mental power. So, what if the opponent had internal power? She could also attack with her mind, and she was skilled in poison techniques. When her life was at risk, she wouldn't care about fairness. Most importantly, she had space magic, which allowed her to escape from any situation. Shin Xiangdong wanted to teach her a lesson? He was just dreaming. What they didn't know was that Wei Qingyi, who had been unconscious, had opened his eyes. If Shin Xiangdong dared to use killing moves, Wei Qingyi would not hesitate to take his life. The guards weren't there to rescue Shin Wanwan, but Shin Xiangdong. Humph. Without arguing, Shin Xiangdong turned and strode toward his parents and younger siblings. Everyone calm down. Once you're full, keep moving. Before leaving, Zhao Shan warned them fiercely again. Shin Wanwan shrugged indifferently. Zhao Yuping quickly hurried forward. Wanwan, are you alright? Second sister-in-law, how are you? Wei Ling also came over holding the little one. Wei Qinghe's eyes lit up as he said, "Second sister-in-law, you're amazing. Can you teach me?" As the eldest son of a military family, he naturally knew some fighting skills, but only a little. His grandfather, father, and older brother all died on the battlefield. His second brother also spent many years in the army. His mother forbade him from practicing martial arts, so he learned that small skill secretly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just watched his second sister-in-law be bullied like that.
Who can I teach you?
If you want to learn martial arts. Are you awake? Mid-sentence, Xiangwan suddenly crossed him and walked quickly to Wei Qinghe, her eyes showing clear disapproval. They were still within the emperor's territory, and there might be spies watching from the shadows. It was not wise to wake up now. But, thinking that he might have woken up because of her, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Please favorite, and save if you like it. Please vote for me. When her eyes met his, Wei Qinghe frowned and unexpectedly grabbed her small arm. Almost immediately, Xiangwan gasped in pain. It wasn't that he was too strong, but during the fight earlier, she seemed to be uninjured, yet she had actually hurt herself from repeated collisions. What's wrong? Wanwan, are you hurt? Before she could be happy that her son had woken up, Zhao Yuping quickly ran over after hearing her cry of pain. She grabbed her other hand and pulled up her sleeve without asking. This is... Her delicate arm was already swollen and red in patches. Zhao Yuping's eyes turned red with worry. Wei Qinghe was too cruel. Wanwan was his own sister.
It's okay, Mom.
Just apply some medicine at night when I rest. She retracted her hand and comforted her with a smile. It was only superficial injuries. If Wei Qinghe hadn't moved so suddenly earlier, she wouldn't have cried out in pain. Apply the medicine now. Before her mother could speak, Wei Qinghe said firmly. For some reason, he didn't want to see her hurt. Her whole body was covered in wounds. In this remote wilderness, how could she apply medicine? Xiangwan's mind went blank, and her muscles twitched involuntarily. But facing their intense gazes, she couldn't refuse. All right, Linger, please help me apply the medicine. After a moment, Xiangwan gave up and reluctantly took out 2 bottles of medicine from her bag, handing them to Wei Linger. This is alcohol and anti-inflammatory pain relief ointment. Spray the alcohol on the injured area first, then apply the ointment. Okay. Wei Linger took the alcohol and ointment, and she sat down beside her. Zhao Yuping wanted to help but was worried about her son. She looked at him anxiously and asked, Qinghe, are you okay? Thinking about what the palace doctors and imperial physicians had said, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. She was afraid that her son was just returning to health temporarily. The Wei family had already changed so much. She couldn't bear to lose her son. Yes, I'm fine for now. Seeing her mother, who seemed to have aged 10 years in just one day, Wei Qinghe felt uneasy too. But he couldn't tell them the truth. His mother was kind and innocent, with no scheming, and his younger siblings were still young. If the spies of the evil emperor discovered their plans, they might not all survive. Even now, his response was vague, not daring to be too certain.
Ugh.
Zhao Yuping couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. She quickly covered her mouth and hurriedly wiped her eyes. Mother, second brother is awake. Shouldn't we be happy? Hearing his brother's hint, Wei Qinghe stepped forward and hugged her. Yes, I know. Tearing up, Zhao Yuping nodded and tried to calm herself. The people watching from nearby had different expressions. The old madam and the members of the second and third households looked extremely upset, their faces terrible to see. The elders from the branch families also looked serious. Their resentment wouldn't disappear after just a few words from Xiangwan, but they were somewhat cautious around Wei Qinghe. From a young general to the mighty King Wei Yang, Wei Qinghe's influence still lingered. As for the Shin family, Shin Xiangdong was also badly hurt. They were busy tending to the injured siblings and cursing Shin Xiangwan. They had no time to pay attention to others. Dear readers, don't forget to click your little hands to add this book to your shelf. Please vote for it. Please, please vote. Rest time is over. Let's continue on our way.
Ah,
Soon, the guards began to urge everyone, and there was a chorus of groans. The short rest was far from enough for them, but under the threat of whips, they had no choice but to slowly get up. And Gur, come here. Seeing Xiangwan still wanting to hold the child to her arms, Wei Qingyi frowned and quickly waved to the little cub. Okay. He looked back at her and then at Xiangwan. And Gur ran over happily, and Wei Qingyi picked him up and placed him on his lap. I'll hold in Gur. You take care of yourself.
all right. Da.
Seeing this, Xiangwan didn't argue and was about to carry her bag. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed, and she turned her head to see a figure dressed in a luxurious robe riding at the front, leading dozens of guards approaching from afar. Xiangwan's expression darkened. He probably wasn't from the Dog Emperor's side, right? Wei Qingyi had just woken up.
Drive.
Dozens of horses sped forward quickly. The face of the leader became clearer, and many recognized who he was, including Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi. They both frowned at the same time, secretly wondering if he was passing by or acting on orders. The person was none other than the original story's male lead, the third prince, Li Yuntai. Compared to them, others seemed to have some hope, especially Xiangyue, who was so excited she almost lost control. No one knew better than her. Last time, Li Yuntai became emperor. If they could ask him for help, maybe they wouldn't be exiled.
Drive.
Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Li Yuntai rode straight past them without stopping.
Who?
Just as Xiangwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Li Yuntai at the front suddenly tightened his reins, and his guards stopped behind him. There's hope. Everyone's hearts lifted. On Shun's side, Shan was about to step forward to get closer, but people from the Wei family? Li Yuntai asked, but he was inquiring about the Wei family, not Shin's. Shan froze in place, his old face turning red with embarrassment. Yes, it's the Wei and Shin families. Your Highness, we humbly greet you. Long live the prince, long live the prince, long live the prince. Long live the prince, long live the prince, long live the prince. Recognizing his identity, Zhao Shan and a group of guards bowed cautiously. To those being exiled, they were like masters, often beaten, scolded, or even killed at will. But in front of Li Yuntai, they were just the lowest ants. A single finger from him could easily crush them. Long live the prince, long live the prince, long live the prince. With their lead, the Wei family and Shin family members also knelt down one after another, including Zhao Yuping and her son and daughter. The only ones not moving were Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi. One stood calmly, the other sat peacefully, as if they had noticed the other's actions. Ignoring the kneeling people, Li Yuntai held the reins in one hand and the whip in the other, looking proud. His gaze fixed sharply on Wei Qingyi, as if he was staring right at him. It seems he's coming for you. Xiangwan lowered her eyes and whispered softly. Zhao Yuping and her son and daughter, kneeling on the ground, felt a jolt in their hearts, worried something might happen again. Wei Qingyi, however, remained steady throughout, glancing at her sideways before raising his head and looking ahead. His whole body radiated a cold indifference, as if he was keeping everyone at a distance.
Go.
After what felt like a long time, Li Yuntai gently pressed his horse forward, slowly approaching them. I heard that your Qin poison has entered your heart, and you are nearing death. Yet I see you seem fine? His tone sounded gentle, but there was a hint of suspicion in his words. Cough, cough. Your Highness, thank you for your concern. I am temporarily fine. Wei Qingyi spoke while covering his mouth with a clenched fist, coughing faintly. His words were broken and uneven, as if he might pass out at any moment. Really? Li Yuntai dismounted, his eyes full of doubt. But he didn't press further. Instead, he said directly, I can ensure you and your family won't be exiled, as long as you agree to become my advisor. Everyone in the Wei family, both the main and branches, knew whether there was a conspiracy or a rebellion. Wei Qingyi had been on the battlefield with his father and brothers since he was 14. In just a few years, he achieved feats that other generals could never match, earning a great reputation. He was called the guardian of the new generation of the Tianqi dynasty. His abilities were unquestionable. Even after being poisoned and leaving the army for more than half a year, he still believed he held powerful cards. That was one reason his father couldn't tolerate him. If he could be used by the emperor, he would be like a tiger added to the army, and the crown prince's position would be within reach. Hearing this, everyone in the Wei family, both the main and branch lines, couldn't help but lift their heads, their eyes shining with admiration for Wei Qingyi. They wished they could nod and accept Li Yuntai's offer on his behalf. I am a dying person. There is nothing I can do to help your highness. Please allow me to refuse. Cough, cough. After speaking intermittently, Wei Qingyi suddenly coughed violently, blood seeping from his fingers. Husband, drink water quickly. Xiangwan shouted in alarm, took the water pouch, and brought it to his mouth. Then she looked up with a sad face and said, Your Highness, my husband is already like this. What more do you want? Are you really willing for him to die on the spot? That scoundrel, now he's pretending to be a loyal advisor. When he truly becomes emperor in the future, the first people to be killed will probably be them. Li Yuntai ignored her. Instead, he frowned and stared directly at Wei Qingyi, as if assessing whether he was truly near death, or perhaps angry that he had refused his invitation. Husband. Xiangwan suddenly acted like a drama queen, let out a strange cry, and forcibly pulled his hand to show everyone the bloodstains. Qingyi, second brother. Seeing him cough up blood again, Zhao Yuping and her son also forgot about Li Yuntai. They all stood up at the same time and rushed toward him.
Wow, wow.
Second uncle. The little one in his lap was frightened and immediately started crying loudly. The scene became chaotic. Wei Qingyi, who was pretending to cough blood, almost looked stunned, but he didn't show any signs of abnormality. He cooperated by letting Xiangwan wipe his hands and mouth, trying to act weak and fragile. Engur, go to auntie. He picked up the little one and handed him to Wei Linger. Xiangwan pulled Wei Qingyi's hand and exaggeratedly shouted, Husband, you absolutely cannot die.
What will I do if you die?
I don't want to be a young widow. Husband, you can't leave me. Wei Qingyi looked at her weakly, as if he was crying out in pain. He didn't even have tears in his eyes, and his acting was so exaggerated that no one could miss it. Shut up. Li Yuntai was annoyed by her shouting and suddenly felt a headache. He couldn't hold back and snapped at her.
Ugh.
Xiangwan looked as if she was frightened, swallowed the rest of her words, but she turned her back to him and winked mischievously at Wei Qingyi, looking very clever. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Qingyi almost burst out laughing but quickly covered his mouth and coughed again, pretending to be weak. Wei Qingyi, are you sure you want to refuse this palace? Without the annoying noise, Li Yuntai asked in a deep voice again. Yes, I am sure. He looked directly into his eyes without hiding and nodded slightly. Humph. Li Yuntai snorted coldly in displeasure, flicked a sleeve, and turned his horse around. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat quietly on his horse, gazing at him. After a moment, he said, I hope you will think carefully again. My residence is just ahead in Days County. You will probably stay at the inn nearby tonight. If you regret it, you can come to see me anytime. Then Li Yuntai tightened his reins, changed direction, and looked like he was about to whip his horse. Dear readers, don't forget to save a copy. Please vote for me. Please vote. Please vote. Your Highness. A sharp, sudden shout interrupted. Li Yuntai frowned slightly and looked toward the direction of the voice. Criminal officer. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Shin hurried over with his wife and children, kneeling respectfully to salute.
Oh.
Isn't this Chancellor Shin? He raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward with a faint, ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth. In the past, even if the other was the Emperor's beloved son, he wouldn't have dared to speak so casually to him.
But now...
Shin felt embarrassed and angry inside, yet he could only respectfully reply, Yes, I am the criminal officer. Did you stop Your Highness suddenly for something? A quick flicker of boredom crossed Li Yuntai's eyes. He sat upright, lowered his eyes, and looked down at them with a proud expression. Your Highness. Looking up at him, Shin Yishan bowed again, struggling to hide his discomfort as he said, I am wronged. I kindly ask your Highness to speak well of me before the Emperor and give me a chance to defend myself. I would be very grateful. After speaking, Shin Yishan knelt on the ground, showing a very humble attitude. The Shin family members behind him hurriedly followed, but each of them was uncertain. They had little interaction with Li Yuntai before. Even Shin Yishan, the chancellor, was somewhat proud in front of the princes. Back then, he had some reason to be proud. If he had known the Shin estate would fall so suddenly, he would have sided with a different prince. Now he was begging Li Yuntai like a dog. Wronged? Shin Yishan, do you think I am a fool? Li Yuntai not only refused to help, but also mocked him. You have formed factions and accepted bribes. The solid evidence was directly presented to the emperor's case. If it weren't for your years as chancellor, your contributions, and your hard work, do you think you would only be exiled? As a prince aiming for the throne, Li Yuntai had previously tried to win over Shin Yishan, but he didn't take him seriously. Relying on his power, he ignored him completely. Now that he's seeking his help, it's too late. Your Highness, please understand. My father has always been just and upright. He would never form factions or accept bribes. Someone is framing him. Hearing this, Shin Yishan's heart sank. Just as he was about to say more, Shin Xiangwan, kneeling behind him, suddenly straightened up. She lifted her head slightly, showing her long neck, tears in her eyes, looking pitifully at Li Yuntai. The Shin family had carefully raised her for over 10 years. With her past experiences, she knew exactly how to appeal to a man's protective instincts. Her current look was undoubtedly the most tempting to a man's desire to protect. But unfortunately, she seemed to have overlooked one thing. She was no longer the Shin family's daughter. As a prince, Li Yuntai had seen many beauties. He wouldn't be fooled by such small tricks.
Ha!
He cast a cold glance at her and sneered, Shin Yishan, control your daughter. Your Highness. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Shin Xiangyue's delicate face turned pale, and her kneeling figure wavered slightly.
Why?
Why was it like this? She asked herself. She wasn't inferior to Shin Xiangwan in any way. Why did the third prince in her past life marry Shin Xiangwan and make her the empress, yet treat her so cruelly? It proved that rebirth didn't make her smarter. It only gave her more life experience. But not all of that experience was useful. As a prince aiming for the throne, Li Yuntai wouldn't be a love-struck fool. Without enough background or powerful backing, how could he look her way? Shin Xiangyue had overthought everything. It's the fault of the officials for not properly educating my daughter. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Being publicly accused of poor family discipline made Shin Yishan feel embarrassed and angry. But Li Yuntai was undoubtedly his only hope now, and he didn't want to give up. Whether you're innocent or not, you should know better than I do, Shin Yishan. Be careful. Without giving him a chance to speak further, Li Yuntai interrupted sharply and whipped his horse to ride away quickly. Your Highness. Shin Yishan knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, but Li Yuntai didn't stop. Leading dozens of guards, he disappeared into the distance. The light in the Shin family's eyes faded completely. TSK. What a tragic heroine. Seeing Shin Xiangyue deeply upset, Shin Xiangwan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Thanks to her, the original destined couple could only part ways. Hee. Shouldn't she upgrade from a minor character to a wicked female antagonist? Isn't that great? What she didn't notice was Wei Qingyi staring steadily at her profile. Deep within his eyes, there seemed to be a hidden emotion, something called joy, that even he wasn't fully aware of. If she hadn't cooperated just at the right moment earlier, Li Yuntai definitely wouldn't have given up so easily. Whether it was Li Yuntai's recruitment or the humble pleas from the Shin family, it was all just a small interruption for them. Under the urging of the guards, the Exiled team moved again. These people had lived comfortably for many years, each more delicate than the last. Especially the women kept in seclusion, who rarely left their homes. Walking so many miles had already pushed them beyond their limits. But no matter how much they begged or complained about being tired, the guards refused to let them rest again. Until late in the evening, when the sky was completely dark, the team of hundreds finally reached the day's county inn. By then, everyone was exhausted, almost falling apart. But resting was not so simple. Everyone be quiet. Anyone who tries to escape, I'll break their leg. At the inn, the guards untied their ropes one by one. Zhao Shan stood at the front, warning fiercely. Only after confirming they understood did he continue. If you want a private room or a good meal, you can ask the inn officials. As long as you have money, you can get anything. Those unwilling to spend money can sleep outside or stay in the firewood room. Also, it seems you don't like the flatbread we give out. From now on, we won't hand them out one by one. If you want some, come and get them yourself. According to the rules, exiles were not allowed to have private rooms, but rules are made for humans. As long as they were willing to pay, they could choose any room they liked. This was also one of the main ways the inn made money. Can they get private rooms? Hearing this, many people smiled in relief. At least they could sleep well tonight, right? Master Guard, how much does a private room cost? Some clever people caught the key point. Given their current situation, the price was probably high. It was better to ask clearly. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but quietly listen. They had just been exiled and hadn't truly suffered yet. They had some money in hand, and if possible, they wanted to rent a private room. A room costs 30 taels of silver, regardless of how many people stay. Zhao Shan didn't reply. The station officer smiled and rubbed his hands.
What?
30 taels? Why not just rob? Everyone stared in disbelief. 30 taels? Their rooms must be decorated with gold and silver. Official, 30 taels is too much. Can it be less? After a brief silence, someone asked cautiously. They all had some money, but most of them were with their families. Today was only the first day, and they had already spent all their money. What would they do next? Even if most didn't understand money well, they knew they had to save it, or they might die on the way to exile. Too expensive? The barn is free. You can take it if you want. After saying this, the station officer turned to leave, acting very proud. They knew very well that these people had just been exiled and had money, but couldn't endure hardship. Now was the best time to take advantage. The station suddenly fell silent. Many couldn't help but tear up, not from sadness, but from anger. Before exile, they were all children of powerful families. No one had ever mocked or looked down on them like this. But circumstances were tough. In less than a day, the guards had already taught them how to bow their heads and swallow their pride.
Wait.
Ignoring the others, Xiangwan stopped the station officer. She walked up to him, took out a silver note for 200 taels, and handed it over. I want 2 rooms. Can I choose the upstairs? She had plenty of money. 30 taels or 3 wouldn't matter to her. Instead of staying here and listening to their arguments, she preferred to find a quiet room to rest. She was tired after a whole day. Dear readers, don't forget to add this to your bookshelf. After reading, please leave a vote to support.
Moi.
Here you go, this is 40 taels for you. After verifying the silver note, the station officer smiled and handed her 4 10-tael silver notes. Is there a bathtub in the room? Please fill a few buckets with hot water. We need to wash up. Xiangwan only took 3 silver notes. The remaining one was for hot water.
All right.
Since you're so quick, I'll have someone bring a bathtub to your room. The hot water is included. Seeing this, the station officer's face almost broke into a smile. He liked people who were straightforward and didn't beat around the bush.
Thank you.
Nodding, Xiangwan turned to Zhao Yuping and the others, leading them upstairs. The station was large but simply built, just a normal 2-story courtyard house. In this era, there were no earthquake-resistant or soundproof facilities, so the upstairs was definitely quieter than downstairs. I also want 2 rooms. I need 3 rooms. I'll take 2 too. We want 5 rooms. With her leading the way, the others no longer hesitated. Who knew if the station officials would give them a hard time again? And if they didn't rent rooms, Would they really have to squeeze into a firewood shed or sleep outside? They couldn't bear such hardship. Cheng-hee, you, and Cheng-yi can share a room. Mom, Linger, and the kids will squeeze together. Shin Xiangwan chose the two innermost rooms upstairs. Having looted the government estate and the palace, and taken all the valuables from the royal residence, she had plenty of money. Her decision to only rent 2 rooms was purely for safety reasons. Wei Qingyi and his brother were fine, but Zhao Yuping and her daughter were weak women with no strength, plus they had a little child. Who knew what might happen late at night? And Days County was still within the imperial city. Wei Qingyi had woken up early because of her, and maybe someone had already reported this to the emperor. Who knew if he might suddenly change his mind and send someone to assassinate them? Whether she was overthinking or not, it was always better to be cautious when outside. Okay. The others agreed in unison. The little one ran over to Shin Xiangwan, pulling at her clothes pitifully. Auntie, hungry, want milk. He also rubbed his little belly as he spoke. We're about to eat. Can you wait a little longer to drink milk? She bent down, gently pinching his tiny nose, speaking softly. She was incredibly patient with children, especially such a cute and sensible one.
Okay.
The little one immediately looked disappointed, making Shin Xiangwan smile secretly. She magically produced a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Eat this first. You'll fill your stomach. We'll eat soon.
Okay.
With the lollipop in his mouth, the little one finally smiled. Little foodie. Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but ruffle his hair and smiled. I'm going to the kitchen to get some food. You guys rest for a bit. Don't blame her for being cautious. Given their current situation, she preferred to handle food matters herself. Second sister-in-law, I will go with you. Wei Linger was about to stand up, but Shin Xiangwan quickly stopped her. It's fine if I go alone. You stay here and watch Nger. Don't let him run around.
All right.
Hearing this, Wei Linger could only give up. Wei Qingyi, sitting in a wheelchair, turned and said, I'll go with you. Stop causing trouble, just stay put. She glared at him irritably, then turned and strode away. He wanted to say that he would go back to his own room with her. Watching her figure disappear, Wei Qingyi felt speechless. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, his eyes were filled with a faint sense of helplessness and affection. Zhao Yuping, who was watching everything closely, couldn't help but secretly smile. She never dreamed that in her lifetime, she would see her unfortunate second son find a girl he liked, especially one so outstanding. Please favorite and save if you like it. Please vote for me. In less than 20 minutes, all the rooms upstairs and downstairs were full of people, and the kitchen at the inn was busy as well. It was clear someone had paid extra for special meals. However, only the main family members could afford to rent rooms and order food. The concubines and children of lesser status couldn't enjoy such treatment. They could only sleep outside or stay in the woodpile, eating hard cornbread that was tougher than stone. When Shin Xiangwan went downstairs, she immediately attracted many glances. Whether from the Shin family or Wei family, everyone seemed to have their eyes on her. Big sister. Second sister-in-law. The children of various families rushed forward. Shin Xiangwan paused her steps. If you don't want to die, stay away from me, or else. She didn't finish her words, but her eyes turned icy, her whole body radiating a deadly aura. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and froze in place, unable to take another step. Little sister. Just then, Shen Xiangyue came out of her room and instinctively froze. She quickly put on a gentle, friendly face. Before she could approach, Shen Xiangwan forced a smile and pulled her lips into a faint smile, then walked straight toward the official at the inn. She paid 10 taels of silver to buy some ingredients and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner herself. How dare she ignore her existence? Shin Xiangyue's beautiful smile froze on her face, unable to control her expression anymore. Her eyes were filled with deep resentment and murderous intent. Shin Xiangwan, you should die. When Shin Xiangwan returned carrying a large wooden tray, she saw that the room of brothers Wei Qingyi was crowded with people. There was the old lady and her 2 sons, along with about 10 other men of similar age, likely members of the extended family. Zhao Yuping, her son, and the young child were all squeezed into a corner, their eyes red with anger and worry as they watched the scene. Wait, Qingyi, you must promise the third prince. This is what you owe us, someone demanded. The old lady didn't even look at Xiangwan. She shouted loudly at Wei Qingyi. Although only a day had passed, she had suffered enough from her exile. Now that she had a chance to avoid further exile, she was determined not to let it go.
Clang.
Xiangwan threw the tray onto the table and angrily said, "Nonsense. When has my husband ever owed you anything? If it weren't for my husband fighting on the battlefield all those years, how could you stay safe and comfortable in the imperial city? Also, let me remind you, Sun Shi and you, Wei Jingwan and Wei Jinghong, you've all been expelled from the family." She knew why they came here. They didn't want to be exiled again. Xiangwan sneered. Why should they avoid exile, and why should Wei Qingyi be the one to pay for it? Moreover, they were falsely accused and exiled by the emperor himself. Even if they weren't exiled anymore, they couldn't return to the palace to live a life of luxury and indulgence. Most importantly, the third prince didn't seem much better than his father. If he truly ascended the throne, he might be the first to eliminate them. If they couldn't see through such a simple matter, weren't their minds full of nonsense? You. Wei Qingyi, are you just going to let this shameless woman insult your grandmother like that? The old lady's face twisted with anger. She pointed trembling fingers at Xiangwan but couldn't come up with a reason. In the end, she could only shout at Wei Qingyi, who seemed easier to control. I was so focused on writing that I almost forgot to update. Hehe. If you like it, please save a copy. After reading, remember to vote to support this silly author.
Moi?
She slowly put down her teacup. Wei Qingyi adjusted his clothes and said indifferently, "Do they really think I don't know what they've been doing during the day? Even if Xiangwan doesn't come back at night, I won't let them continue to act recklessly. You, Wei Qingyi, I am your grandmother for one day, and I will be forever. Don't use the family tree to argue. I won't acknowledge it." Seeing this, the old lady directly started to make a fuss. "If you don't listen to me, you're unfilial. I can report you to the authorities." "Then why don't you go now?" With a lazy roll of her eyes, Xiangwan was too tired to bother with her and looked at the others. "What else do you want to say? If it's the same thing, don't bother speaking. We will never accept the third prince's offer." The group immediately became angry, frowning and glaring. One old man with white hair said, "Qingyi, I am an old man, and I can't bear the suffering of exile. Please, we're begging you. Yes, Qingyi, we really can't take it anymore. Please agree to the third prince's offer. If it weren't for your family, our branch wouldn't have been exiled. Are you really going to watch us all die on the way to exile?"
Qingyi.
Led by him, the others spoke one after another. They seemed to be begging, but in fact, they were pressuring him. In the past, would the branch family dare to speak to the head like this? Deep down, they still resented him and no longer held the same respect as before. There's no need to say more. If you want to serve the third prince, go ahead. I won't change my decision. His voice, infused with a little internal power, was steady and firm, like a drum pounding loudly in their ears. The noisy room suddenly fell silent. Wei Qingyi. TSK. So, you think I've given you face?
Get out. Ban.
After a brief silence, Wei Jingwan stepped forward again. Xiangwan snorted impatiently, then kicked him in the stomach. His tall body instantly staggered backward, and with a pig-like squeal, Wei Jingwan fell outside the door, crying out in pain.
Jingwan.
Second brother. The old lady and Wei Jinghong quickly ran out, one after the other. Seeing this, the branch family members instinctively took 2 steps back. They were still afraid of Xiangwan's violence. "What? Do you need me to personally you out?" Noticing their reactions, Xiangwan coldly glared, deliberately emphasizing the word, with a heavy tone, making it sound very meaningful.
No.
"We're leaving now, right now." Everyone hurriedly waved their hands, afraid to delay. As they left, they couldn't help but look at Wei Qingyi, hoping he would change his mind. But they were doomed to be disappointed. Throughout, Wei Qingyi's attention was never on them. "Hurry up and go." Xiangwan suddenly shouted loudly, and everyone no longer hesitated. They scattered quickly like frightened birds. You're all so free, yet you let them talk on and on. After sending the others away, Xiangwan began setting the food. To save time, she cooked a pot of lamb porridge, made some egg pancakes, and prepared 2 small side dishes. Second sister-in-law, I'll help you. Putting down the child, Wei Linger ran over to help. They just arrived, Wei Qingyi casually explained, gently placing his little nephew on a chair. Really? Xiangwan responded indifferently and sat down, saying, Eat quickly. I'm so hungry I feel like my front is sticking to my back. Yes. The family sat quietly around the table to eat. After they finished, the station staff brought the bath buckets and hot water they requested. Having traveled all day, they were covered in sweat and body odor. Even if they couldn't enjoy a fragrant bath like usual, just washing up was a good thing, wasn't it? Dear friends, don't forget to add this to your bookshelf. Please vote for me. Votes, votes, please. Deep into the night, everything was silent. Xiangwan, who should have been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Upon closer look, her eyes didn't show the confusion of waking up but sparkled brightly, full of life. Time to go out and move around. After confirming that Zhao Yuping and her daughter were deeply asleep, Xiangwan snorted softly, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. Her tall, slender figure instantly disappeared from the room. The aura disappeared? Next door, Wei Qingyi, sitting cross-legged and practicing his energy, immediately sensed something was wrong. His tall figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was standing in the next room. He didn't see Xiangwan's figure. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the window, trying to find her trace. Before the Exile team passed by the prince's residence, Xiangwan had already remembered the location. After entering the space, she didn't hesitate. She used her fastest teleportation to go there. The place is quite big. Li Yuntai's side courtyard is very large. In just a few breaths, Xiangwan was already standing on the wall. She briefly looked at the layout inside, then her figure disappeared into the darkness again. Your Highness, it seems Wei Qingyi won't come. In the study, Li Yuntai was not asleep, but discussing matters with his advisors. One suddenly mentioned Wei Qingyi, and Li Yuntai's face darkened. Since he can't be used by me, then destroy him. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would never let Wei Qingyi become an ally of other brothers. Are you planning to secretly kill him, Your Highness? A advisor with a goat beard asked with a frown. Li Yuntai nodded faintly, then picked up some tea from the desk and took a sip. Your Highness, you shouldn't do that. The advisor blurted out without thinking, then quickly explained, Wei Qingyi is someone the Emperor fears. Even if he has been exiled, the Emperor would still secretly watch him. Today, Your Highness's reckless attempt to recruit him might have already reached the Emperor's ears. If you send someone to kill him now, the Emperor might shift his attention to you. Then no matter what we do, we will be limited. Please think carefully. According to your opinion, should I just give up on this? Li Yuntai frowned with displeasure. He knew others wanted to recruit Wei Qingyi too. What if one day he was moved by someone else? Keeping Wei Qingyi around was always a danger. Please stay calm, Your Highness. The advisor stood up and bowed. Don't forget, the imperial doctors already said he won't live past 7 days. Even if he survives, the Emperor's people are watching him. The Emperor definitely won't allow him to reach Chinjjo alive. We don't need to do anything, just wait. Hearing this, Li Yuntai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked down and pondered. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Then he finally said, Let's do it this way. Long live your wisdom, Your Highness. More than 10 advisors stood up in unison. They're all hoping Wei Qingyi will die, right? Inside the space, Xiangwan sneered and curled her lips. She temporarily gave up raiding the study and went to look for the storeroom. Along the way, whatever had any value, she took without hesitation, putting everything into her space. No exaggeration to say she was picking at the bones. Please favorite and save if you like it. Votes are appreciated. The night is undoubtedly the best cover. Even though Xiangwan has stripped many places bare, no one has noticed anything unusual for now. The manor of Li Yuntai here is likely a very important asset, made up of the main hall and east and west side courtyards. It covers a large area, with 6 big warehouses filled with gold, silver, jewelry, grains, and vegetables. 2 underground warehouses are packed with many large, heavy boxes. It looks very sturdy. What the heck, is that dog planning to rebel? Xiangwan opens one of the boxes, revealing sharp weapons inside. She smirks mischievously, raises her hand, and all the boxes in the warehouse are stored away into her space. After quickly looting the main warehouses, Xiangwan visits each small storage room, kitchen, medicine room, and all places that store supplies in the courtyards. When she returns to the study, Li Yuntai and the others are gone. Like the study in the mansion, there are hidden compartments and secret rooms here, filled with boxes of gold bars, silver ingots, and many silver notes. All mine now. Things bought with no money down can really become addictive. Xiangwan keeps collecting everything, including furniture and decorations, leaving the study completely cleaned out. Next, she moves to the main courtyard. Using her space extension, she directly enters Li Yuntai's room. To avoid alerting the guards outside, she carefully suppresses her presence after leaving the space. With a flick of her finger, an invisible powder disperses into the air. Soon, Li Yuntai, who is already asleep, falls into a deep sleep. Planning to assassinate Wei Qingyi, huh? Xiangwan stands by the bed, looking at Li Yuntai in the moonlight. She pinches his cheeks, forcing him to open his mouth, then pours a bottle of potion into him. Enjoy it, third prince. This potion was something she created in her past life to vent her anger for her best friend. It can greatly stimulate a man's desire, but his little brother will never stand up again. Instead, he can only submit to other men to relieve himself, perfect for dealing with scumbags. The noble third prince, known for his good looks and his preference for men, will surely become the laughingstock across the entire imperial city. Unfortunately, she will never get to see it happen herself. She gazes at him deeply one last time, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Her figure gradually disappears from the room. After leaving the courtyard, Xiangwan did not go directly back to the inn but stayed in the space. She had walked so much during the day that she developed several blisters on her feet. Plus, she had a fight with Xiangdong, that troublesome guy. Even after applying medicine, her whole body still hurt badly. She planned to take a bath in the space using spiritual well water to ease her pain and exhaustion before going out again. In the space, there were mountains, rivers, large areas of land, and a villa with front and backyards. This villa was built by her using a construction robot in her past life. As Xiangwan appeared in the villa yard, 2 large black and white pandas rushed over one after the other. Stop, I can't handle your weight right now. Seeing this, Xiangwan quickly reached out to hold their paws. They were named Yuan and Gun, 2 adult pandas. By the 28th century, humans had made great breakthroughs in many areas. Many endangered animals and plants had been revived through artificial intervention. For example, pandas, once rare and considered national treasures, had become more common again. As long as one could provide enough financial proof and agree to annual checks at the panda breeding base to ensure they wouldn't be harmed, anyone could adopt a panda as a pet. Gun was a birthday gift she received when she was 20, and Yuan was her best friend's pet, usually kept in her space. Now, both had traveled with her. Don't forget to add this book to your shelf so you won't get lost. If you like it, please remember to support with votes. Thank you. The 2 pandas, seemingly unhappy with her rejection, tried to break free and give her a bear hug. Xiangwan had no choice. She casually pulled out 2 large apples and stuffed them into their mouths. With food in their mouths, Yuan and Gun stopped bothering her and sat on the ground, holding the apples with their paws and nibbling slowly. Master. At the same time, a handsome man with a tall, elegant figure approached and bowed politely in front of her. Number 1, long time no see. She greeted him with a smile. Number 1 was not a human, but an artificial intelligence robot. Thanks to advanced science and technology, he looked almost like a real person. If looked at carefully, one could still see the difference. He was her butler, responsible for managing affairs in the space. Additionally, there are characters numbered 2 to 10 in the space. Number 2 is responsible for caring for Yuan and feeding the poultry inside the space. Numbers 3 to 10 are her assistants, helping her with medical research. Usually, only 1 and 2 are active outside, while 3 to 10 are in hibernation. Would you like to eat, Master? Number 1 also chuckled, acting just like a real person. No, I'll just take a bath and go out. She waved her hand, and Xiangwan strode into the villa. The villa has 4 floors. The ground floor includes the living room, dining room, kitchen, and 4 bedrooms. One is reserved for number 1. The rest are used as storage. The second floor has 6 rooms, including the master bedroom, guest bedroom, and a walk-in closet. In her past life, her close friends often visited with their husbands and children. The third and fourth floors are her research labs, equipped with various research tools, medicines, and even a medical pod she bought at a high price. Below the villa, there is a huge warehouse. As a space ability user, her biggest hobbies are research and hoarding. She likes to stockpile all kinds of items. Back in the master bedroom on the second floor, Xiangwan did not drink the spiritual well water. Although it helps her recover quickly, its effects are too obvious and could reveal her identity. Soaking in a bathtub filled with spiritual well water, Xiangwan let out a comfortable moan. Her body's soreness gradually eased. About an hour later, she got out of the water. Thanks to the spiritual well water, all her bruises and purple marks disappeared, and her fatigue and soreness vanished. She felt completely revitalized. Shopping with 0 cost was exhausting, and Xiangwan felt a bit hungry. She took a box of yogurt from the fridge. Just as she was about to close the fridge, she noticed the yogurt she took had mysteriously regenerated. Could it be that after crossing over, the space gained some incredible new function? Muttering to herself, Xiangwan took out a few more items. Unsurprisingly, they soon regenerated as well.
What?
Is this some kind of trouble? Her fridge items could regenerate? What about things elsewhere? To test her theory, Xiangwan quickly teleported inside the space, moving things around repeatedly. This was truly of luck. About half an hour later, Xiangwan concluded that, apart from Gun and number 1, everything within the villa, including the front and back gardens and underground storage, would automatically replenish after being used or moved. Even with her extensive knowledge, her heart couldn't help but race at this moment. Meanwhile, the relay station, where did it go? In the quiet late night, everyone was deeply asleep. In the innermost room on the second floor, Wei Qingyi leaned lazily by the window, indifferent as he looked out at the night. Although he immediately followed Xiangwan when her breath disappeared earlier, he searched around but couldn't find her. To avoid alerting the hidden watchers, he had to come back. As time slowly passed and Xiangwan still hadn't returned, his expression remained calm, but inside, he was somewhat anxious and worried. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the door. Wei Qingyi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at the door. As a martial artist, he could see in the dark, and almost instantly, he saw what was happening. Someone was carefully opening the door latch with a dagger through The person's breath was well-controlled, clearly a martial arts master. Wei Qingyi's eyes darkened. He had already guessed who was coming. Please favorite, and save if you like it. Don't forget to vote. Please vote, please vote, please vote.
Clang.
Soon after, the latch clicked open. The person did not move immediately, but held their breath carefully. Once sure no one was alerted, they slowly pushed the door open. By then, Wei Qingyi was already lying down, breathing steadily, showing he was asleep. There was more than one person. They were tall, dressed in night clothes, with black masks covering their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. In the blink of an eye, they silently approached the bed. After watching him for a moment, one of them reached out and placed a hand on Wei Qingyi's wrist. How is he? Another person used a secret voice transmission to ask with a frown. The poison has penetrated deep into his lungs. Without the precious antidote, he could die at any moment. Shaking their head in response to his gaze, the person checking Wei Qingyi's pulse withdrew their hand. Understood. The questioner looked down at Wei Qingyi with an ambiguous expression and nodded. Suddenly, they drew their sword and aimed it at his chest, stabbing downward.
Clang.
The sound of metal clashing as soldiers fought echoed loudly. At some point, Wei Qingyi had already opened his eyes. He was holding a short sword, blocking the attack from the opponent. "You were pretending all along," the man's rough voice sounded, like a broken drum. He twisted his wrist and stabbed again.
Clang.
Wei Qingyi deflected the attack again. He pushed with his palm, forcing the enemy back. Then he jumped onto the bed and opened the window, flying out.
Chase.
Several men in black quickly followed. Throughout, Wei Qingyi was sleeping deeply, showing no sign of waking up. Clang, clang, clang. After leaving the inn's area, Wei Qingyi no longer held back. He fought fiercely with them, fighting 5 against 1, and he was not at a disadvantage. Prince. Soon, led by Qing, more than 10 people jumped into the fight, wielding sharp blades. Not good, retreat. They had been evenly matched with Wei Qingyi before, but with Qing and others joining, they quickly fell behind. The leader of the black-clad men hesitated, trying to escape. Leave one alive, yes. Wei Qingyi was not someone easy to deal with. He spun his wrist, sending a flurry of sword flashes that blocked all their escape routes. Qing and the guards rushed forward together. The black-clad men were under great pressure, and soon got injured.
Ah!
With a sharp cry, one of the black-clad men's arms was cut off at the shoulder by Wei Qingyi. The leader of the black-clad men cursed softly. He stopped defending and tried to attack fiercely, trying to break through and make a bloody escape. But not only Wei Qingyi, Qing and the others were skilled fighters. They had strong martial skills and rich battlefield experience. From start to finish, they sealed all escape routes, leaving no way out.
Bang! Ah!
They tried to escape, while the others fought hard to kill. The battle became more intense. Soon, Wei Qingyi raised his sword with one hand and threw a short dagger with the other, piercing another black-clad man's chest instantly.
Bang! Kill.
The tall body fell to the ground, eyes wide with death. The remaining few froze in surprise. Seizing this moment of distraction, Qing and the others rushed forward.
Ah!
Several sharp swords pierced into the chests of the black-clad men almost at the same time.
Clash.
As Qing and others drew their swords, blood splattered, and the black-clad men fell one after another. Each of them widened their eyes, still filled with fear and regret.
You
all. The last surviving black-clad man with the broken arm was terrified. Just as he prepared to fight back, Wei Qingyi snapped his fingers, sealing his acupoints from a distance. Our guards were not careful enough. Please, Your Highness, punish us. Seeing this, Qing led the guards to kneel on one knee. They had left the imperial city not long ago and noticed someone secretly watching the prince. To avoid alarming others and ruining the prince's plans, they dared not get too close. That's why they arrived late. Get up. You did well. Wei Qingyi sheathed his sword and was about to say something when his gaze suddenly shifted past them to the night sky, his handsome brows furrowing.
Princess.
In the darkness, a slender figure slowly approached. Qing, who had already stood up, quickly knelt again with the guards. Yes, the person was none other than Shin Xiangwan. Earlier, when she was returning to the relay station through the extended space, she accidentally saw that the windows of Wei Qingyi's and Wei Qinghe's rooms were open. When she entered, she found that Wei Qingyi was gone. Only Wei Qinghe was sleeping in bed. The door latch also showed some scratches. Realizing something might have gone wrong, she felt uneasy and came to check. Someone from the emperor's men? Shin Xiangwan gestured for Qing and the others to hold back. She slowly approached Wei Qingyi, her gaze passing over the scattered corpses on the ground. Her deep, beautiful face was covered with a faint layer of cold frost. That it should be. Wei Qingyi wanted to ask her where she had been earlier and why she had come, but after staring at her for a long time, he said nothing. Instead, he turned to look at the bodies on the ground, following her gaze. Should be? She turned to look at him, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Her eyes caught sight of the severed arm black-clad man nearby. Without hesitation, she walked over to him and said, "This is for interrogation, right?" It sounded like a question, but her tone was assertive.
Yeah.
Wei Qingyi didn't deny it. He stepped beside her with a slight movement of his toes. Interrogation is so bloody. Should we be a bit gentler? She raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on her lips. She took a small vial from her sleeve, and with a look of surprise in the other's eyes, she quickly inserted it into his neck's vein, pushing the liquid inside.
Ugh.
Not knowing what it was, the man in black became even more frightened. Even with his acupoint sealed, his tall body trembled slightly. Poison? Ignoring him, Wei Qingyi calmly looked at the syringe she was about to put away. Good stuff. She put away the syringe, then raised a finger and shook it, then made a gesture to the man in black. Well, that's enough. Unseal his mute point. The injection she gave him was not poison, but a gene medicine developed by 28th century medical researchers using hypnotic abilities. After many improvements, it worked very well, almost instantly showing effects and allowing him to speak freely. She then looked again at the man in black, who had stopped struggling. His fear in his eyes turned into a blank stare, as if he had become dull. Qingying and others were very shocked. Wei Qingyi frowned slightly, barely noticeable, and snapped his fingers to unseal the man's mute point. Don't forget to add this book to your bookshelf, and please vote for it. Thank you. Who are you? What's your name? Seeing this, Xiangwan casually asked. I am a dragon shadow guard. Code, name Chongba. Faced with everyone's disbelief, the man in black answered her monotonously. This. If they were just shocked before, now they were truly frightened. Qingying and others all opened their mouths in disbelief, and even Wei Qingyi couldn't help but glance sideways. She gave them a faint sideways look but ignored them, continuing to ask in a serious tone. Dragon Shadow Guard? The Shadow Guards of the Emperor? What is your purpose? Why did you appear at the station? Yes, the Emperor ordered us to monitor Wei Qingyi, to confirm his death before returning to report. If he shows any signs of abnormality, he must be killed immediately. The imperial doctors have already determined he won't survive more than 7 days and won't wake up again. But he suddenly woke up during the day, and the leader was worried, suspecting he might be pretending to be poisoned. That's why we came to the station at night to verify the truth. Besides you, is there anyone else monitoring Wei Qingyi? The Dragon Shadow Guard is only us. In other words, others are not sure? Xiangwan frowned. Given the Emperor's unpredictable nature, she had reason to suspect that there might be spies among the guards, the Shin family, or even the Wei family. How do the Dragon Shadow Guards communicate with each other? This time, the question was not about Xiangwan but about Wei Qingyi. The Emperor had long secretly sent people to monitor him. Knowing this, asking again wouldn't change much. Now that they had killed the spies from Longying Guard, they needed to delay the Emperor's discovery as long as possible. As long as they safely reached Chinjjo, it wouldn't be easy for the Emperor to order their death. We communicate using specially trained bluebirds, the black-clad man said, pulling out a small sachet and handing it to him. Each Longying Guard carries a different scented sachet. The smell inside is undetectable to ordinary people. Only trained bluebirds can smell it, allowing them to pass messages accurately to the right guards. Really? Wei Qingyi took the sachet, his eyes darkening. Luckily, he asked, or they might have casually disposed of the bodies, which could have alerted the Emperor and caused more people to come after them. Let me see. Xiangwan took the sachet and sniffed it. She then opened it and examined the contents carefully. It really has no smell. It's not made of perfume, but some wooden blocks soaked in a special potion. If she had time, she could use her tools to analyze the potion's ingredients and recreate it. Wei Qingyi nodded and handed the sachet to Qingying. When handling the bodies, don't forget to take the sachets. You don't need to destroy them, keep them with you. If you receive any orders from the emperor, try to fool him. Do whatever you can to buy us more time to reach Chinjjo. Chinjjo is located west of the Tianqi dynasty, nearly 3,000 miles from the imperial city. It's a border prefecture. Wei Qingyi was reborn a bit late and couldn't change his doomed exile. So, after rebirth, his first move was to gather the guards in the army and some secret forces within the prince's estate. He left only Qingying and a few others to protect him, while the rest were sent to deploy in Chinjjo. Their only option now was to hurry there as fast as possible. Yes, Qingying respectfully took the sachet and bowed. "Let's go back," Wei Qingyi said. There was nothing more to ask. He turned to look at Xiangwan. "All right," she agreed. Both of them turned away at the same time. As for the black-clad man and the bodies, Qingying and the others would handle them. When the two of them walked back to the inn, Xiangwan suddenly remembered that the inn's door was tightly shut. The only open window she could use to enter or leave was the one in Wei Qingyi's room. She couldn't explain how she had gone out, nor could she fly across rooftops like Wei Qingyi and his brother, directly jumping back through the window. Sorry for the trouble." Just as Xiangwan was about to say something, Wei Qingyi suddenly lifted her in his arms. Before she could react, he tiptoed and, with a quick push, they both floated up and instantly appeared in their room on the second floor. She reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck, and a line of black humor appeared on her forehead. "Where did you go earlier?" While she was speechless, Wei Qingyi carried her back to their room and, after setting her down, asked in a deep voice. Xiangwan quickly looked up, then awkwardly said, "I just went to the bathroom." How did he know she wasn't in the room earlier? She wasn't sure when he had realized it, so she felt a bit unsure and avoided eye contact with him. "To the bathroom?" He raised an eyebrow and moved a little closer. "Who would spend nearly 2 hours just going to the bathroom?" "Yes, to the bathroom. Otherwise, tell me, where would I go in the middle of the night if I wasn't in my room?" Under a lot of pressure, Xiangwan decided to be stubborn. She had indeed gone to the bathroom. She didn't care if he believed her or not. Still a little mischievous. Wei Qingyi's lips curled slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of helplessness. With such a wife, he could only accept it. "By the way, how did you know I wasn't in my room earlier?" He tiptoed over to pour himself a glass of cold tea and asked quietly. "I suddenly felt your aura disappear, so I came to check." He sat down across from her and didn't hide anything or continue questioning. He knew she had secrets and had no intention of probing into them. Everyone has their own little secrets, including him. He was just reminding her to be careful not to reveal her secrets to others. She paused her tea drinking, thinking, that's too much for a martial arts master to notice. "It's almost midnight. Let's sleep a bit longer." After confirming she understood his hint, Wei Qingyi didn't stay any longer. As he was about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Wan, do you want to learn martial arts?" Xiangwan instinctively looked up, then immediately leaned in front of him. "Are you willing to teach me?" Only by becoming a member of the martial arts world can she learn how to avoid their keen senses. Her secret must never be exposed. This is the Taishan heart technique, the highest level of internal skill. You should familiarize yourself with it first. I will teach you how to use it another day. Seeing her eagerness, Wei Qingyi smiled gently and took out an old, yellowed booklet to give her. But, Wan? Xiangwan didn't reach out immediately. Instead, she stared at him intently. Wei Qingyi couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Cough, cough. Snapping back to reality, Xiangwan lightly coughed and then raised her head, deliberately scowling. "I'm telling you, your looks are not very kind to the heart." His smile just now almost took her life. So charming. It made her almost do something foolish. Wei Qingyi's forehead darkened, and his ears turned slightly red. Is she still a woman? How can she praise a man so straightforwardly? If Xiangwan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely show him what true honesty looks like. Then they argued back and forth for a while before Wei Qingyi left to return to his room. Xiangwan wasn't in a hurry to look at the Taishan heart technique. As long as she confirmed she didn't disturb Zhao Yuping and her daughter, She lay down on the long bench-turned bed, repeatedly thinking about what happened after her crossing. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. Thank you all for your support. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Ding ding ding.
Get up.
Everyone get up. The next morning, just before dawn, the guards rang the copper bell loudly, waking everyone who was still asleep. Under their threat, everyone had to force themselves to get up despite their sore bodies. For those who had never suffered hardships and lacked exercise, a single night's rest didn't relieve their fatigue. In fact, it made them feel worse.
Ugh.
Xiangwan, still deep in sleep, opened her eyes impatiently, feeling an urge to kill. Second sister-in-law, you're awake? Come wash up quickly. Breakfast has already been sent. Seeing she was awake, Wei Linger, carrying a wooden basin, came in and called out. After yesterday's interactions, she had truly accepted her from the bottom of her heart. Her mind was quickly clearing from confusion. Xiangwan suppressed her anger and got up to wash. By the time they went to the next room, about a tea's time had passed.
Auntie.
Seeing her, the little child ran over happily and hugged her leg, his small face showing pure longing. Little foodie. Gently pinching his small nose, Xiangwan took a box of milk from her bag and handed him a straw. Drink it.
Thank you, Auntie.
Holding the milk, the little child happily expressed his gratitude. This kid is really... Wan, you spoil him too much. Although she said that, Zhao Yuping looked at her grandson with obvious love. Their eldest son died in battle a few years ago. When the eldest daughter-in-law in the palace heard the bad news, she fainted on the spot. If it weren't for the palace doctor confirming she was pregnant, she might have followed her son. But after giving birth to Ngur at full term, that silly child still left. Ngur was the only thing left for her to hold on to. He's not someone else's child, so who else should we spoil? Xiangwan sat down while speaking. Wei Qingyi took the initiative to scoop a bowl of vegetable porridge and handed it to her. I asked Qinghe to buy a cart from the station. I don't need the wheelchair anymore. In the future, I'll carry Ngur in the cart. If you're tired, you can rest too. Even though the dragon shadow guard sent by the emperor had been dealt with, he didn't plan to reveal more for now. Who knew if there were spies among the dissidents or within the Wei and Shin families? That's good. After some time, we can buy a bull cart or a donkey cart. Xiangwan didn't oppose. Exile for common people wasn't as strict as for criminals. Once they were far enough from the palace, they could buy a bull or donkey cart for travel, if they had the money. Nodding, Wei Qingyi stopped speaking. The others also started eating. Until they could afford a bull or donkey cart, they had to rely on their legs to keep moving. Filling their stomachs was definitely very important. After eating and going downstairs, the Shin family members were fine, but the Wei family's people looked a bit off, as if their eyes and noses weren't quite right. It was because they had completely given up hope of exile. However, whether it was Wei Qingyi, Xiangwan, or Zhao Yuping and her son, no one paid much attention to their reactions. Wei Qingyi's cart, bought by Wei Qinghe, was very large. Even an adult could sit comfortably with plenty of space, but it was just a bare frame, completely uncomfortable. Wouldn't sitting like this be very bumpy? Xiangwan whispered, tapping the cart's board with her finger. Yes, we'll just have to make do. With Wei Qingyi's martial skills, even if she spoke softly, he could hear her clearly. His handsome face showed a hint of helplessness. Under these circumstances, no matter how bumpy the ride, he could only endure it. Just tolerate it? They weren't lacking in resources. She looked up at him, then turned and jogged toward the station officer. She spent a lot of money to buy 3 new willow fluff quilts. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy proper blankets, but cotton was not widely available at this time. It was considered valuable, used mainly by high officials and wealthy families. Most common people filled their quilts with materials like poplar fluff, willow fluff, reed flowers, or kapok. Some could only use straw. Life was very hard for the lower class. Having willow fluff quilts at a station where exiles could stay was already quite good. Deputy, we also want to buy a cart. Seeing them happily laying their quilts on the cart, someone directly approached Zhao Shan. Who would want to walk when they could sit in a cart? Most of them now had money. Buy a cart?
Dream on.
Just walk honestly. Zhao Shan snapped angrily, glaring fiercely. It was only the second day, and they already wanted to ride in a cart?
Dream on.
Then why can they use it? Though afraid of his authority, the man couldn't help but point at Wei Qingyi and the others and ask, "Aren't you also disabled?" Not bothering to reply, Zhao Shan took a big step and walked away. Seeing his back, then looking at Wei Qingyi and the others, the man clenched his fists, feeling jealous almost to the point of breaking apart. Others who were listening secretly weren't much better. It wasn't about having fewer people, it was just that only Wei Qingyi and his group had carts. It was too obvious. That should be better. Ignoring the envious and jealous gazes around, Xiangwan patted the quilted cart and smiled faintly.
Thank you.
Wei Qingyi, helped onto the cart by his younger brother, thanked softly. Xiangwan rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly bent down and picked up the little cub. Why thank me? It's not for you, right, Ngo?
Yes.
The little cub probably didn't understand their conversation, but responded happily.
Haha.
Mother and son, Zhao Yuping and his family, were amused by him and couldn't help but laugh.
Good boy.
She affectionately patted his head, then proudly looked at Wei Qingyi. He looked helpless. Well, besides being a little mischievous, he was also a carefree little troublemaker. We need to find a way to get their carts over. Within the Shin family group, the old lady looked at them with a fierce and cold gaze. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. That Xiangwan is too tricky. Wei Jingwan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Even now, he still felt a dull pain in his stomach. Xiangwan is very strong and unreasonable. The idea that filial piety is the greatest virtue doesn't work for her. Wei Qingyi and Zhao Yuping both spoil her and don't set any limits. They even indulge her. Clearly, trying to take advantage of her won't be easy. Even if it's difficult, we have to find a way. My whole body hurts, and I really can't walk anymore. Wei Jinghong spoke while moving his sore body. God knows how much he didn't want to get out of bed this morning. It was too painful, especially his thighs, which felt like they weren't even his. The old lady nodded firmly. Her sons couldn't handle it, so how could she? Please add this to your favorites and kindly vote for it. Thank you. Meanwhile, Shin Yishan's family was also watching Wei Qingyi and his cart closely. Compared to the old lady and the second and third wives, they had it harder, especially Shin Xiangdong and his brother. It wasn't until last night, when they finally had their own room, that they realized how serious their injuries were. Even after applying medicine, the pain was still intense. Father, mother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't be hurt. Carefully looking at them, Shen Xiangyue spoke while tears welled up again. If she hadn't asked to borrow a water pouch from Shin Xiangwan yesterday, her brothers wouldn't have been injured. Plus, her failed attempt to flirt with a third prince in front of everyone made everyone embarrassed. Her parents and brothers didn't say much, but the two sisters-in-law seemed annoyed. They've already given her several cold looks since last night. She secretly hated herself, but also had to find a way to win her parents' favor. If she lost their love, she knew she would be doomed. Isn't it your fault? Wang Wan'er rolled her eyes in displeasure. She was Shun Xiangdong's legitimate wife, with a son and a daughter. She had been married into the estate for several years and knew very well that this little sister-in-law wasn't as weak as she appeared. It was okay before, but ever since she found out she wasn't Shin family's biological daughter and yet still maintained a close relationship with her husband and second uncle, she felt uncomfortable. Plus, after what happened yesterday, she disliked her even more. She couldn't understand why her parents and husband still protected her. Last night, they even gave her a separate room. Big sister-in-law. Shut up. Shin Xiangyue suddenly welled up with tears, and Shin Xiangdong hurriedly scolded her. Humph. In the past, Wang Wan'er would have given up, but now her face was full of obvious mockery.
Vanya.
Shin Xiangdong felt a bit embarrassed, his voice lowered, mixed with a clear warning.
What?
Do I still need to apologize to her? Seeing this, Wang Wan'er angrily retorted, pointing her finger at the innocent-looking Shin Xiangyue.
You.
Enough. Not expecting his usually gentle wife to act stubborn at this moment, Shin Xiangdong was also annoyed. But before he could speak, Shin Yishan shouted to stop them. After ensuring they wouldn't argue further, his gaze kept drifting toward Wei Qingyi's family. Not to mention his 2 injured sons. Even he himself was sore all over this morning. If only that rebellious girl Shin Xiangwan could give up her cart. It wasn't just them who had this thought. The elders of the Wei family also believed their own family had been harmed and deserved compensation. But Shin Xiangwan was too fierce, and no one dared to step forward and be the hero. Let's go. With the urging of the guards, even if reluctant, the Exile team gradually left the inn in order. The only good thing was that perhaps the guards knew they were sore all over and couldn't escape. Today, their feet weren't tied. In the palace, the government office, Wei Yangwang's residence, and the third prince's courtyard, all had been robbed consecutively, and all the valuables had been quietly emptied overnight. Everything felt strange, and secretly, some people said it was a punishment from heaven. The emperor was furious and ordered the Jingzhou prefecture to catch the thieves within 3 days. Suddenly, the imperial city was filled with fear and panic. As the main culprit, Shin Xiangwan had already left the imperial city with the Exile team, completely unaware of the trouble she had caused. "Captain, I really can't walk anymore. Can we rest?" Just 2 miles out, someone couldn't hold on. Yesterday, almost everyone had blisters on their feet, and now their bodies were sore. Every step was a huge pain. Rest? No way. Keep walking faster. Without hesitation, the guards swung their whips. The man pleading cried out in pain, but dared not cause trouble anymore. He could only endure the pain and walk on, almost numb. Others had to grit their teeth and endure the situation. At this moment, the people from the Wei family and Shin Yishan's family kept glancing back at Shin Xiangwan and her group, their eyes almost sparking with fire, eager to claim the cart for themselves immediately. "Mom, Linger, why don't you sit on the cart?" Noticing the stares from those people, Shin Xiangwan didn't mind too much. Instead, she looked worriedly at Zhao Yuping and her daughter, who were helping each other. Since they might feel uncomfortable today, Shin Xiangwan had mixed spiritual well water into last night's lamb porridge and egg pancakes. After helping them pop their blisters and giving them a foot soak with more spiritual well water from her space, she wondered if they could handle it.
"No, we can walk by ourselves."
The cart still needed someone to push it. Feeling sorry for her soaked little son, Zhao Yuping shook her head to refuse her suggestion. "I'm not tired." Seeing this, Shin Xiangwan looked at Wei Qinghe and asked, "Maybe I can push the cart instead?" "I can do it," Wei Qinghe said stubbornly. As the only healthy adult male in the family, he couldn't let his sister-in-law carry the burden of pushing the cart. Even if he couldn't do it, he had to try. "All right, tell me if you can't hold on," Shin Xiangwan said. She exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi and didn't insist further. Boys tend to be stubborn, after all. The group continued to move forward slowly. Despite the threat of whips, their pace was slow due to their sore bodies. Some even fell behind Shin Xiangwan's group gradually. When the old lady deliberately fell level with Shin Xiangwan, she suddenly let out a loud cry and tilted straight toward the cart. Her intention was obvious. "Old madam, be careful." Shin Xiangwan quickly crossed over and caught her just before she touched the cart. "You." The old lady was stunned. She suddenly pushed herself away and, unsteady, fell backward with a scream. Shin Xiangwan was frightened and shouted sharply, "Mother!" Seeing this, Wei Jingwan and his brother hurriedly supported her from both sides and angrily scolded Shin Xiangwan, "You unfilial girl! How dare you deliberately push down your grandmother?" "Wei Qingyi, are you just going to watch Shin Xiangwan act out of line?" Wei Jinghong quickly chimed in, but he didn't blame Shin Xiangwan. Instead, he turned to Wei Qingyi sitting on the cart. They started causing trouble, and the people behind stopped to rest and watch the scene. There's no doubt they wanted to see the show. If Shin Xiangwan and the others showed any fear, they would be attacked immediately and overwhelmed. What a big false accusation. Was she really innocent? Shin Xiangwan sighed in frustration. These people are too reckless. If they have so much energy, they should use it to walk a few more steps instead. Dear readers, don't forget to vote and encourage us. Please cast your votes. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? Just as Xiangwan was about to step in and scold them, several guards with whips walked quickly over. Master Guard, it's this woman. She deliberately pushed my mother, almost causing her to fall. Wei Jingwan, who had handed his mother to his younger brother, pointed at Xiangwan and complained first. Oh dear. Why am I so unlucky? Being exiled because of my grandson in old age, and my daughter-in-law is unfilial and disrespectful. She even hit her own grandmother. I might as well just die. Before the guards could react, the old lady cried loudly, blaming Xiangwan unfairly, pinning all the blame on her. Her voice was so sharp that the people in front stopped, and many guards frowned and looked over. Zhao Shan, who was leading the ox cart at the front, clenched his brow and jumped down with his whip. Seeing his angry face, many people couldn't help but shrink back, trying to stay out of trouble so they wouldn't become the target of his anger. Again, it's you? The guards were overwhelmed by the noise and didn't give Xiangwan and the others a chance to explain. One of them suddenly swung his whip. Late night. Second sister-in-law.
Wow.
Auntie. Wei Qingyi immediately tensed up, and Zhao Yuping and her son shouted in surprise at the same time. The little one was so frightened he cried loudly, while others looked on with schadenfreude, as Xiangwan's presence had touched many people's interests. You dare to die. His eyes darkened. Xiangwan grabbed the whip and pulled hard. The guard was caught off guard, and his tall body suddenly lunged toward her. Just as he was about to hit her, Xiangwan let go of the whip, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, lifted her leg, and forcefully kicked him in the groin.
Ah!
A scream cut through the air. The guard clutched his groin, fell to the ground, and rolled around in pain. Everyone was silent, including the remaining guards. No one expected Xiangwan to dare to hit someone. It wasn't just about bravery, it was recklessness. Wei Qingyi, who almost made a move, quietly relaxed, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He shouldn't worry. Since seeing her again the night before last, when had this little rascal ever suffered a loss? What's going on? Their commotion was unusually loud. Zhao Shan, looking upset, hurried over with a few other guards.
Fugier?
What happened to him? Seeing him rolling on the ground, clutching his groin, Zhao Shan frowned and asked, what else could have happened? His egg was broken. The guards accompanying him muttered among themselves, but didn't say anything. Zhao Shan looked sternly at the others around him. No, it's not us. It's her, Xiangwan. Yes, it's Xiangwan. We saw her make the move. She just grabbed the guard. When they saw his gaze, the oldest lady and the second and third wives quickly waved their hands to distance themselves, even mimicking her earlier action out of fear of being caught up in trouble.
Boss.
At the same time, a few guards with Fuguei beside them realized what was happening. They ran over to Zhao Shan and whispered in his ear, glancing at Xiangwan from time to time. If you looked carefully, you'd see that their eyes showed not only anger but also fear and caution. Having escorted so many exiles, Xiangwan was undoubtedly the bravest woman they had ever seen. No doubt about it.
Boss.
It's her, that wicked woman. Enduring a sharp pain somewhere, the guard called Fuguei covered his groin with one hand and pointed at Xiangwan with the other. His gaze was fierce, as if he wanted to eat her alive. It's not her fault, sir. It was her deliberate collision with our cart. Wanwan kindly helped her up, but they turned around and accused Wanwan of being unfilial. They insisted Wanwan pushed her. The guard didn't even ask and just whipped her. Wanwan only fought back because she had no choice. Afraid they might attack together, Zhao Yuping no longer cared about filial piety. She protected Xiangwan behind her and pointed at the old lady, speaking fiercely. No matter what, she wouldn't let them hurt her. This isn't the first time someone has protected her like this. In her past life, as the youngest medical doctor, she was pre-selected by the country early on, and they sent people to protect her safety. Those people were willing to risk their lives to keep her safe. However, seeing Zhao Yuping protect her so fiercely, Xiangwan still feels a bit touched. After all, she is so delicate, rarely speaks loudly, let alone argues so forcefully. Really? Zhao Shan didn't react immediately, but stared intently at Xiangwan. She was unafraid, meeting his gaze with cold eyes, not dodging or avoiding. A faint anger flickered between her brows, as if daring anyone to make a move, she would fight back fiercely. Later, there will be another update. If you like it, don't forget to vote. Please vote.
Clang. Ah.
Just when most people thought Xiangwan was doomed this time, Zhao Shan subtly glanced at Wei Qingyi sitting on the cart, then suddenly kicked Fu Guer, causing him to scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Not allowed to do this again. Calm down. He gave Xiangwan a warning glare and signaled the others to lift Fu Guer before turning and walking away confidently. Is it over now? Xiangwan had actually beaten the guards. Everyone was a bit stunned, especially the old madam and the second and third households. They were even more furious. Why could she beat the guards and come out unscathed, while they had to constantly face the threat of the guards' whips? Xiangwan was also confused. However, her gaze shifted to Wei Qingyi. Although Zhao Shan's look was very subtle, she caught it. Was it because of Qin Ying's arrangements? Or had they done something else? Xiangwan, are you okay? Coming back to her senses, Zhao Yuping hurriedly took her hand to check. She saw clearly earlier that the fierce person swinging the whip wasn't just pretending, but was using all his strength. When she tried to catch the whip with her hand, she must have been hurt badly.
I'm fine.
Rest here. We will continue after 15 minutes. As soon as Xiangwan finished speaking, they heard the signal for rest ahead. Hearing this, everyone stopped paying attention to the commotion and almost collapsed to the ground. Compared to yesterday, they felt even more exhausted and in more pain today. If they weren't afraid of the guards' whips, they would have long refused to move from the ground. Still saying you're fine? Your skin is swollen. Looking at the swollen skin on her palm, Zhao Yuping's eyes reddened, almost unable to hold back tears. It's just a minor injury. She withdrew her hand, and Xiangwan skillfully took out alcohol and ointment for swelling and pain from her bag. This small injury wasn't really worth mentioning. Compared to that, the other person's injury must be more serious. Second sister-in-law, I'll help you. Seeing this, Wei Linger quickly grabbed the supplies, and Xiangwan didn't refuse.
七主动伸出手，把东西递到他面前。
Andy, does it hurt? A small child who had just gotten off the cart was squatting nearby, sniffling as he asked. It hurts, and he feels a lot of pain. Can brother give Auntie a hug? Suddenly feeling playful, Xiangwan put on a pitiful expression.
Okay.
The little child obediently responded and leaned over, blowing small breaths onto her palm. Xiangwan's heart nearly melted from how adorable he was, so cute it was hard to resist. Second sister-in-law, hold on a bit. Wei Linger didn't immediately spray alcohol on her hand, but used a damp cloth to carefully wipe her palm. After cleaning it thoroughly, she took out the alcohol and carefully applied ointment to the swollen wound. Wei Qingyi, your wife pushed your mother and sprained her ankle. She can't walk anymore. Let us use your cart. In such a warm moment, someone inconsiderate always pops up to cause trouble. Sure enough, Wei Jingwan looked proud and straightforwardly demanded their cart.
Get lost. Bang.
Wei Qingyi, annoyed that his mischievous little brother was hurt again, shot him a cold look. With a horizontal palm strike, he knocked Wei Jingwan flying. The latter crashed into a tree trunk several meters away and stopped, hitting the ground with a thud. Second brother. Husband, dad. In an instant, the old lady and the members of the second and third households all rushed toward him. Judging by their quick movements, they didn't seem unable to walk. Especially the old lady. Her speed was so fast that she didn't look her age at all. Actually, she wasn't old. She was only in her 50s, and with good maintenance, she looked like a woman in her 30s. Could Wei Qingyi still use martial arts? Compared to others, some people couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The mighty general, once feared everywhere, was known for his incredible martial skills. Before, everyone thought he had lost his ability to fight because he was poisoned. But now, it seems that was just their assumption. If he could still freely use his martial skills. Everyone dared not continue thinking about it, including Shan's family and those who also had plans to take advantage of the situation. They had to hold back unless they weren't afraid of being slapped by Wei Qingyi.
That's
Too much, isn't it? Meanwhile, at the front of the group, Fu Gui'er was carried back. 2 guards pulled down his pants, and when they saw his twisted injuries, everyone instinctively clenched their legs. That part was probably ruined. It was terrifying, wasn't it? Get a cart ready to take him back. After a moment, Zhao Shanch took a deep breath. With his current condition, he couldn't continue this task. Luckily, they weren't far from the imperial city, and sending someone to him back wouldn't be difficult.
yes. No, boss.
I won't go back. The guards nodded in unison, but Fu Gui'er clenched his teeth and shouted, his eyes filled with intense resentment and killing intent. If he went back like this, not to mention becoming a joke among the guards, he probably wouldn't have a chance to take revenge in this life. Nonsense, go back now. He truly believed that if he didn't have some strength behind him, that woman wouldn't dare attack the guards. And Wei Qingyi, no matter what, he was once a famous hero with great achievements. He must have some cards up his sleeve, like that man called Qingyin. He still wanted revenge, but risking his life was not worth it. Zhao Shan's face darkened, and his tone became very commanding. Instead of scolding him, he was actually saving his life.
Boss.
Fu Gui'er looked at him almost hopelessly, but Zhao Shan ignored him and turned to walk away confidently. The other guards looked at each other, but didn't step forward to plead for him. Honestly, they were just escorting a person in exile, with no deep friendship between them. Not mocking him at this moment was already kind. Please keep supporting with votes. Chinjjo is nearly 3,000 miles from the imperial city. The exile team must walk dozens of miles every day. At first, everyone was crying and complaining about how tired they were, often acting out and making trouble. After being harshly disciplined by the guards a few times, they finally behaved. As days passed, they moved farther away from the imperial city and were about to enter Binzhou territory. Xiangwan was very fierce. She dared to fight even the guards. Wei Qingyi, from a distance, slapped Wei Jingwan away. Seeing how strong and ruthless the couple was, except for the old lady who occasionally came to cry and complain, no one dared to approach them anymore. They finally had some peace for several days.
Clap, clap. Look, there are so many fish.
During the lunch break, Xiangwan usually found a shady spot near the river. When the team stopped, someone noticed the fish swimming wildly in the water. Someone shouted in surprise, and many people rushed over. Really a lot of fish. Look, they're jumping out of the water by themselves. Oh, today we can have grilled fish. Hurry up and pick up the fish. Everyone gathered around, watching the fish jump and even leap onto the shore. They hurried to collect the fish, and everyone's face showed smiles, some more than others. More than 10 days passed quickly. They had endured a lot of hardship. A few days ago, they spent a lot of money on food and lodging, and their silver coins quickly ran out. At first, each family's main members had their own room. Later, it was changed to 2 people sharing a room, then 3, and finally, the men shared one room while the women shared another. For food, they couldn't afford to eat big meals with lots of meat anymore. But since they had to walk so much every day, how could they not eat meat? Seeing those fish, they couldn't help but salivate, almost drooling at the thought. Compared to them, Xiangwan, who was in the middle of the team, frowned slightly. Fish didn't jump out of the water without reason. If she guessed correctly, a disaster was likely about to happen nearby. What's wrong? Wei Qingyi asked, puzzled, seeing her frown. Since giving up her wheelchair, he had been sitting on a cart. Recently, during rest, he had been walking a little in front of others, pretending to recover gradually. Many people's attitudes toward him changed, especially the old lady and the second and third families. No one expected that someone who had been given a death notice by the palace doctor and many imperial physicians was actually getting better little by little. No, I just feel like something big is about to happen. Shaking off the messy thoughts in her mind, Xiangwan had no intention of fishing. She turned and walked toward their cart, repeatedly recalling the original story in her mind, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, the story mainly focused on the main characters' romantic struggles and lacked details about their exile. She only knew the cause of Wei Qingyi's death because, in her previous life, he was Shun Xiangyue's husband. The original story briefly mentioned how tragic their lives were. Second brother, I want to catch a couple of fish too. Her not fishing didn't mean others wouldn't. Wei Qinghe simply explained and eagerly joined the fishing group. Ignoring her overly excited younger brother, Wei Qingyi looked at Xiangwan's back and paused thoughtfully. It should be happening within these days. Xiangwan didn't know what would happen, but Wei Qingyi did. However, her memories from the past life were so distant that he wasn't sure exactly when that event occurred. Mom, look, I caught 2 big fish. During lunch break, everyone usually ate dry food. Only the guards and Xiangwan, who had a small pot, occasionally cooked something. Wei Qinghe, like showing off, brought back 2 large fish, each weighing about 3 or 4 jin.
Fish, fish.
Seeing this, the little cub nestled beside Xiangwan eagerly ran over. Unlike other children who were quite thin, their little cub was still quite white and tender, and if looked at carefully, it seemed to have gained a little weight. Oh, such a big fish. Taking the fish, Zhao Yuping smiled happily. Second sister-in-law, how should we eat this? Someone was already starting a fire to grill the fish. Wei Linger turned around to ask. Usually, their meals were prepared by second sister-in-law. She decided what to eat, and they ate accordingly. So far, she hadn't let them go hungry. Let's make dry pot fish and cook a fish head soup, said Xiangwan as she took the fish and strode toward the river to clean them. Soon, she wrapped the cut fish in large banana leaves and returned. Meanwhile, Wei Qingyi had set up a simple earthen stove and had been lighting the fire for a while. Xiangwan placed a pot on the stove, poured in some oil, and began seasoning the fish. After marinating briefly, she took a small jar of sweet potato starch from her space, sprinkled it over the fish, ensuring each piece was evenly coated. I'm going to fry the fish now. Stay back. A simple reminder, Xiangwan used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and place it into the hot oil. Since the oil was already hot enough, the fish almost instantly took shape, and the tempting aroma spread out. As mentioned earlier, during lunch break, everyone mostly ate dry food, so they didn't have any condiments. The grilled fish was served plain, which at first seemed quite good. At least it was meat, right? Gradually, as they smelled the fried fish, everyone suddenly felt that their grilled fish was no longer fragrant. Even those who had some seasoning but were still eating grilled fish looked around almost instinctively. Smells so good, Annie.
I'm hungry.
The little kid eagerly swallowed saliva, rubbed his small belly, and looked at his favorite auntie with a pitiful expression, full of longing to eat. Little foodie, be careful, it's hot, and watch out for the fish bones. Turning to glance at him, Xiangwan shook her head, picked up some pieces of fish with crispy skin, and placed them into a bowl to give to him. Thank you, auntie. The child took the bowl and chopsticks politely and said thank you.
Wow, no.
I want to eat their fish. Dad, Mom, go get some for me. I want to eat too, boo-hoo. Suddenly, the child's crying and shouting broke out. Over with the elderly lady and others, a boy around 7 or 8 years old was shouting and pulling at Wei Jinghong and his wife. Led by him, other children also started crying. Some looked helplessly at the children and then at Xiangwan and the others, while others directly slapped the children. The whole open space instantly became chaotic, lively, and noisy. Dear readers, don't forget to vote and encourage us after reading.
Mwah.
Husband, the children all want to eat.
Look.
Over at the Shin family, Wang Wanner was holding a tearful child, hesitant to speak. She couldn't understand why, even now, they still chose Shin Xiangyue instead of the seemingly more capable Shin Xiangwan. Eat grilled fish. She looked up at Shin Xiangwan and others. Shin Xiangdong, expression unchanged, picked up a grilled fish and handed it to the 2 children, telling them to ask Shin Xiangwan for something. Even for the children, that was absolutely impossible. No, I want to eat the fish my little aunt made. Me too. The siblings both turned away to refuse the grilled fish. They are 5 and 4 years old. Although they didn't like their rural little aunt, her fried fish was really delicious. If you don't eat, you'll go hungry. Shin Xiangdong's face darkened as he slammed down the grilled fish with a loud bang.
Wow.
The two children pouted and immediately burst into tears. Mrs. Jiang quickly comforted her grandson Shin Mingshu with a gentle hug. All right, Mingshu is the best child. Don't cry. Uncle will go ask for some. Why is it always me? I won't go. Hearing his name called, Shin Xiangnan immediately lost his temper. Even now, he still felt a faint pain from where Shin Xiangwan had kicked him. He really disliked Shin Xiangwan, to the point that he didn't want to speak to her at all. Exactly, Mom. My husband's injury just healed. Shin Xiangnan's wife, Xia Yunyan, quickly chimed in. Why should her husband go ask for the fish just because her older brother's children wanted some? If Shin Xiangwan was easy to deal with, maybe, but she was clearly a fierce person. Was she deliberately trying to make her husband go through trouble? She wasn't biased, but she just preferred her younger son because he was more obedient and easier to talk to. If Mrs. Jiang knew what she was thinking, she would probably be so angry she would faint. Besides Shin Xiangwan, she loved all her children equally and never truly favored anyone. She only asked her second son to go because he was younger and more agreeable. How is it? Is it tasty? As if she hadn't noticed the children crying over the food, Shin Xiangwan turned her head and smiled at the little ones happily eating from their bowls. Very good, very good. Auntie is awesome. The little ones, with fish in their mouths, nodded and mumbled, not quite clear, then proudly raised a thumb at her. If you like it, eat more. The little ones nodded eagerly. Shin Xiangwan looked away and got busy again. There was quite a bit of fish, as they fried 4 batches to finish. Their pot was small, so she only seasoned a third of the fish to make fragrant dry pot fish. The remaining 2/3 was divided into 2 portions. One for Wei Qinghe to take to Zhaoshan so they could taste it, and the other wrapped in oil paper for next time. Then she made a pot of fish head soup, with steamed white buns from the morning at the station as the main dish. Qinghe, your cooking smells so good. The children are crying because they want some. Can we have a few pieces? Unable to bear the children's crying, a woman from the household led a boy about 5 or 6 years old over. She looked flushed and shy, clearly feeling embarrassed. Wei Qinghe didn't respond directly, but looked at Shin Xiangwan. Since she made the food, whether to give some or not was up to her. Here you go. Shin Xiangwan is not the kind of person who only cares about herself or speaks with violence. When she saw the child's red eyes staring tightly at the dry pot fish pieces and constantly swallowing saliva, she was quite polite. She used a clean banana leaf to wrap a few pieces of fish and handed them to the children. Thank you, Yunyi. Quickly thank second aunt. The woman took the fish pieces, excitedly thanking them while pulling the child. When Wei Qinghe looked at Shin Xiangwan, she thought there was no hope. After all, she had always seemed very fierce, but surprisingly, upon reflection, since they didn't provoke her, she probably hadn't done anything too excessive. Thank you, second aunt. 5-year-old Wei Yunyi still had tears hanging at the corners of his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. No need to thank me. Go home and eat. She nodded with a smile, then continued to stare at the fish soup in the pot. But, Shin Xiangwan, give us a few pieces too. The children are making a fuss. Yes, we want some too. Everyone's eating grilled fish, but you're frying fish. Are you deliberately making the kids jealous? Give us more, we want to taste it. Hurry up. It seemed she forgot her fierce side. Seeing that she was willing to share, even the old lady and the second and third households sent representatives to ask for some. Compared to the polite woman earlier, they were much more demanding, even complaining that her fish was too fragrant. Wei Qinghe immediately frowned, and Zhao Yuping and her son were stunned by their shamelessness. Are you guys here to make a joke? She looked up at them and was amused by their behavior. It's none of my business if your kids are greedy. Why should I share the fish I painstakingly fried with you? Who do you think you are? If they knew they were greedy earlier, why didn't they say so then? They had passed through the town before. The relief workers were willing to help buy supplies. Although the prices were higher, they could still buy things. It was their own fault for not buying pots and seasonings. Now, what right do they have to complain? She must owe them something? You already gave some to Andy, so why not us? Exactly, we are family. As the head of the household, you should treat everyone equally. Yes, we also want some fried fish pieces. After a brief moment of shock, taking advantage of their numbers, everyone once again demanded confidently. Their attitude was quite forceful, but their behavior was extremely shameless. Do you think I'm giving you face?
Drink.
Shin Xiangwan suddenly leapt up. The women all gasped in surprise and instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing she still held a kitchen knife, many of their eyes filled with fear, as if they suddenly remembered she was a fierce person who dared to fight even the guards.
Get out.
Too lazy to bother with them, Shin Xiangwan said in a deep voice.
Boom.
Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, as if they had forgotten what they were gathered for. They're just two. Zhao Yuping was so angry her heart ached. Could they be more shameless? All right, mother, they only have that much courage. As long as we stay strong.
Sister.
Before Shin Xiangwan could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a call of sister. She turned her head and saw Shin Xiangyue walking towards them with a big smile on her face. Oh, another one looking for trouble? She raised an eyebrow and lazily whistled, looking nonchalantly at Shin Xiangyue approaching. She might still hold back with others, but not with her. She knew her original self was truly dead and would never come back. The one who caused her death was Shin Xiangyue. Daily requests for votes. Seeing Shin Xiangyue, Wei Qingyi frowned slightly. She used to be his fiancée, but the person who married into the Wang family was Wanwan. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that Wanwan, recently brought back from the Xiang residence, wouldn't have planned a fake marriage. The capable one was probably Shin Xiangyue, who was framing her first. However, he should thank her for not marrying him, or he wouldn't have met such a good Wanwan. Whenever the Wei family came, trouble followed. Zhao Yuping and her son also looked serious, and the young Wei Qinghe looked openly displeased, clearly not fond of her. Sister, Brother Shu, and the others also want to try the fried fish. Can you pack some for us? Walking up to her, Shin Xiangyue smiled softly and spoke gently. I'm not your sister. Please don't call me that. It makes me feel sick. Also, I don't know or want to know about Brother Shu or Brother Bai. I advise you to go back where you came from, or else. Shin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes, not holding back at all. She didn't continue speaking, leaving plenty of space for her imagination. Little sister. Shin Xiangyue pretended to be very upset. Her eyes quickly turned red, and tears welled up. But she stubbornly held back her tears, refusing to let them fall. Wanwan, Brother Shu is the eldest son of the older brother, our nephew. You're his aunt. Can't you just share some fried fish sticks with him because he's still young and so adorable? Seeing her tearful look, people who didn't know might think Shin Xiangwan was bullying her. Adorable? Hearing this, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but sneer. Yes, a 5-year-old child is cute, but there are exceptions. For example, Shin Xiangdong's children. When the original owner was still in the mansion, they would call her a country bumpkin every time they saw her and often said she smelled bad, telling her to go back to the countryside. This caused her great emotional trauma. Such mischievous children, even if they were starving, she wouldn't frown even if they died right in front of her. Little sister. Wanwan, what do you want to do? Knowing she disliked her, Shin Xiangyue still deliberately tried to irritate her. But before she could finish speaking, Shin Xiangwan suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her collar. What are you doing? Let go. Shin Xiangwan. Smack. Shin Xiangyue was startled and struggled reflexively. From nearby, Shen Yishan and others saw this and shouted angrily, rushing over quickly. Shin Xiangwan looked up at them, a sly smile on her lips, and with their eyes wide in shock, she slapped Shin Xiangyue several times.
Ah!
Seeing the Shin family approaching, Shin Xiangwan threw her at them.
Yue.
Shin Xiangdong, who was at the front, opened his arms to hug her. Mrs. Jiang hurried over, trembling as she touched her already swollen face. Yue, my poor girl. How could Shin Xiangwan be so cruel? Shin Xiangwan. Shin Xiangyue's face was badly beaten, looking like a pig's head. Shin Yishan and his sons glared with rage, wishing they could tear Shin Xiangwan apart.
But
what they didn't notice was that Wang Wan'er and Xia Yunyan, who followed behind, both stopped in their tracks. Especially Wang Wan'er, whose gaze at Shin Xiangyue was as if poisoned. Any woman couldn't tolerate her husband holding another woman tenderly in front of her, especially when that woman had no blood relation to them. Oh. Seeing everything clearly, Shin Xiangwan raised her eyebrows slightly. The Shin family's affairs seemed more and more interesting. Perhaps she could hold back a little and let the Shin family handle Shin Xiangyue on their own. Shin Xiangwan, you unfilial girl, I will beat you to death. The more Shin Xiangyue's face was seen, the more it made me feel sad. Jiang suddenly raised her hand and rushed forward. Mother! Shin Xiangdong and his brother hurriedly tried to stop her, but Shin Xiangwan had already grabbed her wrist. Madam Shin, if I remember correctly, the Tianqi dynasty rules with kindness and filial piety, but Emperor Yingzong once changed the laws. If parents are unkind, children can cut ties, abandon or disown them, even in death. You are indeed my biological parents, but you never raised me. Even if I was brought back to the mansion, you treated me like a pest. Shin Xiangyue didn't want to marry her husband, and someone drugged me to make me replace her. As the head of the mansion, you really don't know anything? Even if you didn't know, anyone with a bit of sense should realize that I just returned to the mansion, I haven't even settled in, and I am not loved. I am an orphan with no one to support me and no money. How could I plan to marry myself off? Shin Xiangyue says I planned everything, and you believe her? From this, it's clear how much you despise and dislike me, your daughter. If that's the case, why do you expect me to be filial? Understand this clearly. I owe you nothing from the start to the end. Get out and don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, even if it's you, I won't hold back from hitting you. After saying this, Shin Xiangwan pushed her away. Her face and eyes were filled with disgust. Shin Xiangyue was indeed disgusting, but her parents, Jiang and Shin Yishan, were no better. Having such parents was a disaster for the original girl. Jiang was pushed aside and staggered several steps. If Shin Yishan hadn't grabbed her, she might have fallen to the ground. Shin Xiangwan, she is your mother. Holding his wife, Shin Yishan looked at her and said seriously, yes, she is my mother, but she cares for an unrelated outsider, and she even wants to fight me for her. Shin Qingxiang, do you think she is worthy of being my mother? Shin Xiangwan didn't avoid the question but sneered and asked back. Yue is not an unrelated outsider. She is our adopted daughter. After a brief hesitation, Shin Yishan replied dryly. This time, Shin Xiangwan did not immediately retaliate. Instead, she looked past her to see Shin Xiangyue, still being held in Shin Xiangdong's arms and cared for by Shin Xiangnan. She then glanced at the two women nearby. A hint of malice flashed quickly in her eyes. Yes, yes, yes. She is your adopted daughter, so you feel sorry for her. You even fight me for her. Shin Xiangdong and his brother cherish and pamper her. Look at this. People who don't know might even think she's their shared wife.
Ha ha ha.
After she said this, everyone finally noticed that the few seemed too close, especially since they're not related by blood. The crowd burst into laughter. Shin Xiangyue, the person involved, looked pale and was about to collapse, appearing pitiful. Shin Xiangdong and his brother both looked angry, but instead of letting go of Shin Xiangyue, they held her tighter. Shin Xiangdong. Shin Xiangnan. Fed up, Wang Wan'er and Xia Yunyan almost spoke at the same time. No, it's not like that, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, listen to me. Trash. Slap.
Yue?
What are you doing?
Shin
Xiangyue struggled to break free from Shin Xiangdong's embrace, eager to explain. But Wang Wan'er didn't give her a chance. With a forceful push forward, she slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Shin Xiangdong and his brother were heartbroken and pushed away their wives to rush over and pick her up. But Wang Wan'er and Xia Yunyun wouldn't give up. Stop hitting her, please stop hitting her. Soon, they were fighting fiercely. Jiang Shi and Shun Yishan hurried forward to stop them, but got caught in the chaos themselves. The family was in disarray. Meanwhile, the main culprit behind all this, Shin Xiangwan, had already left with Wei Qingyi and the family, watching the farce while having lunch. Dear readers, don't forget to add this book to your shelf. Please vote for it. Please, please, please. Following the urging of the guards, the commotion caused by the fish fillet also calmed down. Everyone enjoyed a full meal of grilled fish and watched several shows for free. Most people's moods were quite good. However, their good mood didn't last long. As they entered the border area between Chinjjo and Binzhou, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with no villages or inns in sight, they realized there was nowhere to stay tonight. They could only camp outdoors in the wilderness. Second sister-in-law, look, so many flying birds. The sky gradually darkened, and the search team prepared to find a few caves. The group paused temporarily. Wei Linger gently tugged on Shin Xiangwan's sleeve and whispered, "Yes, there were really many birds, densely packed and countless." Shin Xiangwan appeared to agree, but her mood grew heavier. Animals are much more alert than humans. Usually, when a natural disaster occurs, they sense it early and show some unusual behavior. If the fish jumping out of the water at noon was just an accident, then now the flock of birds flying erratically in the air. Isn't that suspicious? Wow, this is so spectacular. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen so many birds. Compared to her worries, some people were leisurely enjoying this rare sight. Chung He, seeing this phenomenon, made a quick decision. Whether or not they find a cave today, safety should come first. I'll go with you. He handed the children to Wei Linger and stepped forward. Wei Qingyi didn't refuse either. The two hurried toward Zhaoshan, who was at the front of the team. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Whether or not the search team finds a cave later, we should all stay somewhere safe tonight. On the other side, Shen Xiangyue, with a swollen face, spoke. She no longer cared about the strange atmosphere among her family. Others might not know, but she was very clear. In her past life, around this time, Binzhou experienced the most terrifying earth dragon upheaval in history. Mountains collapsed, cities fell, buildings were destroyed, and countless people died. At that time, the Exile team was also nearby. Many were buried under landslides, with nearly 2/3 dead. The rest were mostly injured. If they hadn't encountered a patrol heading to Binzhou a few days later, they might all have been trapped there forever.
Why?
Shin Yishan, still annoyed about what happened at noon, spoke with a sharp tone. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel something big is about to happen. Dad, trust me. Not knowing how to explain, Shin Xiangyue was anxious, like a trapped ant. No matter what, she couldn't die here. Camping in the wild is hard enough. If we don't even stay in a cave, how will we rest tonight? You're just being dramatic. They had already argued fiercely at noon. Wang Wan'er and Xie Yunrong responded angrily and without hesitation. Enough, you two. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiangdong couldn't help but shout angrily, glaring fiercely at his wife. She pouted unhappily, but didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Xie Yunyan was pulled aside by Shin Xiangnan, and the brewing conflict finally subsided. Dad, what I said really. Later, he interrupted. Not in the mood to listen to his two sisters-in-law, Shen Xiangyue still wanted to persuade him, but Shen Yishan impatiently waved her to stop. Whether the guards could find the cave was uncertain. He didn't want to waste time on this matter. Compared to Shin Xiangyue, who only wanted to protect themselves, Wei Qingyi and Shin Xiuan found the guards and made almost the same request.
Why?
Zhao Shan asked impatiently, his face full of irritation. Unlikely. A big disaster might happen in the next few days, Wei Qingyi said seriously, meeting his gaze. But his words clearly didn't convince the others. Shen Xiuan frowned and added, Captain, don't you find it strange? Why are the fish jumping out of the water one after another? Why are the birds flying around like they're fleeing? In my hometown, there's a saying, when a big disaster happens, animals can sense it and behave strangely. Captain, there's a saying, better to believe it than not. She wasn't a saint nor compassionate about saving others. She only helped if it didn't go against her principles and was within her ability. If they didn't want to listen, she wouldn't waste her words. This time, Xiaoshan didn't reply immediately but frowned and thought deeply. He wasn't naive anymore. Xiangwan had a point. If nothing happened, it was fine, but if something big did happen and caused heavy casualties, it would be hard for him to explain. All right, we'll follow your advice. We'll camp at the foot of the mountain. Leader? Several guards looked at him in disbelief. It was only early April, and the nights were still very cold. In this wilderness, not finding a cave to sleep in, forget about the exiles. Even they couldn't endure it.
Do as I say.
He understood what they were worried about, but Xiaoshan ignored their concerns. After hearing Xiangwan, he also thought something was very strange. Better to be cautious. Cold winds are less dangerous than losing their lives. Yes. Xiaoshan still commanded with authority, and the guards didn't dare to speak further, preparing to make arrangements.
Wait.
Xiangwan quickly called out to them, looking at their expressions of confusion or displeasure, and slowly said, "We are not sure if a disaster will happen or what kind it might be. For now, don't let too many people know. Also, for sleeping tonight, it's best to choose a place with a wide view, away from the mountains. The open area we passed earlier is very suitable." She pointed behind them. Since noon, when she saw the fish schools jumping out of the water in a frantic way, she became more alert. She carefully observed along the way and almost memorized all the terrain and routes. The open area she mentioned is about 3/4 of an hour back. It's far from the mountains. Whatever disaster might occur, as long as the ground doesn't open violently, they should be safe there. Is this too exaggerated? Is it too much to avoid caves and have to go back? Some of the guards looked at Xiaoshan with a bit of helplessness. Xiaoshan, feeling annoyed, said, "She's right. Since we've chosen to trust them, then we should run quickly. Run now." Halfway through speaking, Xiaoshan suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. His eyes widened in surprise, and he rushed toward the crowd, shouting desperately. At the same time, Wei Qingyi grabbed Xiangwan, lifting her horizontally, and with a tiptoe, he headed straight to the back of a team. "Please remember to vote for us daily. Don't forget to give a thumbs up after reading. Big thanks."
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, it's a ground dragon turning over.
Ah, Dad, Mom. Sobi sobi.
Suddenly, the ground started shaking more and more frequently. Everyone who had never experienced this was terrified. They all screamed and cried loudly, losing their composure. Some ran away immediately, even leaving their wives and children behind. The older people's legs trembled so badly they couldn't move. The more timid ones even wet their pants.
Wow, wow, wow.
The little cubs cried out in fear. Mother and daughter Zhao Yuping looked pale, and even Wei Qinghe couldn't help but feel his legs weaken. They didn't know how to react. In their eyes, the distant mountains looked like a small boat rocking back and forth, which was very frightening. Back at the end of the team, Xiangwan jumped out of Wei Qingyi's arms and grabbed the crying little cub. "Don't just stand there, run to the open space." The ground continued to shake, and the tremors grew stronger. People were starting to lose their balance and couldn't run quickly. Xiangwan stumbled along the way. "Forget the cart, run now." Seeing Wei Qinghe still trying to pull the cart, Wei Qingyi shouted loudly, "I can't walk anymore." "Me neither." Mother and daughter Zhao Yuping were crying desperately, but their legs had gone weak. They couldn't even walk properly, let alone run.
"Shenghe, Kerilinge."
He quickly pulled his mother onto his back. Wei Qingyi lightly touched his toes and jumped to catch up with Xiangwan. Wei Qinghe, not as skilled in martial arts, had to carry his sister and run as fast as he could. Some people around them were running with them, while others stood frozen in place. The scene was chaotic, with screams and cries constantly ringing out.
Boom, boom, boom.
"Father, mother, my children, my wife." Suddenly, 2 mountain peaks nearby collapsed with a loud crash. Falling rocks instantly injured many people, some even killed on the spot. The crowd, already terrified, became even more frightened. Those who had been worried about their parents and children now only thought about escaping desperately. Even the usually mighty law enforcers were caught in the chaos. Pant, pant, pant. After running for a while, Xiangwan stopped at an open space she had spotted earlier. Wei Qingyi, who had been following closely, also put down Zhao Yuping. Wan, watch over mother. I'll go help Qinghe and Linger. Okay. Gasping for breath, Xiangwan waved her hand. After he left, she said softly, the ground turning over like a dragon won't last long. The area is open, and as long as the ground doesn't, we won't get hurt. Mother, don't be afraid. At least now, we are safe. As if to prove her words, the shaking gradually lessened until it stopped completely. Those still running desperately also slowed down and stopped. No, it's not shaking anymore. Zhao Yuping's face was pale as she asked, still trembling with fear. It should shake again later. Not giving her false hope, Xiangwan gently patted the small cub in her arms and comforted him. Don't be afraid, and Gur. Auntie is here. Ugh. The little cub buried in her arms kept crying, overwhelmed by the sudden disaster. He was truly scared. Mother. 13-year-old Wei Linger suddenly rushed to hug her mother, seeking warmth. Wei Qingyi and his brother followed behind, one with furrowed brows and the other with a pale face, both looking unwell. Soon after, Jie and the others arrived one after another. Most of them looked pale, disheveled, and some even had injuries. The elderly, women, and children in the group were noticeably fewer. Some couldn't walk and were abandoned by their relatives, standing blankly in place, while others were injured or killed by falling stones. After this escape, it was completely dark. Jiecha's team hurried to count the casualties and instructed everyone to stay put and rest there. However, everyone was still frightened and didn't really listen. The team members didn't bother to insist. They needed to go back to check if the ox carts were still there, if any survivors remained, and whether the road ahead was passable. There are bugs, so many bugs. Snakes. Suddenly, screams pierced the air. Dense swarms of snakes, insects, mice, and ants crawled everywhere, causing chaos again. Quiet, everyone be quiet. Stop fighting. Seeing this, the remaining team members quickly whipped their whips, suppressing the chaos. Gradually, they managed to regain control, but no one sat down again. They all stood there with grim faces. Gur, go to Grandma's place, okay? There were too many bugs, making it impossible to sit down. Xiangwan gently patted the little child's bottom and softly coaxed him close to her ear. Okay. He looked up at her, and then at Grandma. Tears still hung in the child's eyes, but he obediently reached out his hand to Zhao Yuping. Angia. Zhao Yuping took the child and couldn't help but choke up again. She's good at everything, just too delicate and prone to crying. Xiangwan sighed helplessly. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve, poured the powder onto the ground, and almost immediately, the snakes, insects, mice, and ants nearby retreated. Chenghe sprinkled some powder around. She handed the small porcelain bottle to him. Okay. Wei Qinghe took the bottle and, following her instructions, sprinkled a circle of powder around them within 2 meters. Soon, there were no more snakes or bugs nearby. Quick, go to Wei Qingyi and the others. Someone with sharp eyes spotted their situation and shouted loudly. Almost everyone ran toward them. Xiangwan's face darkened. She kicked the person who was running at the front out of the way. The tall man fell back several meters and landed with a thud on the ground, countless snakes, insects, mice, and ants crawling onto his body. Xiangwan, why are you so cruel? Seeing this, someone shouted angrily and others also looked at her with angry eyes. Xiangwan scoffed and said, Yeah, why am I so cruel? Who would admit to being so straightforward? It made them all a bit confused. Xiangwan ignored them. She pretended to search in her small bag, took out a small porcelain bottle, and walked toward Zhao Shan. This is a powder that drives away snakes, insects, mice, and ants. Just sprinkle it around, and they won't dare come close.
Thank you.
Zhao Shan took the bottle with some embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he also thought she was too cruel, but he didn't realize she was just trying to give them enough medicine powder. They had misunderstood her intentions. Dear friends, don't forget to add this to your bookshelf, and please vote for me. With the medicine powder Xiangwan provided, the snakes, insects, mice, and ants that had been crawling around due to the earth dragon turning over finally stopped approaching. However, they still gathered outside the circle where the powder was sprinkled. The dense crowd made people's scalps tingle. Even though everyone was exhausted, many dared not sit on the ground, fearing that some uninvited pests might crawl into their clothes. I'll go check if the cart is still here. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Wei Qingyi slowly stood up.
Wait.
Shin Xiangwan quickly called him back. Facing his puzzled look, she rummaged in her bag again, pulled out a bottle of potion, and sprayed it at him with a series of quick bursts. This is an insect-repelling potion. It's harmless to humans. Be careful. Usually, after earthquakes that can shake mountains, there will be ongoing aftershocks. She had already guessed that the strange long-distance phenomena from the noon fish swarm to the evening bird flock, besides earthquakes, wouldn't be caused by other natural disasters. Luckily, the rescue team hadn't found the mountain cave yet. If they had gathered inside, it might have caused even greater casualties. Yes, you too. Stay here and don't run around. Before leaving, Wei Qingyi reminded him, probably worried that his mischievous little rascal might cause trouble again.
Got it.
Waving his hand, Shin Xiangwan sat down where she was. After Wei Qingyi left, she suddenly jumped up. What's wrong? Seeing this, Zhao Yuping asked with confusion. Nothing. Mother, you all stay here. I'm going to gather some firewood. Their cart and the things on it are still unknown if they are there. The temperature at night is low, and without firewood, they might all catch colds tomorrow. Wait, second sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Wei Qinghe was about to stand up, but Shin Xiangwan quickly stopped him. You stay and protect Mom and the others. Disasters are scary, but people's hearts are even scarier. While speaking, she subtly looked around at the people nearby. An earthquake causes injuries and deaths in every household, some even losing more than one person. In contrast, they are unharmed. Who knows if they might do something terrible? With Wei Qinghe as a male protector, they should be somewhat afraid. Oh, okay. He looked in the direction she indicated and understood her meaning. Be careful. If there's danger, run quickly. Nodding, Shin Xiangwan ran out in a random direction, hoping to return as fast as possible. She was still worried about Wei Qinghe alone, especially since Zhao Yuping and her daughter are too fragile, and the little ones are very young. Ugh, my children. Over at the Shin family, Wang Wan'er held her son's body and cried painfully. When the earthquake struck, she instinctively picked up her daughter, thinking her husband would hold their son. But he chose to protect Shin Xiangyue, that unkind woman. She was alone with 2 children and couldn't run fast. When the mountain collapsed, her son was crushed by falling stones and died instantly, before he could even scream.
Vanea.
Shun Mingshu, the eldest legitimate son and the only heir, also had tears in his eyes. Don't call me Shin Xiangdong. I hate you. It's you and Shin Xiangyue who caused my brother's death. He remained silent at first, but once he spoke, Wang Wan'er immediately directed her anger at him, her tears filled with deep resentment. If he hadn't been so focused on Shin Xiangyue, how could their son have died? It's him and Shin Xiangyue who caused her son's death. Wan'er, I beg you, stop making trouble. My brother is gone, and I feel terrible too. As he spoke, Shin Xiangdong reached out to hold her, but making trouble? During the disaster, Shin Xiangyue only called out Big Brother, and you immediately rushed to protect her. Didn't you hear our child calling you Dad? Now he's dead, and you're happy? And you unkind woman, if it weren't for you, how could my son have died? She pushed her son away and shouted at them in a frantic voice. She was wrong. She should have listened to her parents. When their family was being seized, she should have asked for a divorce paper to leave this house, which always seemed to revolve around Shin Xiangyue. She wanted to leave this cold-hearted man who didn't care about his own son. Shin Xiangdong wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't speak. The accusations from his wife were true. He didn't know what he was thinking at that moment. By the time he reacted, he had already carried Yuer to this open space. Wang Wan'er was angry and hated her even more. Shin Xiangyue dared not speak, but she couldn't help but curse in her heart. She had warned them to be careful, but they ignored her. If her son didn't die, who would? However, thinking about the possibility of being trapped here, Shin Xiangyue no longer cared about her resentment. Even if she was exiled, she wanted to survive and reach Chinjjo to find a better future for herself. Where? Did you already know that the land would turn against us? The eldest grandson had died, and Shin Yishan was sad, but his attention shifted to Shin Xiangyue. If she didn't know in advance, why did she suggest what she did earlier? He asked, and Zhang's family all looked at her. But Shin Xiangyue was still lost in her thoughts and didn't respond.
Yue? Ah?
Seeing this, Shin Yishan spoke again, his voice noticeably lower. Shin Xiangyue finally snapped out of her trance and asked somewhat confused, "Father, you called me? I am asking you. Did you already know the land would turn against us?" Suppressing his displeasure, Shin Yishan asked again.
No, I didn't know.
Seeing everyone looking at her, Shin Xiangyue repeatedly waved her hands to deny. She wasn't stupid. If they found out she had known, they might blame everything on her. Then she would really be finished. At least on her way to exile, she still needed the Shin family's protection. Really? Shin Yishan clearly didn't believe her. Then why did you suggest not staying in the cave tonight? I already said I felt like something big was going to happen. Shin Xiangyue clenched her fingers tightly, trying her best to control her fear. No matter what, she couldn't let them see her as the guilty one in this family. Hopefully that's the case. He stared at her deeply for a while, showing no trust and not asking further questions. The others also had different thoughts. The only certainty was that Shin Xiangyue's position in this family was gradually collapsing. Many other families are just as noisy as theirs. When disaster strikes, many people only think of themselves and don't care about their parents, spouses, or children. Most of them have been injured or killed. The rescue teams are still searching for survivors and collecting bodies. The exact number of casualties is not known yet, but looking at the blood-stained bodies on the ground, it must be very large. Don't forget to vote to encourage us. Big thanks. Where is Wan? When Wei Qingyi returned with a cart, he didn't see Shin Xiangwan and immediately frowned. Second sister-in-law went to gather firewood. He put down the cart and saw that most of their belongings were still there. Wei Qinghe quietly relaxed. After this period of exile, he had become much more mature and understood how difficult things would be without these supplies. Which way did she go? You're back. Just as Wei Qingyi was about to ask where she had gone, Shin Xiangwan's voice sounded. He turned to see her carrying a bundle of firewood on her shoulder and holding a large bundle in her other hand, walking back with a big smile. After fleeing earlier, she immediately went to find firewood. She looked quite disheveled, but in Wei Qingyi's eyes, she looked very beautiful right now. Aren't I supposed to stay put and not run around? Shifting away the strange feeling in his heart, Wei Qingyi helplessly stepped forward to take the firewood she was carrying. The little rascal is good everywhere, just too independent and disobedient. I didn't run around. I was just collecting some firewood nearby, she said as she squatted down to pick out thinner branches and used a fire starter to light them. Wait until I come back next time, Wei Qingyi sternly requested, truly at a loss for what to do.
Got it.
She waved dismissively, not caring much. Shin Xiangwan took the bundle from the cart and shared the buns and fried fish pieces she made earlier with them. Eat something first. We probably won't sleep well tonight.
Boom.
Father, mother.
Help.
As if to echo her words, the ground trembled again. The tremor was very intense, with high frequency and large amplitude. The little cubs, who had already been sleeping in Zhao Yuping's arms, instinctively clutched her clothes tightly. Sharp cries sounded again on the open ground. Faced with so much death, Most people became like frightened birds, trembling uncontrollably.
Boom!
With a loud, thunderous sound, a distant mountain peak collapsed again. The ground seemed to shake even more, and some people felt they couldn't sit still. "It's okay. As long as the ground doesn't open, we should be safe," said Xiangwan calmly, pushing away Wei Qingyi, who was holding her. "I'm so scared," Zhao Yuping said, her eyes red as she tightly hugged her child. When Wan and the others left just now, she quietly looked around and saw many people had died. The shaking now felt like the king was still unhappy and wanted to take more lives. "There's nothing to be afraid of."
"Look, it has stopped now," she said.
As she spoke, the aftershock subsided again. Xiangwan took a blanket and spread it on the ground. She then gently took the child from Zhao Yuping's arms and tried to lay him on the blanket, but
Auntie, Scarlet, Angea is Scarlet.
Just as she was about to pull her hand back, the little one opened his eyes and clung tightly to her. Seeing his tearful eyes, Xiangwan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She hugged him and comforted him softly. "Be good and go. Auntie is here. Don't be afraid." The little one moved and snuggled further into her arms, clutching her clothes tightly.
Is Angea hungry?
"Should we eat something first?" Xiangwan whispered softly into his ear. The tired little one opened his eyes and said, "Annie, drink milk." "Okay, let's drink milk," she replied. She reached into her bag, took out a box of milk, and handed him a straw. The little one took the straw, held the milk, and started drinking happily. Wan, worried she might find it inconvenient to eat while holding him, softly suggested, "Yuping, maybe I should hold him?" "No, just eat quickly. We have more to deal with tonight." Xiangwan waved her hand and took a cold, hard bun and bit into it fiercely. Seeing this, Wei Qingyi and the others stopped arguing and started eating too. It was already dark outside. As they lit a fire, some people, feeling a little calmer, went nearby to find firewood. The rescue workers also stopped searching for survivors. Many bodies had not been found, and around them, there was always the sound of crying. "Qingyi, Chenghui is missing. You're good at martial arts. Go help us find him." The old lady suddenly rushed over with the second and third families, pulling Wei Qingyi and crying. Wei Jingwan's eldest son, Wei Qinghui, was only 15 and her real grandson. "Wei Qingyi, why are you just sitting there? Get up and find him." "Listen, Chenghui is your close younger cousin." Before he could respond, Zhang Rui suddenly shouted angrily. Wang Lan also chimed in, but her eyes were fixed on the buns in their hands. Since they could stay at the inn every night, they usually only brought dry food for midday. Although they ate grilled fish today, the dry food was untouched. When the Earth Dragon turned over, they were too busy fleeing to care about their food. Now they were all hungry. "Wei Qingyi, what do you mean? Are you really going to watch Chenghui die?" After these two women, Wei Jingwan stepped forward again, his face full of open resentment and anger. "Wei Qingyi, are you done yet?" Seeing Wei Jinghong also about to speak, Xiangwan couldn't hold back her anger and shouted. Once she saw that their attention was on her, she sneered and said, "One at a time, can you give my husband a chance to speak? Besides, you lost your people but didn't go look for them, yet you have the nerve to demand things from my husband."
"Why?"
"Because of your big faces? Because you are shameless? Get this straight. When we left the imperial city, I already expelled you from the Wei family. You have no right to boss us around here." Xiangwan was not polite at all. Such a big earthquake, aftershocks would be strong too. Now that it was dark, leaving to find people was basically asking for death. Why didn't they go? And they still had the nerve to scold Wei Qingyi, truly giving them face. You wicked woman. I'll beat you to death." After a moment of stunned silence, old lady's son angrily rushed toward her.
Wan.
Almost instantly, Wei Qingyi wanted to pull her into his arms, but Xiangwan pushed him away and grabbed son's hand, which was about to hit her. "What's wrong? Embarrassed and angry? Am I wrong? Son, this is the last warning. If you keep causing trouble, I won't care whether you're an old lady or not." After speaking, Xiangwan forcefully pushed her away. Sun staggered a few steps, but was caught by her two sons in time. Otherwise, she might have fallen to the ground. Dear friends, don't forget to add this book to your bookshelf and vote for it. Please, votes are very much appreciated. Wei Qingyi, do you really not care about family at all? Holding her mother, Wei Jingwan did not want to argue with Shin Xiangwan. Instead, he looked at Wei Qingyi, who had never had a chance to speak. In his opinion, Wei Qingyi was easier to control than Shin Xiangwan. After all, even when they clung tightly to the family power of the mansion, he never said much. Recently, he hadn't really fought with them either. Compared to Shin Xiangwan, who was reckless, he was actually a bit afraid of her deep down. You're no longer part of the Wei family, and we are no longer relatives. I have no obligation to risk my life to help you find someone, Wei Qingyi said coldly, meeting his eyes. Fine, Wei Qingyi, you unfilial thing. You're really something. Wei Jingwan was clearly caught off guard by his blunt refusal. His finger trembled as he pointed at him, his chest rising and falling quickly, as if he might suffocate at any moment. Get lost.
Clang.
Where did he get the nerve to call others unfilial and rebellious? Shin Xiangwan, with her quick temper, couldn't hold back and kicked him. Because Wei Jingwan was still holding Sun Shi, mother and son fell backward to the ground together. Mother, husband. Mother, second brother. Realizing what was happening, Zhang Rui and Wei Jinghong hurried over, trying to help them up. Shin Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi stood side by side, her face cold as she sneered. Where do you get off calling my husband unfilial and rebellious? Don't you remember who it was that, when we were down and out, didn't give us anything? They immediately wanted to split the family and even shamelessly demanded 1,000 taels of silver every year. The court's laws clearly state that if parents or elders are unkind, children can cut ties, stop caring for them or burying them. I've expelled you from the Wei family, which means I've already cut ties with you. Why should my husband still be filial to you bloodsuckers? You, Shin Xiangwan, I said, I don't acknowledge. Your denial doesn't matter to me. I accept it myself. Shin Xiangwan cut him off sharply. Sun Shi wanted to argue back, but Shin Xiangwan shot her down, making her so angry she almost exploded. Her eyes widened like copper bells. I advise you all, instead of causing trouble here, go find someone quickly. If you delay, aftershocks might come again, and then you might not be alive but dead, Shin Xiangwan added coolly, as if afraid they weren't angry enough. You. We're leaving, they said hurriedly. She pointed at her trembling finger for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Sun was so angry that she turned and left in a huff. The others looked at Shin Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi, unsure if they would help find the person, and had no choice but to leave too. Before leaving, many looked longingly at the meat buns in their hands. She snorted impatiently. Shin Xiangwan sat down and picked up the little one again. Ange is so well-behaved. In the future, when Annie fights bad guys, Ange must stay as obedient as now, okay? Earlier, when she suddenly faced those people, she casually placed the little one beside her. Luckily, he didn't cry or make trouble but waited quietly. Okay, I'll be good. Holding the empty milk box with both hands, the little one blushed and answered obediently.
Good boy.
She leaned down and kissed his smooth little face. Then she took the milk box away and picked up a piece of fish belly meat to feed him. Eat quickly. When you're full, go back to sleep. The little one was really sweet and obedient. He immediately started eating. Qingyi, do you think Qinghui really? Since he had known the children since they were young, Zhao Yuping felt a bit reluctant. But she couldn't finish her sentence because, besides the little one, all her children stared at her intently. Mother, why are you still like this? Have you forgotten how they treated us? Wei Qinghe looked at his mother in disbelief. She used to be kind and always forgiving. But when they were exiled, those people wished they were dead. Why was she still worried about their lives? She was doing all this to protect them, standing up to the second sister-in-law of those people. Was she trying to make her actions a joke? No, I didn't mean that. I was just talking casually. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping quickly waved her hands. She really didn't want Qingyi to go help. She was just feeling a bit compassionate. Mother, whether Wei Qinghui is really missing or not, it doesn't matter to us. Looking at her brothers, sisters-in-law, and then at her mother, Wei Linger raised her hand and linked her arm with hers. Although she was only 13 and not yet of marriageable age, her experiences over this time had made her grow a lot. Especially after seeing her sister-in-law fiercely protecting them, her mindset had changed greatly. She felt that all the teachings her mother gave her about women needing to be gentle and follow the 3 obedience and 4 virtues were all wrong. At critical moments, those things simply couldn't protect them fully. As for second sister-in-law, even though everyone feared her and secretly looked down on her, she never let them suffer any injustice. In her heart, second sister-in-law's importance was almost equal to that of the all-capable second brother. I know, Zhao Yuping wanted to say she was just asking casually, but she suddenly realized that perhaps her casual question was also hard for the children to understand. Mother, do you know how terrifying the Earth Dragon's reversal can be, enough to shake even the mountain peaks? What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Xiangwan quickly finished her bread and looked into the dark night. She said slowly, have you ever thought about why they want Cheng-Yi to find someone instead of going themselves? Besides the ongoing aftershocks, there could be natural disasters like mountain floods or landslides. Even if there aren't, stones are constantly falling from the mountain. During the day, it's easier to see, but at night, everything is pitch black. If they leave this open space hastily to find someone, they might be hit by falling rocks or buried by landslides. Who will they cry to then? I refuse to let them go, not just because they might not deserve it, but mainly because we must be responsible for our own safety. After speaking, Xiangwan exhaled deeply, placed the little cub aside, took a blanket from the cart, used a cloth as a pillow, and lay down to sleep with the cub. She was not angry. Zhao Yuping was kind-hearted, and asking questions about children she had watched grow up was not strange. She was just very tired, so tired. Mother, Wanan is very tired. Let her rest well. Zhao Yuping wanted to say more, but Wei Qingyi interrupted her in a deep voice. He understood Wanan's exhaustion. Since their wedding night, she hadn't had a proper rest. Without her, their mother's condition wouldn't be as good as it is now. Others gradually gathered firewood, and small flames flickered on the open ground. Most people's food was lost. Fortunately, the rescue team found a cart with their prepared cornbread. Suddenly losing loved ones, only able to gnaw on tough cornbread, and facing aftershocks from time to time, many couldn't even cry. They could only silently shed tears. What they didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Soon, they would truly understand what exile means. Please support with votes.
Don't.
Sniffle. Aftershocks kept coming wave after wave. Even when people were asleep, many frowned tightly, and some timid individuals trembled and whimpered. Whenever the tremors grew stronger, they would wake up immediately, instinctively hugging themselves or their loved ones. During this series of aftershocks, many opened their eyes in panic, as if a great disaster was about to happen. Something's wrong. There's movement in the mountains. Suddenly, Wei Qingyi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, sensed danger and quickly woke everyone. It seems like a large number of wild animals have come out of the mountains. Qingyi, take the mother and the others up the trees. Xiangwan, who was lightly sleeping, jumped up at once. She spoke while grabbing a strap to secure the sleeping young ones in her arms.
Okay.
Wei Qingyi didn't say much. He immediately carried his mother and younger siblings to the nearest tree. When it was Xiangwan's turn, she refused. The wild animals will probably come out soon.
You go tell the guards. Just consider it a favor to them.
They didn't know exactly how many wild animals there were, but it was definitely a lot. If they didn't prepare in advance, they might all be in danger. All right, hurry up and climb the tree. Be careful. Wei Qingyi didn't hesitate. After a simple reminder, he quickly ran off. Xiangwan initially wanted to put the cart and blankets into her space, but then she thought she wouldn't know how to take them out later. She could only quietly pack a few bundles. After climbing the tree, she tied each bundle to thick branches. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about how to explain later. General Wei. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan, who noticed Wei Qingyi approaching, hurried over when he sensed something was wrong. He didn't call him Prince or use his full name, but chose a more normal way of addressing him. The wild animals in the mountains have come out. There are probably quite a few. It's best to move everyone onto the trees. Wei Qingyi cut straight to the point without wasting words.
What?
Zhao Shan stared in disbelief, then quickly turned and said, "Hurry, inform everyone. Those who can climb should do so themselves. Those who can't, help them climb. Make sure everyone gets onto the trees."
Yes.
The guards didn't hesitate. After responding, they hurried out. Sniffle. The wild animals are coming out. What should we do? Mother. Hurry, climb the tree, quickly. Ugh. The scene instantly became chaotic. Everyone ignored the bodies of their loved ones on the ground and rushed toward the nearest trees. Some even fought over a single tree until a soldier harshly whipped them to calm down. They then hurriedly looked for other trees. The soldiers not only used whips but also helped the weak elderly, women, and children climb the trees. Although they occasionally touched the delicate bodies of these people, in the face of death, such matters seemed unimportant. Wei Qingyi, come quickly and help me get up the tree." Among the crowd, Sun Shi saw Wei Qingyi helping others climb trees. She immediately shouted desperately at him. She simply couldn't climb, and her sons no longer paid attention to her. Boom. The beasts are coming out. Hurry, climb the trees. The aftershocks had long passed, but the ground still trembled. Zhao Shan turned his head sharply, his pupils shrinking. He ignored helping others and shouted desperately while scrambling up a tree. Meanwhile, countless wild animals, tigers, deer, boars, wolves, pythons, and various other creatures, rushed out of the mountains. Her Yuet moved faster.
Help.
Seeing the wild animals, the soldiers who hadn't yet climbed the trees were terrified and desperately scrambled upward. Those who couldn't make it up were crying loudly, including Sun Shi, who was abandoned by her sons. Hold on tight. Wei Qingyi, skilled in martial arts, didn't care who was crying. He grabbed them and threw them onto the trees. Oh, Wei Qingyi, you unfilial son. Sun Shi, who was thrown onto a tree, wailed in pain, clutching the branches and shouting curses. But Wei Qingyi ignored her and kept tossing the remaining people onto the trees.
Bang.
After the wild animals reached the open space, they didn't stop. Instead, they crazily charged into the forest. Some, panicked, ran straight into tree trunks, screaming as they fell. Others tightly clung to the trees, crying out heart-wrenchingly, looking as miserable as possible. Auntie, a small child, awakened, tightly hugged Shin Xiangwan's neck, voice trembling with sobs. Be good, it's okay. Gently patting his back, Shin Xiangwan softly comforted him. A dull, muffled voice responded. The young child deeply buried his head in her embrace, clutching her clothes tightly with both small hands. Mom, linger, hold on tight. Be careful not to fall, she reassured the child. After calming the kid, Shin Xiangwan raised her voice and shouted toward Zhao Yuping and others in the distance. If they fell into the wild animal herd, they would definitely die, probably beyond rescue. Even she couldn't jump in to save them. Okay. All right, Zhao Yuping and her daughter responded one after another. They then tightened their grip on the tree branches. On the other side, Wei Qinghe looked on with a pale face, watching the frantic animals below, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Big brother, I'm scared. Shin Xiangyue clung tightly to Shin Xiangdong on a sturdy tree. Despite being constantly scolded and targeted by Wang Wana, when disaster struck, she instinctively held onto her strongest brother. In her mind, nothing was more important than her life, even if she had caused trouble for her parents.
Dad.
On a lower branch, Shin Minjia, held tightly by Wang Wana, looked up and choked back tears. Shin Xiangdong, about to comfort Shin Xiangyue, froze, his words caught in his throat. Don't call him that. He's no longer your father. Xiangwan forcibly pressed her daughter's head into her chest. She had originally wanted her husband to bring their son's body up the tree with him. He was already dead, so he shouldn't be left without a proper burial, right? But what about him? He still only cared about Shin Xiangyue. At that moment, she finally saw clearly. In his heart, their mother and son were worth less than Shin Xiangyue. Wanner, can you stop causing trouble? Looking down at his wife, Shin Xiangdong felt a wave of helplessness. Don't forget to add this book to your shelf so you won't lose track. Please vote for it. Please, please, please. Big sister-in-law, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Shin Xiangyue, nestled in his arms, choked on her tears and sobbed. Her body trembled slightly. Immediately, Shin Xiangdong hugged her tighter. You're not at fault. No need to apologize to her.
But
she looked up with tearful eyes, hesitant to speak. Her pitiful appearance made Shin Xiangdong feel heartache. You're my sister. If I don't protect you, who will? Don't think too much. She's just making a fuss. If there was a slight nod, Shin Xiangyue leaned closer into his embrace. In a place others couldn't see, tears shimmered clearly. The Shin family's strongest fighter was Shin Xiangdong, who was also the eldest son and had a lot of influence. No matter what, she would hold tightly onto him. As for Wanner, men's hearts weren't with her. No matter how much she caused trouble, it would be useless. Even if she didn't look at them, Wanner heard their conversation the whole time. She cursed secretly at the adulterous couple, but didn't shout anymore. Instead, she focused all her mental energy on the wild beast still running away below. She had already lost her son, but she would do everything to protect her daughter. At night, Wei Qingyi moved quickly on the beast and soon found Shin Xiangwan, jumping onto a branch of the same tree. Are you back? Seeing him, Shin Xiangwan quietly relaxed her breath. She knew he was very skilled in martial arts and probably wouldn't get into trouble. But just thinking about the poison still inside him, which could suddenly flare up, made her worried. So before seeing him, she was still somewhat anxious.
yeah,
Most martial artists can see in the dark at night. Once he confirmed she was safe, Wei Qingyi sat on the tree trunk. About the poison on you, I might be able to cure it.
what?
Hearing her words suddenly, Wei Qingyi was momentarily stunned. The poison he had was very powerful. Even with the resources of the prince's residence and the help of a famous poison doctor from the martial world, they could only suppress the poison, not remove it completely. Wanner only knew some medical skills. How could she cure his poison? Did she say the wrong thing? Or did he hear wrongly? Don't ask me how I can help you. Detoxify. Wei Qingyi, if you're willing to trust me, I won't let you down. Under the cover of night, Shin Xiangwan couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could faintly hear his heavy breathing. His bright eyes stayed fixed on him, unwavering.
Okay.
Once he was sure she wasn't mistaken or that he hadn't misheard, Wei Qingyi nodded without hesitation. After spending this time together, he felt he understood her a little. If even she couldn't be trusted, he didn't know who else he could trust. Let's start once we arrived safely at the post station in Binzhou. He was surprisingly straightforward, and Shin Xiangwan smiled, her face bright like spring breeze. Seeing her smile, Wei Qingyi also slightly curved his lips. Maybe they could truly become husband and wife. Before this, Wei Qingyi had never thought about this possibility. On their wedding night, he went to the new house and made a promise to protect her completely. This was because, in her previous life, she was involved with him and died while being exiled. He wanted to make up for that and at least deliver her safely into Chu Liang's hands. However, after spending some time together, he realized she was completely different from her past self, like two different people, yet she deeply attracted his attention. He admitted he was falling for her and wanted to open his heart and let this little troublemaker stay with him. The beast tide lasted for 2 hours. When it finally disappeared, it was almost dawn. During that time, there were several aftershocks. Everyone hiding in the trees dared not let their guard down. They endured the night until morning, when they were sure no more wild animals would appear, and then they quietly relaxed. But no one dared to come down from the trees because the medicine powder Xiangwan gave last night had lost its effect. The ground was covered with crawling snakes, insects, and rats, making it impossible to stand on. The bodies left on the ground had already disappeared, leaving only faint traces of blood and flesh. Auntie. In the tree, the little cub rubbed his sleepy eyes with a clenched fist, instinctively calling out to the person he relied on most. You're awake? Looking down at him, Xiangwan took out a small bag from her belongings. She carefully used a water pouch and a towel to wipe his face. Don't ask where the towel came from. She secretly snuck it out from her space. She wasn't used to wiping her face with cloths, so she took the opportunity while the guards were helping to gather supplies. Auntie, drink milk. Once fully awake, the little cub eagerly asked for milk. Okay, drink milk. Seeing this, Xiangwan smiled and took out some milk for him. She also untied another bundle from a branch, revealing a few steamed buns wrapped in oil paper, along with several water pouches. She handed them to Wei Qingyi. Take these to the others. First, fill their stomachs. Wei Qingyi took the oil paper bundles and water pouches and flew over to deliver them to Zhao Yuping and the others. Wei Qingyi, we're hungry too. Please bring us some food. Yes, Wei Qingyi, we're begging you. Cousin, can you give the children a steamed bun? Can't we buy from you? Seeing this, people on nearby trees immediately started calling out. Some were polite and even begged, while others spoke as if it was only natural. Wei Qingyi ignored everyone and quickly returned to the tree where Xiangwan was. There are only 3 steamed buns left, 1 for each of us. As if she didn't hear the people's voices, Xiangwan divided the remaining buns among her nephew and uncle, then took the last one herself to eat. Xiangwan, please give us a bun. Xiangwan, you wicked woman. May you have bad luck. Sniff. Mother, I'm hungry. Older cousin. Seeing this, the others turned their anger toward Xiangwan, some even cursing her loudly. But she ignored them. After finishing the bun and drinking 2 big sips of water, she finally untied another large bundle. Inside are the steamed cornbreads we took earlier. Share them with those who can help. Since the start of their exile, she had her companion Wei Qinghe regularly collect steamed cornbreads. Now they had stored away 2 big bundles. The rest she kept for themselves. According to the officials, this place is still 40 or 50 miles from Binzhou. The road ahead might be blocked, and after the recent tremors, who can guarantee they'll reach Binzhou today? Without enough dry food, they will really go hungry. Please support with votes. Wei Qingyi took the bundle and flew away again. When he returned, it had been about 15 minutes, and he had delivered all the steamed cornbreads. We can't stay trapped here. We must hurry to Binzhou. Xiangwan said as she loosened her straps and handed her child to him. And be good. Annie has something to do. Can Uncle Air take you to your little uncle? Okay. The well-fed little one nodded obediently and reached out to Wei Qingyi. What are you going to do? He picked up the child but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked with confusion. What else can we do?
First, we need to go down the mountain.
She rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Xiangwan climbed to the top of a tree, broke off some dry branches, and tore up the coarse cloth her officials had given her. She tied the branches together, wrapped strips of cloth around the front, then sprayed alcohol on it and ignited it with a fire starter.
Bang!
The makeshift torch instantly caught fire. Xiangwan held it and descended from the tree. Under the light of the fire, snakes, insects, and rats either retreated or were roasted into charred corpses.
Clang!
When they finally found a safe place to settle, Xiangwan jumped to the ground and immediately took out some insect repellent powder, scattering it on the ground. All the snakes, bugs, rats, and ants scattered quickly as if they had encountered a predator. Wan. In a moment, Wei Qingyi landed beside her again, took the medicine bottle from her hand, and helped disperse the pests. Let's get my mother and the others down first, then we'll go find the leader.
Okay.
He reached out and took her hand. With one hand, he held her, and with the other, he kept sprinkling the powder along the way.
Huh.
Seeing her suddenly hold his hand, Xiangwan's eyes flickered with emotion. When she noticed that Wei Qingyi's ears were slightly reddening, a playful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She moved her small hand and gently held his hand again. Noticing her little action, Wei Qingyi's tall body stiffened slightly but quickly relaxed. Still, his ears were burning with redness. Neither of them broke this ambiguous moment. After meeting Zhao Yuping and the others, the family relied on the insect repellent powder to clear the way through the crawling pests. Along the way, many people cried out for help, wanting to come down from the trees, but Xiangwan ignored them. The couple led their family toward the tree where Zhao Shan was. "Thanks to you, we're saved. Luckily, you have the powder." After coming down from the tree, Zhao Shan was unusually polite. "This is the leftover powder. Have the guards gather everyone. I suppose you're also out of food. We must leave this place." Without wasting words, Xiangwan took out several large bottles of powder and handed them to the guards. These were secretly brought out from her space. Fortunately, she had foresight. When she returned to her space a few days ago, she prepared some common medicines and had one put them into porcelain or clay jars from this era. Zhao Shan took the bottles without hesitation and distributed them to his brothers who were coming down one after another. They had indeed run out of food. The beast tide last night had washed away everything, leaving only his bag, which he carried at all times. Inside, besides his own money and valuables, were official documents and registers that could not be lost. Having experienced earthquakes and beast tides, their team of hundreds was reduced by nearly half. After the guards rescued the remaining people, Zhao Shan briefly counted the dead. Yes, the dead. Most of the injured had died in last night's beast tide.
What?
We're still leaving?
Ugh. I'm scared.
What if the earth dragon turns over again ahead? There are always stones rolling down the mountain. Should I keep going forward? Isn't that asking me to go to my death? When the guards urged them to continue, a group of hungry people started to chatter loudly. Some couldn't help but cry loudly. They suddenly lost many loved ones, with no bodies left behind. They were scared, truly scared. "Shut up." A voice mixed with inner strength suddenly rang out, sharply hitting their eardrums. The noise gradually faded away. Zhao Shan, with a stern face, said in a deep voice, "Our ox cart has been destroyed by the beast tide. The dry food on it is gone. If you don't want to starve, follow us quietly. Of course, if you want to stay behind, we won't stop you." After speaking, Zhao Shan turned around and took a big step forward. The other guards didn't bother to argue and quickly followed him. Yesterday, not only exiles but also guards died. But since they weren't a burden and were strong men, fewer people died. "Let's go." He glanced faintly at the others. Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi, along with their families, followed behind. Seeing them walk farther and farther away, everyone looked at each other, tears in their eyes. They had no choice but to follow, even crying. Without water or dry food, they would soon die of thirst or hunger. Besides following the guards, they had no other options. This road was the only land route to Chinjjo. For dozens of miles ahead and behind, there were endless mountains, deserted and uninhabited. Yesterday's earthquake was very strong, causing most of the path ahead to be blocked by collapsed mountain peaks. They could only keep climbing up and down, always careful of aftershocks or falling rocks from the mountains. In just 2 hours, several people were injured or killed by falling stones. "Guards, let's rest. I really can't walk anymore." At noon, everyone was exhausted and hungry. They had only traveled about 20 miles, with nearly 30 miles remaining. Seeing the blocked road ahead, some couldn't help but collapse onto the ground. "If you want to die, stay behind." They were not only tired but also hungry. The guards didn't bother to whip their horses. Since morning, they had only eaten a small bun given by Xiangwan about 2 hours ago. If they couldn't reach Chinjjo today, they would only become more exhausted and hungry. The person on the ground had to get up, and others could only grit their teeth and support each other. Jingle, I really can't walk anymore. Can someone carry me?" At the back of the team, Sun's mother, panting heavily, begged her son. Mother, don't joke. How can we carry you at a time like this? Wei Jingwan refused, without hesitation. Next to him, Wei Jinghong, carrying his young son, also said, Mother, hold on a little longer. We can't walk ourselves. How can we carry you? You two unfilial sons. If I could still hold on, I wouldn't be talking to you. Even the best manners can't withstand two sons only caring about themselves. Moreover, she doesn't even have good manners to begin with. Sun Shi angrily scolded her loudly. You still have strength to scold. Why can't you walk? Exactly. If you really want someone to carry you, go find Wei Qingyi. He's skilled in martial arts and definitely has the strength. Wei Jingwan immediately retorted without thinking, and Wei Jinghong quickly agreed. The two brothers both looked grimly ahead, watching the front of the group. Since they set out, Wei Qingyi and the others had been walking in front with Xiao Shan, and they were starting to disappear from sight. You. Sun Shi was so angry that her heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. She couldn't help but think of finding Wei Qingyi again. But when she looked up ahead, she felt a wave of despair. If she had the strength to catch up, she wouldn't have asked her two sons to carry him. In the middle of the group, the Shin family members also faced a similar conflict. The difference was Shin Xiangdong, who had originally felt guilty, was carrying his daughter. But after Shin Xiangyue twisted her ankle and cried out in pain, he chose to abandon his daughter and carry her instead. Wang Wan'er was so angry she lunged forward and scratched him, but Shin Xiangdong, annoyed, pushed her to the ground, making a scene that was very ugly. Please vote. After reading, don't forget to give a vote to encourage us. Kisses.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hurry up. We must reach Binzhou before dark. Just as they were about to arrive in Binzhou around the evening, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up with thunder and lightning. Strong winds blew, causing rocks to tumble down from the mountain. Many people were hit and screamed. Xiao Shan saw this and shouted loudly against the wind, his internal energy clearly audible to everyone. Little uncle. At the front of the group, the young child was frightened by the thunder and trembling in Wei Qinghe's arms. Don't be afraid. We're all here. Seeing this, Shin Xiangwan took out a lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and handed it to him. Then she turned and asked, How far is Binzhou? Probably about 5 miles away.
His name is Xiao Shan, not Wei Qingyi.
He has led people into exile along this route more than once, so we can roughly estimate the distance. Let's pick up the pace and try to run, or we'll be even slower when the rain starts. Okay, I trust you. Xiao Shan didn't object. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Brothers, we're close to Binzhou. Let's run.
Yes.
The guards were already tired and hungry, just wanting to reach the inn for a wash and a good meal. They quickly responded to his call. Wait for us. Hurry up, follow them. Don't run away. Ugh. Before they could react, the crowd started running. When they finally regained their senses, even walking was difficult. They had to support each other to keep running. Not only the women and children, but many men couldn't hold back tears.
It was so hard.
If Binzhou hadn't been so close, they might have given up completely. Clap, clap, clap. The thunderstorm came suddenly and fiercely. No matter how fast they ran, it was useless. Soon, everyone was soaked like drowned rats. But they couldn't stop. They had been holding on this whole time, and if they stopped to rest, they might not be able to walk at all later.
Ow, ow.
It hurts. The heavy rain pounded on them, and the little ones clung to their heads, crying loudly. They looked so miserable. Can't you just use your hand to block some of the rain for him? Wei Qinghe, carrying him, was annoyed. Shin Xiangwan reached out and gently patted his head. Be good, little one. It's not Uncle's fault. Later, we'll ask Grandma and second uncle to give him a little punishment, okay? Okay, hit me twice. Tears in his eyes, the little one pouted and held up. Little brat. Shut up. Wei Qinghe was about to lose patience, but Xiao Yuping slapped him back. Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but smile. All right, just hit him twice. The little one was satisfied. He wiped his eyes with his small hand and then happily on his lollipop again. The rain is too heavy. Cover him well. Okay. Seeing her example, Wei Qinghe didn't dare to just focus on running. He raised his hand and covered his head with it, which made the little one squirm impatiently. The uncle and nephew took a while to balance themselves before they finally managed to keep going. Seeing this, Xiangwan and Wei Qinghe exchanged a smile. However, when they arrived in Binzhou, they realized the situation was worse than they imagined. The nearest Tianhe County had already collapsed, with most buildings destroyed. The residents were almost all displaced, hiding among broken walls and ruins. Since the county government office had also collapsed, many people had been killed, and the authorities were nearly paralyzed. "Let's find a place to shelter from the rain and rest," Xiangwan suggested helplessly, standing in front of the ruined post station. Everyone was stunned. If they continued to stand in the rain, they would all catch cold. "Follow me." Zhao Shan wiped the rain from his face and turned to stride away. "Let's go." Wei Qinghe and Shin Xiangwan helped Zhao Yuping and Wei Linger and hurried after him. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow. They had finally reached Binzhou, but the scene before them was devastating. Many people's eyes lost their light, and they looked utterly defeated, moving mechanically through the rain like old women. In the rainy night, Zhao Shan led them through the ruins until they stopped in front of a stone-built courtyard. Although the outer walls had fallen from the collapsed part, the house seemed still capable of blocking the wind and rain. Inside, people were moving around, clearly gathered there. "Old Yang, are you here?" Zhao Shan called out. At such a time, finding a place to shelter from the rain was good enough. He didn't hesitate and stepped into the courtyard.
Who's calling?
"Is it the spirit?" A burly man in his 30s or 40s came out from inside. "It's me, Zhao Shan." Zhao Shan sighed in relief. If he couldn't find a place to rest, not only the exiled people, but he himself would break down. "Old Zhao, you're here too?"
Why now?
Old Yang paused, then hurriedly said, "Come in quickly. I'm bringing people with me." Zhao Shan turned to look at the guards and the exiled people behind him, signaling his intention clearly. "Let's go inside first." Old Yang was a bit stunned and sighed helplessly. Who would have thought they would encounter such an extraordinary event, like a rare dragon turning over? "Quick, let's go in," he nodded, and Zhao Shan hurriedly urged. Wei Qinghe and the others behind him rushed into the house. The guards and the exiled people at the back pushed and shoved desperately to get inside, afraid that if they were a moment late, there would be no place to stay. More exiled people? Seeing someone come in, a few officials gathered in the main hall frowned impatiently. Behind them, a group of exiled prisoners with tattoos on their faces also looked trapped here by the land dragon's upheaval. "Old Zhou, look who's here." Old Yang led Zhao Shan into the hall. The official called Old Zhou looked up and quickly stood to greet him. "Old Zhou, why are you here this time?" "Don't mention it, just bad luck." He bumped fists with Zhao Shan and sighed helplessly. Then he looked behind him. What did they do? Where are they being sent? "To Chinjjo." Old Zhou stepped forward and whispered in his ear. "This time, the prisoners are a bit special. They're innocent and wrongly accused. If it weren't for fearing someone might harm them on the way, I wouldn't have taken this trip. The world is unfair. Corrupt officials dominate. As low-level guards, our only job is to get them safely to their destination." He patted his shoulder with a heavy heart. Although he wanted to protect them, he wouldn't be soft-hearted because that would only harm them. From prisoners to guards, few are kind-hearted. If they don't adapt now, they might end up dying in the camp. "Please vote. You're thoughtful." Zhao Shan couldn't help but sigh along. Who says they're heartless? In their line of work, if they were even a little soft, they'd probably be bullied by those prisoners who are either rich or noble. Only being ruthless can keep them in control.
King Wei Yang?
"Your Highness, is that you?" Suddenly, a trembling voice came from the exile group. A man in his 40s, tears in his eyes, looked at Wei Qinghe. The other exiles also looked over sharply. Hearing this, Wei Qinghe, who was about to speak to Zhao Shan, instinctively looked up. When he saw who it was, his presence suddenly surged. He quickly stepped forward. "Uncle Yan, how can this be?" Wei Qinghe wanted to say, "You're still alive," but quickly realized they were all still alive, so he had to change his words. Your Highness, it really is you. I never thought I'd see an old friend again in my life. Yan Lang excitedly grabbed his hand. He was once the military advisor of the Eastern Border Army controlled by the Wei family. A few years ago, after being injured, he had to retire and was sent by the emperor to govern Chinjjo. Unexpectedly, during his exile to Chinjjo, he encountered Wei Qingyi. Seeing him in plain, wet clothes, Yan Lang was momentarily stunned. Prince, what are you doing? Plotting rebellion. Wei Qingyi said calmly and openly. Plotting rebellion? How could you?
Sigh.
He instinctively wanted to argue, but the words caught in his throat. Thinking about the current emperor and court situation, Yan Lang and Wei Qingyi exchanged deep looks. All their words turned into a sigh. If only the emperor hadn't tolerated those treacherous officials, how could he have fallen into this situation? The current emperor is not as talented as the great founding emperor, nor as balanced as the emperors Taizong and Yingzong. He might have long forgotten how this world was conquered. Can we talk later? It's not that Xiangwan was inattentive, but they were all still in wet clothes. If they didn't change soon, they might catch a cold, especially the little one trembling from the cold.
Just a moment.
Wei Qingyi gave Yan Lang a look and turned to Zhao Shan. Boss Zhao, can you arrange for us to change out of these wet clothes?
You.
Wait a moment. Zhao Shan, who was reminiscing with old friends, instinctively wanted to get angry. But when he saw who was coming, he had to swallow his frustration. He was not ungrateful. Since the dragon's back turned over, if it weren't for the couple, they would have been trampled by beasts or trapped to death. Old Yang, do you have any spare rooms? There's some, but... Old Yang indicated with a gesture. He used to be an official but quit. When the fire destroyed the buildings, he borrowed money to buy land and build this yard. Usually, it's used to accommodate travelers and exiles. The place is spacious, and even though a few rooms collapsed due to the dragon's upheaval, there are still some spare rooms. We need 2 rooms. Suddenly, the Shin family rushed over. The person fighting for the rooms wasn't Shin Yishan, but Shin Xiangyue. Her voice was unusually sharp, completely different from her usual gentle and delicate tone. Since Wei Qingyi and Shin Xiangwan suggested leaving early this morning, everything has felt different from her memories. In her past life, the exile group had been stranded in the mountains for a long time. By the time they reached Binzhou, the authorities had already started acting, so they weren't completely without a place to stay. Now, she just wants to take a hot bath, change out of her wet clothes, and enjoy a good meal. Do you have money? Holding the child, Shin Xiangwan stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wei Qingyi. She sneered and glanced meaningfully at their wet clothes. How could we not have any? Dad? Shin Xiangyue instinctively retorted, but when she noticed his gaze, her pupils shrank. She mechanically turned to Shin Yishan. It seemed he also realized something. Shin Yishan's body stiffened, trembling as he reached into his money pouch and pulled out a wet silver note.
No.
Seeing the ink on the note had blurred, Zhang Shi's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed uncontrollably. Mother! Shin Xiangnan, standing beside her, quickly caught her. At this moment, the others in the Shin family had no time to worry about her condition. They all stared blankly at the wet silver notes in Shin Yishan's hand. Overwhelmed by despair, it felt as if the sky was falling. No. How could this happen? Our money. Boo-hoo.
Ah.
Their despair was only matched by others. Seeing this, everyone else took out their own money pouches. When they saw their silver notes were also soaked and ruined like Shin's, the last thread of hope snapped. Almost everyone broke down at once.
Why? Why is this happening? Why?
Unable to accept the truth, Shin Xiangyue shook her head and kept muttering. Then, as if she remembered something, she suddenly looked up and said, Our money is gone. Do you still have some? They couldn't rent a separate room, and Shin Xiangwan wouldn't be allowed to either. Whether before or after exile, she would always be beneath him. Idiot. Too tired to bother with her, Shin Xiangwan handed the child to Wei Qingyi. She looked at everyone's gazes and took out a small oil paper package from her damp sleeve. When she opened it, there were about 10 new, Dry silver notes inside, completely untouched by rain. She had secretly packed them earlier when others weren't paying attention. No, this can't be. How is this possible? Are you crazy? Get lost. After a brief moment of shock, Shin Xiangyue couldn't accept this. She rushed forward like a madwoman, trying to the silver note from her hand. Shin Xiangwan's eyes darkened. She spun around and dodged, then kicked her in the buttocks.
Ah, Yue.
Shin Xiangwan, you're asking for trouble. Shin Xiangyue let out a scream, her body uncontrollably lunging forward and falling flat on her face. Shin Shidong suddenly snapped out of his daze. His body moved faster than his mind, and he raised his fist to punch Shin Xiangwan hard. You're the one asking for trouble. Wei Qingyi stepped in front of Shin Xiangwan and aimed his fist at Shin Shidong.
Bang! Ah!
In that moment when their fists collided, Shin Shidong felt his hand almost break. His tall body was thrown backward uncontrollably until he hit the wall and then fell heavily to the ground.
Shidong.
As the eldest son, Shin Ishan's pupils shrank. He quickly ran over. Shin Xiangnan looked at Wei Qingyi and then at Shin Xiangwan. He held his unconscious mother and followed. As for Shin Xiangyue, no one paid attention to her anymore. I want 2 rooms. How much? Some members of the Shin family led the way, and others dared not act rashly. Shin Xiangwan glanced calmly at them and ignored them, walking straight to Old Yang. 50 taels of silver per room. The woman in exile had seen a lot, but women as fierce and bold as Shin Xiangwan were rare. Old Yang was a bit stunned and slow to respond. 50 taels? Shin Xiangwan paused her action of taking out a silver note. Old Yang hurriedly explained, there are very few houses in the entire county that can block the wind and rain. Charging you 50 taels is already cheap. Don't blame him for overcharging. In this situation, not charging would be foolish.
All right.
Do you have anything to eat? He was clear about the prices and not cheating. Shin Xiangwan wouldn't foolishly talk about morality or conscience. She casually handed him a 100-tael silver note. There is food, but you'll need to prepare it yourself. I only provide ingredients and the kitchen, Old Yang said with a smile after taking the silver note. Yes, I want 50 jin of flour, 30 jin of white rice. If there's meat, I also want 10 jin. Vegetables, whatever you have, Shin Xiangwan said. She then pulled out another 50-tael silver note and handed it to him. She knew those items wouldn't cost that much. Normally 1 or 2 silver taels would suffice, but these aren't normal times, are they? She cared not about how much money there was, but whether she could buy what she needed. All right, I'll prepare it for you. Old Yang hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and took the silver note. His house was mainly for resting, and he kept some grain stored. Now that things outside were so bad, he wouldn't have wanted to give her so much money if she hadn't paid quickly. Thanks. Seeing this, Shin Xiangwan quietly relaxed. She wasn't stupid. From his expression, she could tell that if she hesitated or offered less money, she probably wouldn't get that much grain. The situation in Tianhe County was very bad, and other places in Binzhou were probably just as bad. It would be hard for the officials to get enough food supplies, and even money might not buy anything. To avoid starving, they needed to prepare now, making dried food from the grain and secretly sneaking some out of the space. That might help them survive. Old Yang's house had only 2 simple guest rooms, each with just a bed, a table, and 4 long stools. There was nothing else, and the space was small, about 30 square meters. They were soaked from head to toe. It would be best to take a hot bath. Shin Xiangwan also gave Wei Qingyi and his brother 100 taels of silver to buy a tub and some hot water. After they left, while Zhao Yuping and her daughter weren't paying attention, she took out the bundle that held clothes. She pretended to pick out a few large oil paper packages from inside. Why are there still oil paper packages? Zhao Yuping's voice suddenly sounded. Shin Xiangwan, who was secretly sneaking things out of the space, froze for a moment, then naturally picked up one of the oil paper packages. Inside, there are clothes. I heard that on the way into Exile, it often rains, so everyone packed a set of clothes in oil paper. I didn't expect it to come in handy. She unwrapped the oil paper package, revealing a dry, plain outfit inside. It was made of fine cotton. The style didn't matter much, but it was very comfortable to wear. Oh, it's really dry. I was just wondering how to change clothes. Xiangwan, you're so foresight. Zhao Yuping picked up the clothes with joy and excitement. Second sister-in-law, you're amazing. Wei Linger, holding her child, looked at her with admiration. She had clearly become her little fan. Auntie is awesome. The little one was even more direct, happily giving her a thumbs up with a big smile. Their praise was too straightforward. Shin Xiangwan naturally touched her nose and said, as a mother, Linger, you two should quickly change out of your wet clothes.
Okay.
Mother and daughter didn't refuse. They found their clothes and went to the corner to change. Ange, wait a moment. Okay. Shin Xiangwan didn't immediately change her little one's clothes. She first changed herself to avoid getting him wet again with her damp clothes. She took out dry clothes and a few clean towels. Shin Xiangwan decided to go all out. When the brothers Wei Qingyi carried the bath bucket back, they were already dry. Shin Xiangwan didn't give them time to wonder. She handed them the wrapped clothes and urged them to go to the next room to change. About another hour passed. Everyone had a comfortable hot bath and was fully warm. Zhao Yuping took the initiative to do the laundry. Shin Xiangwan took Wei Linger to the kitchen. No one expected that a sudden thunderstorm would turn all their banknotes into nothing. Some people still had a bit of silver and could buy a few cheap steamed buns from Old Yang to fill their stomachs. Most could only stare blankly, including the Sun family, the second and third households, and the Shin family, no, to be precise, Shin Yishan and others. Since realizing her husband's indifference and unfaithfulness, Wang Wan'er quietly hid her silver. Though little, it was enough to feed her and her daughter in this moment. No matter how others in the Shin family looked at them, Wang Wan'er didn't share any of her silver. She was completely disheartened. Smells so good. The aroma of rice and meat coming from the kitchen made everyone salivate and feel even hungrier. Old Yen, come and eat something. Soon, the brothers Wei Qingyi came in carrying a clay jar and bowls and chopsticks. The smell of food made everyone stare eagerly. We have some too. Yen Lang was surprised, then stood up with his family. After seeing Wei Qingyi again, his mood relaxed a lot, and he felt much more cheerful than before. Yes, my wife asked us to bring this. Wei Qingyi handed them the clay jar and utensils, saying, This is plain flour dumpling meat soup, made by my wife herself. Just eat it as it is. He liked how his wife called it that, more natural and smooth. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Okay. Yen Lang clearly did not understand his subtle show-off. He took a spoon and filled a bowl with noodle balls and meat soup, then eagerly ate it, saying, So good. The freshly cooked soup was still very hot, and Yen Lang jumped around from the burn. He looked so funny.
Dad.
Isn't that embarrassing? His sons looked at each other silently. Their father was a soldier by background. They knew he wasn't very particular about manners, but this was too much. Being his son required a big heart. Later there will be more. Dear readers, don't forget to add this to your bookshelf and support us. Uncle Yen is still the same as before. In comparison, Wei Qingyi was smiling. Yen Lang was not just an ordinary strategist. He could fight on the front lines, attack cities, and conquer territories. He was born humble and could get along well with ordinary soldiers. The soldiers loved him very much. If he hadn't been seriously injured that time, he wouldn't have left the military camp. Now again, in his past life, Yen Lang didn't live to reach Chinjjo. They never met. He didn't even survive until Binzhou. He was exiled but died shortly after from severe injuries and poisoning. But for some reason, his soul didn't disappear after death. It kept wandering in the world. That's why he knew many things, which made him so indifferent. Until Chu Liang died, he crazily invited enemies to invade. Watching his homeland, which he had fought hard to protect, fall into chaos, he felt no fluctuation at all. When the enemy troops broke through the mountains and rivers, he was reborn. He returned to before his exile. He didn't know why he was reborn, but this time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. He was determined to protect everyone he cared about. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Yan Lang's eldest son, Yan Junling, helplessly bowed and gave a respectful salute. He grew up in the military camp and knew his father's temper very well. So, besides feeling helpless, he had no other feelings. Junling, I hope you are well.
His gaze shifted to him.
Wei Qingyi's smile deepened. Yan Junling was a year younger than him. They knew each other well, but because Yan's mother didn't allow him to go to the battlefield, their friendship wasn't very close. 3 years apart, everything has changed. Looking into his eyes, Yan Junling felt very emotional. It will get better. He gave him a reassuring look. Wei Qingyi stood up and said, You all eat slowly. If you need anything, let us know. I'll be leaving now.
Wait.
Yan Lang quickly stopped him after finishing a bowl of noodle dumpling soup and whispered in his ear, It seems that, in this pot of noodle dumpling soup, his wife has some medical knowledge. He is also a martial artist and likely sensed something unusual in the soup. Wei Qingyi's eyes flickered. Since the first time he ate the bun paste that Xiangwan made for him, he knew there was something else in the water, something good for their health. Xiangwan didn't want him to ask, so he didn't investigate further. Instead, he felt increasingly grateful. This was one reason his gentle mother and sister could endure until now. Understanding his meaning, Yan Lang stepped back and confidently waved his hand, saying, All right, I won't be polite then. Nodding, Wei Qingyi exchanged a glance with his brother. The two brothers turned around one after the other. Wei Qingyi. Suddenly, Sun Shi rushed over like a madwoman. Wei Qingyi, I am your grandmother. You can't just ignore us. Yes, we are family. As the head of the family, you should take responsibility. Second cousin, I don't ask for free food. Can you lend us some money? Don't worry, when we get to Chinjjo, I will find a way to pay you back.
Please.
Our exile is because of you. You can't just enjoy yourself and ignore our lives and deaths.
Qingyi.
With her leading, the others in the Wei family rushed forward, each making their demands. Some rational people begged earnestly, while many others demanded forcefully that he do as they said. Wei Qinghe's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. In contrast, Wei Qingyi remained calm and indifferent, as if he wasn't the one being begged. In fact, before the Earth Dragon turned over, these people hadn't truly experienced what exile meant. They had always had money, could rest well at night, so they still held naive beliefs, so naive it was almost laughable. You're not going to do anything? From a short distance, Old Yang gestured towards them with his mouth. He was drinking with Zhao Shan and Old Zhou, not expecting to see such a scene. I'm not that free. Rolling his eyes irritably, Zhao Shan raised his cup. Come on, let's keep drinking.
Cheers.
The three clinked their cups and drank. When they put down their cups, Old Zhou, who was escorting Yan Lang and the others, sighed softly. I didn't expect even the famous Wei Yang king to be exiled. Corruption in the court and injustice from the emperor. He didn't say the rest out loud, but his heart felt heavy. Anyone with a bit of sense and conscience knew that King Wei Yang, who guarded the eastern border for generations, was wrongly accused. Zhao Shan and Old Yang exchanged glances and silently raised their wine cups. No matter what they thought inside, they were just low-level officials struggling to survive. They didn't care about court or imperial affairs. Wow, it's quite lively here. When Wei Qingyi's brothers hadn't returned for a long time, Xiangwan came out of her room and saw them surrounded. Hearing her voice, many people instinctively shivered. Since being exiled, Xiangwan had always appeared fierce. She was very strong and often used violence, so even men dared not provoke her easily. Xiangwan, don't think we're afraid of you. Today, no matter what, you must promise to take care of all our needs in the future. Relying on their numbers and their outburst, Sun's family puffed up their chests and spoke assertively to Xiangwan. Their money was gone, and now they were cold and hungry. The only thing that could keep them alive was Wei Qingyi and his family. No matter what, she had to make them agree. What right do you have to demand anything from me, a woman abandoned by the Wei family? She curled her lips and stepped forward. Even after mentally preparing herself, everyone couldn't help but instinctively step back. Does she have the nerve to cause trouble? Seeing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Xiangwan's eyes. The Wei family is indeed a big family, and my husband is the head. But I've never heard of any family head needing to manage the daily needs of a branch family. If you have the strength to make a fuss here, you might as well find a way to dry your clothes. Otherwise, tomorrow, you'll all catch a cold. She wasn't just speaking out of fear. It's only early April now, and daytime temperatures are quite cool, not to mention nighttime. It's also drizzling outside, and they've been wearing wet clothes all night, hungry and cold. It's strange if they don't catch a cold. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have many people, and only they have money to solve our basic needs. Afraid others might back down, Sun's family shouted loudly again. Yes, we were exiled because of you. Why don't you help us? Xiangwan, we're not afraid of you. If you have the guts, kill us all. I want to change clothes and eat something. You clearly have money. Why can't you help us? Under her encouragement, many people became excited again, but a few quietly withdrew. They wanted help not to completely break ties. After some time together, anyone with a bit of sense could see that Xiangwan preferred to be soft rather than tough, and Wei Qingyi mostly listened to her. The more they pressured, the less they got in return. Extra update, please vote. Little sister. Before Xiangwan could respond, Xiangyue, with red eyes, gently leaned over. She was accompanied by Jiang, who looked like someone owed her money. Did I just step into a nest of trouble? Xiangwan muttered quietly, tired of wasting words. She took out a few silver notes and waved them. Want money?
Fine.
If you can beat me, take it. Dealing with troublemakers, talking is useless. Only force can solve it. Let's go together. Seeing the money, everyone's eyes lit up. Sun was so excited she almost lost her voice.
Charge.
Everyone looked at each other, gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and rushed forward.
Get lost. Bang, bang, bang. Ah.
Xiangwan's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to fight back fiercely, her vision blurred, and in the next second, Wei Qingyi had her safely behind him. Facing dozens of attackers rushing at her, Wei Qingyi shouted sharply. His tall body emitted a powerful gust of wind, knocking the crowd back and scattering them. They fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Again, she was uninvolved. Xiangwan helplessly touched her nose and stepped out from behind Wei Qingyi. TSK, so tragic. Do you want to keep going? Xiangwan. Sun, still on the ground, glared with rage. She didn't notice that her two sons had never followed her. Let's go home and eat.
I'm starving.
Tired of paying attention to her, Xiangwan turned her head and said, Wei Qingyi nodded. The three of them prepared to leave.
Wait.
Jiang, who had approached with Xiangyu, suddenly called out to them. The three of them turned back in unison. She clenched her teeth, as if she had made a big decision, and walked in front of them. She said, Wan, son-in-law, we are family after all. You. Before she finished, Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Family? She really knows how to speak her mind, but if they had even a little bit of kindness for the original owner, she wouldn't have let them be exiled together. Now she's just pretending to be kind because she needs something from her. And with her brave and self-sacrificing look, she acts as if someone is forcing her, as if she's the victim. Who is she trying to fool?
Wan.
Clearly not expecting her to be so irritating, Jiang sure trembles with anger, her eyes wide as if she's about to eat her alive. Stop. Don't talk about us being a family. Where are your family members? Her smile fades. Xiangwan points behind her to Xiangyu. Sister, you are the daughter of our mother. How could she? Get out. Xiangyu secretly hates this, but she has to pretend to be weak and sad. Xiangwan is not Xiangdong and doesn't give her a chance to act. She speaks coldly and directly. Stop talking about whether we are related or not. The truth has already shown that biological relations are not as important as strangers. I warn you, don't come to me with nonsense. It makes me sick. After saying that, Xiangwan turns around and walks away confidently. Wei Qingyi and his brother look at the two women deeply, then follow her.
Bang.
Jiang Shi falls heavily to the ground. Did she make a mistake? No, she didn't. When Xiangwan first returned to the residence, she was timid and shy. How could she be the daughter of the master? Now she acts like a shrew. She doesn't have that kind of daughter. Her daughter should be gentle, quiet, and kind, like Yue. What she doesn't know is that her idea of a gentle, quiet, and kind daughter is wrong. At this moment, her daughter's eyes are full of hostility. Her once beautiful face, twisted by anger and frustration, looks distorted. After a day of rushing and a long night of chaos, everyone is hungry. Even simple dishes like noodle soup with meat, Xiangwan and the others eat happily, enjoying a good meal. Knock. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Everyone pauses in surprise. Xiangwan hesitates on her seat, unwilling to move. Wei Linger quickly gets up and opens the door. Linger. A hoarse voice comes from outside. Soon, Wei Linger leads two middle-aged men and several young men in their teens or 20s into the room. Big sister-in-law. Big aunt. They all bow at the same time. Zhao Yuping quickly says, "It's Jingyi and Jinhang. Come, sit down." Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinhang are the children of a different branch of the family. After they married, their mother separated them, and they live separately. They are not very close to the main family, just acquaintances. No need, sister-in-law. We have something to discuss with Qingyi. The two of them awkwardly waved their hands and looked at Wei Qingyi. Qingyi, we want to borrow some money from you. Don't worry, we will pay it back. Yes, Qingyi, please just lend us some money. The children are cold and hungry, and they're starting to have fevers. Wei Jingyan's voice choked with emotion as his eyes turned red. Several young men behind them looked at each other and suddenly knelt down. Second cousin, we really have no other way. Please, lend us some money. Second cousin, please. They all said that men don't cry easily, but at this moment, their eyes were all red. Just thinking about the children being hungry and shivering from the cold made them feel terrible. They wished they could take their place. The only person who could help them now was Wei Qingyi. Wei Qingyi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiangwan, who shrugged as if to say, "It's up to you. Wanwan, they're different from others." Helpless, Wei Qingyi could only use a secret message to communicate. Not everyone in the family was perfect, most were good.
Sigh.
After exchanging a deep look with him, Xiangwan sighed helplessly. Get up. I can lend each family 100 taels of silver, but you need to write me an IOU. She wasn't insisting they repay her, but wanted them to remember that they didn't owe her anything. Lending them money was only because they shared the same clan and kinship. Thank you, Wanwan. Thank you so much. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly nodded and expressed their thanks. Before coming, they had prepared for rejection, but unexpectedly, they were able to borrow money so easily. Although it was only 100 taels, as long as they saved carefully and with the daily distribution of steamed bread from the relief station, they could probably hold on until they reached Chinjjo. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your family head. She waved her hand and gave Wei Qinghe a glance. He immediately understood and went out to borrow paper, ink, and brushes from Lao Yang. Thank you, Qingyi. Thank you so much. Thank you, second cousin. Hearing this, everyone quickly thanked Wei Qingyi again. When Wei Qinghe returned with the writing tools, they all voluntarily wrote IOUs. When handing over the silver notes, Xiangwan casually suggested, I recommend you buy more grain from Lao Yang. Make dried food tonight, preferably baked biscuits, as dry as possible so they last longer. Also, when you use the kitchen, you can dry your clothes at the same time. If you can buy something tomorrow, ask Jie Cha to bring some oil paper for you. Things might get even harder ahead. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. The group expressed their thanks one after another. After they left, Xiangwan stood up and stretched lazily. Mother, you take the children to sleep first. Linger, and I will turn all the remaining grain into dried food. Okay, After the children fall asleep, I'll come help you. Zhao Yuping didn't object. She was kind-hearted, not foolish. She had already seen what was happening outside and could somewhat predict how difficult things would become in the future. Nodding, Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Wei Qingyi before leading Wei Ling'er to the kitchen. With dozens of jin of flour and rice, they knew they wouldn't be able to rest well tonight. Please vote. The next day, the Jiecha team rarely didn't ring the copper bell to wake everyone. Xiangwan, who had slept late after working until midnight, finally slept in and only groggily opened her eyes around the late morning. Meanwhile, the people gathered in the main hall, exhausted, cold, and hungry, unable to sleep. When the Wei family learned that Wei Jinghan and others had borrowed money, many followed suit. But Xiangwan didn't borrow any, because most of them had caused trouble earlier. Leader, how is it? At around 11:45 a.m., neither of the two exile teams had set out. Seeing Zhao Shan and Old Zhou return, the Jiecha team hurried forward. They were responsible for escorting the exiles, and the costs for food and supplies along the way were paid by the local officials. Early that morning, Zhao Shan and Old Zhou went to the government office. Besides reporting their casualties, they also withdrew rations for the coming days. The rations will be delivered directly later. The demand for ox carts and other needs has been rejected. Zhao Shan sighed, unusually disappointed. Without ox carts, they couldn't carry much grain or supplies. But the situation in Hehe County was clear. The county magistrate had already done his best by providing 3 days' worth of rations. They dared not press further. Only rations? Yes. The Jiecha team couldn't believe it. Zhao Shan and Old Zhou nodded in unison. Once again, they received confirmation from them. The workers couldn't help but feel disappointed. They weren't without complaints, but they weren't fools either. If it was possible to get what they wanted, the boss would definitely try. Since nothing happened now, it meant they couldn't get it. If they caused trouble and alarmed the officials, they might even lose their food supplies. Compared to them, the exiled people's eyes lit up at the mention of food. They hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days and were already feeling dizzy from hunger. Plus, last night, they had been wearing wet clothes for a long time, which made many catch cold. They kept coughing in the middle of the night, and today they felt completely exhausted. Old Yang, just then, Xiangwan came out of the house and looked at Wei Qingyi. The two of them walked toward Old Yang at the same time. Do you need something? Seeing that they were both wealthy benefactors, Old Yang smiled and asked, We want to buy a donkey cart. Do you have any connections? Xiangwan didn't bother with small talk and went straight to the point. Earlier, Wei Qingyi had taken her to the roof to look at the situation in the county town. The situation was really bad. Very few houses were still standing, and the common people were crying out in pain. It was like a living, terrible to see. Hean County was just the most remote county in Binzhou. The other counties were probably no better. Until they left Binzhou, they might not find a place to stay every day. Buying a donkey cart was urgent. This might be a bit difficult. Old Yang looked troubled. In the past, as long as there was money, he could buy a donkey cart or even a carriage. But now, all the pawn shops had been hit hard. They probably didn't even want to open their doors, let alone do business. They might not even have goods to sell. Please help us. You saw the situation. We're also bringing children. What if we have to sleep outside in the wild? Xiangwan said, as she took out a silver note worth 50 taels and handed it to him. Since he was a local, he must have special connections. All right, I'll ask around for you, but I can't promise anything. Holding the silver note, Old Yang finally agreed with difficulty. Xiangwan then took out another silver note worth 100 taels and said, Thanks a lot. If you find one, just buy it for us. I want a more comfortable carriage. If the money isn't enough, come back and tell me. If there's any change left, consider it a gift from my husband and me. It proved that Xiangwan was good at dealing with people. But before, she had only dealt with the difficult members of the Wei and Shin families. To handle them, only force could solve the problem. Mrs. Wei is really straightforward. All right, I'll go out first. Usually, a donkey cart costs at most 20 or 30 taels. Even now, It probably won't exceed 50 taels. Old Yang's face lit up with a smile, and he happily ran out. Mrs. Wei, watching his back as he left, Xiangwan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Qingyi leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "What? Do you have an opinion?" If he expected Xiangwan to be shy, he was completely wrong. She raised her eyebrows confidently, without showing any signs of embarrassment. "No, Mrs. Wei, very good." Even though she didn't show any shyness, Wei Qingyi still smiled happily, feeling very pleased. TSK. Truly a charming person. Seeing his smile, Xiangwan muttered, "This man is almost too charming. His smile is so attractive, isn't it? Do you like it?" Last time, she already knew she liked his appearance. Wei Qingyi, who usually looked aloof, leaned in and raised an eyebrow with a smile.
Get lost.
Annoyed, Xiangwan pushed him away and turned back to her room. Watching her figure leave, Wei Qingyi's smile grew deeper. Was his little rascal feeling shy? Not far away, Xianyue, who had been observing their interaction, clenched her teeth in anger.
Why?
Why wasn't Wei Qingyi dead yet? Why was he still so affectionate toward Xiangwan? Clearly, he was her husband in his past life and her fiancé in this life. She had gone to great lengths to make Xiangwan marry someone else, planning to seize her opportunity to marry the third prince, become crown princess, or even the empress. But Xiangwan had only tragically died in exile. Yet, everything was turning out differently from her plans. Deep down, Xianyue believed Xiangwan should be miserable, forever beneath her feet. Wei Qingyi must also suffer and die in misery.
How could they be living so well? No, this can't be right.
Something must be wrong. The more Xianyue thought about it, the more she hated. The hostility and murderous intent in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Her pale little face twisted again in anger.
Huh?
Feeling a sharp sense of murderous intent, Wei Qingyi turned his head and looked over. His gaze directly met Xianyue's, filled with resentment, hatred, and killing intent. His handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his smile disappeared completely, replaced by his usual cold indifference. Did she really think she could kill him, a powerless woman? Wei Qingyi was curious to see what she would do. He was too lazy to bother with her and turned to walk away confidently.
How dare she ignore him like that?
Seeing this, Xianyue was even more furious. He was just a man she abandoned, so what right did he have to ignore her? He must die, along with Xiangwan. They should all become her stepping stones and die tragically. Please vote for me. Regarding Wei Qingyi and their purchase of donkey carts, Zhao Shan didn't say anything. Exiled commoners are not like prisoners. They are already far from the imperial city. As long as they have money, buying carts and horses for travel is possible. However, when others saw the donkey carts they bought, they couldn't help but feel envy, jealousy, and resentment, especially Sun's family, the second and third households, and the Shin family members. By late afternoon, around the time of the Shin hour, the government finally sent 3 days' worth of rations for the exile teams. They knew they couldn't continue traveling today. After careful thought, Zhao Shan decided to pay for a bullock cart himself and also buy some necessary items for the road. Does anyone want to buy something? We can bring it back, Zhao Shan asked briefly before leaving. Can you help us get some oil paper? Wei Jinghan, who borrowed money from Xiangwan last night, and another person stepped forward. They weren't fools. They knew the journey ahead would be very difficult, and every penny needed to be spent wisely. That's why they only asked for oil paper. Sure, but I can't guarantee I'll find it, Zhao Shan replied. The outside situation was terrible. Most shops were closed. They would try to find some acquaintances, but whether they could buy anything was uncertain. Thank you. Hearing this, the two hurriedly thanked and paid. Wei Qingyi then said to Xiangwan, "We need to buy quite a few things. Can we go with you?" Sure, Zhao Shan agreed after a slight hesitation. Only after they left did Wei Qingyi and Xiangwan realize how bad the outside situation was. Most houses had collapsed, with only a few still standing. The only good news was that the government was already working, and the nearby city guards were involved in rescuing survivors. Under their leadership, the people were digging through the rubble, trying to rescue valuables to rebuild their homes quickly. What's wrong? Seeing Shin Xiangwan's seemingly low spirits, Wei Qingyi asked worriedly. It's nothing. I just feel that the common people are too miserable, Shin Xiangwan replied with a forced smile. She wasn't a saint, but she wasn't a machine either. Seeing the dense rows of dead bodies along the roadside, how could she remain indifferent? By the 20th century, humans could effectively prevent and avoid natural disasters, so such large-scale calamities were impossible. She was seeing this situation for the first time. Is it really that bad? Hearing this, Shin Xiangwan turned around in confusion. Wei Qingyi reached out to pat her head, then looked ahead and slowly said, Tianhe County is considered better. At least the officials still know how to help the people. But as you go further, you'll see that the people are only getting worse, never better. Wan Fan, we are not in a peaceful and prosperous age. The current emperor was not a wise ruler who cared for the people. Wei Qingyi didn't say this aloud, but as a wandering soul in his past life, he had seen too many corrupt officials and tragic scenes. The common people worked hard just to survive, struggling even to meet basic needs. Meanwhile, the emperor and officials enjoyed festivities and drunken pleasures. The dynasty, only a few decades old, was clearly heading toward collapse. Really? Shin Xiangwan frowned slightly, but didn't ask further. She wasn't naive. Even if she hadn't experienced some things, she could imagine them. After roughly figuring out what they needed to buy, Zhao Shan led them through winding streets filled with scattered shops. Many common people gathered here, and the shops were guarded by officials, likely set up by the government. If you want to buy something, go ahead. We'll meet at the street corner in half an hour. Stopping in front of a pawn shop, Zhao Shan spoke seriously. He believed they wouldn't take the opportunity to escape. Okay. Both of them understood how rare it was for him to give them freedom, and they wouldn't betray his trust. Let's go. After glancing at them for a long moment, Zhao Shan led the guards into the pawn shop. He needed to buy a cart first before continuing his shopping. If he couldn't find one, he wouldn't buy anything else. We should go too. Nodding to Wei Qingyi, Shin Xiangwan took the lead and started walking. Old Yang had bought them a spacious donkey cart. Shin Xiangwan planned to buy a few quilts so they could rest inside if they had to camp outdoors. However, after visiting several shops without success, they finally found 2 quilts at a fabric store on a street corner. They were barely enough. Besides that, they also needed pots, bowls, and other utensils for their journey. Many people have caught cold. We should buy some medicine to prevent it, Wei Qingyi said as they passed by a pharmacy. No need, I have pills. Before going to bed at night, each of us just needs to take one. She waved her hand and walked toward a nearby grocery store. The place was full of herbs and medicines. Recently, she had prepared some common medicines, which she could use directly when needed. As for whether it would be exposed, she believed Wei Qingyi had already suspected something, but he hadn't asked. After all, she always took out milk from her bag every day. Yes. As expected, Wei Qingyi showed no hesitation and made no sign of questioning. They bought everything they needed at the grocery store, then went to a clothing shop to buy a few sets of fine cotton clothes for everyone. Since cotton wasn't widely available and Hunan County had suffered a big disaster, fine cotton clothes were still very expensive. Luckily, they weren't short of money and could afford it. They returned to the designated street corner, where Zhao Shan and the others were already waiting. From afar, they saw the 2 of them carrying large and small bundles. One of the guards called out softly, secretly allowing them to act alone. It would be a lie to say they weren't worried, but since they had helped so much, Zhao Shan still allowed it, trusting their character. Sorry, we are late. After meeting up, Shin Xiangwan immediately smiled and apologized. Yes, you can put the things on the cart. We should head back now. They say a kind smile can melt a hard heart. Zhao Shan nodded grimly, not only not blaming them but also gesturing toward the ox cart. Thank you, this was a big help. Hearing this, Shin Xiangwan smiled even more brightly and didn't intend to be polite. She first placed her package on the cart, followed closely by Wei Qingyi. When they returned to Old Yang's courtyard, it was almost evening. The already gloomy sky grew darker, and the sound of severe coughing came from the main room. More and more people seemed to be catching a cold. After dinner, Xiangwan gave each person a pill to prevent colds, and she also gave Wei Qingyi 2 bottles privately. She knew he was worried about the Yen family. Don't forget to add this book to your shelf and vote for it. Next door, Wei Qingyi, who also couldn't sleep, noticed something unusual right away. This time, he wasn't worried like before, but he still got up and left the room. He wanted to go out and see if he could find Xiangwan, and also planned to meet up with Qing and others who had been secretly following them. This time, Xiangwan didn't go to the 0 yuan shopping event. Instead, she went to act as a generous benefactor. Using the space extension, she quickly reached the county office. While the night guards were not paying attention, she quietly sneaked in and secretly stored a large amount of grain and medicinal herbs into various storerooms. Finally, she entered the county magistrate's room, left a message, and made it clear that those supplies could only be used to help the common people. If they were used for anything else, there would be serious consequences. So far, this was all she could do for the suffering villagers. During the day, she heard that the government's buildings had completely collapsed, making them uninhabitable. The displaced people gathered together, with strong workers helping the officials rescue survivors and clear the bodies from the ruins. Elderly people, women, and children helped with tasks within their ability. The government provided 2 meals of plain porridge each day to ensure their basic needs. After leaving the county office, Xiangwan went to the place where the disaster victims gathered. She found the shelter used for distributing porridge and placed a large amount of grain there as well. Prince Wang. In a courtyard that was nearly 2/3 collapsed, Qing and others all bowed at the same time. Has the Dragon Shadow Guard taken any action? Standing by the window with one hand behind his back, Wei Qingyi asked calmly. Today, we received an order to assassinate. Qing respectfully replied. Before this, they had received several inquiries about the situation. Wei Qingyi furrowed his brow slightly. Qing quickly explained, based on my guess, someone has probably reported your true situation back to the imperial city. If not, the imperial city wouldn't have directly issued an assassination order. Moreover, the imperial city was starting to suspect something and might have even sent other members of the Dragon Shadow Guard to carry out the mission. Understood. Wei Qingyi nodded without disputing his guess. As for who sent the message, it could be anyone from the Exile team, the guards, the Shin family, or the Wei family. Moving forward, they needed to be more careful. Have you received any news from Chinjjo? After a moment, Wei Qingyi asked again. Since he had already ordered the guards and the palace's hidden forces to be mobilized after his rebirth, some time should have passed, and news should have come back. No, maybe we missed it. Their way of passing messages was not as fast or accurate as the Dragon Shadow Guard, so missing news was possible. Send people quickly to Chinjjo by fast horse to establish contact as soon as possible.
Yes.
Qing hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed. Wei Qingyi gave a few more instructions before riding back into the night. Once he confirmed Xiangwan had returned, he finally relaxed. He knew she had many secrets, but since the last unsuccessful inquiry, he had never asked again. Sometimes he even helped cover for her and kept her secrets. Ding, ding, ding. Get up. Everyone get up. We leave in 15 minutes. The next morning, at dawn, the guards rang the bronze bell again. Everyone had to wake up from their sleep. Those who caught a cold felt their eyelids heavy and struggled to open them. Under the threat of the guards, they had to force themselves to get up. Xiangwan and the others quickly got up, washed, and after a simple breakfast, packed their bedding, pots, and utensils onto the donkey carts. Both exile groups were headed to Chinjjo. Zhao Shan and Old Zhou decided to travel together for safety. Mother, Linger, Qinghe, you take the children in the carriage. Wei Qingyi and I will drive the carts. Only they bought the carts in the entire exile team. Xiangwan held the children, arranged everything while walking. With the donkey carts, they wouldn't have to work so hard in the future. Second sister-in-law, why don't I drive with second brother? He was a man after all. Wei Qinghe scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. No need. I don't like staying in small spaces for a long time, Xiangwan said as she picked up the little one and placed him on the cart. The child didn't need special instructions and obediently climbed into the cart.
But
Listen to Xiangwan. Wei Qinghe wanted to say more but was interrupted by Wei Qingyi. Zhao Yuping quickly pulled her little son, signaling him to get on the cart. The young couple wanted some private time. What was he joining in for? Meanwhile, at the Tianhe County Government Office. What is this? After getting dressed and ready, the county magistrate, about 40, finally found the letter Shin Xiangwan left. When he saw what was written, his eyes widened in disbelief, reading it several times but unable to believe what it said, until, Sir, such great news. The housekeeper of the rear residence, usually calm, rushed into the main courtyard in a flurry. The magistrate frowned. Quiet down. What's the proper way to behave? Yes, I was wrong. No, sir. Such great news. The steward was momentarily stunned and instinctively apologized, but halfway through speaking, he suddenly rushed forward in excitement. Master, the guards outside the city who were helping the refugees just reported that overnight, the area behind the porridge stalls was filled with dense piles of grain, mainly millet that can fill stomachs. Soon after, several officials from the county office also came to report that the empty warehouses from yesterday are now filled with countless supplies of grain and medicinal herbs. Master, the common people are saved. You don't need to worry about food anymore. Our family's eldest master is a good official. Even after the dragon's rise, which caused heavy damage to the government, he quickly organized rescue efforts and used all the county's stored grain to help the displaced. Without this, the people of Tianhe County would have suffered even more. Really? The county magistrate grabbed his arm, eyes wide with disbelief. The note said it was true. Do they really have enough food now? Absolutely. Seeing his eager look for confirmation, the steward nodded firmly. He had already checked one of the warehouses himself. Good, that's wonderful. Seeing that everything was true, the county magistrate was so excited he spun around in place. Then he clasped his hands in a bow and said, No matter which kind-hearted person offered this help, I, on behalf of the people of Tianhe County, thank you. Thank you for giving the people a way to survive. With these supplies, the people could hold on a bit longer. When the imperial relief grain or silver arrived, they would be truly saved. Later, there will be more. After reading, don't forget to vote and support us. Thank you. Master, who are you talking to? The steward looked around curiously. No one. Come on, I want to see the grain and herbs myself. He shook his head and carefully folded the note, then prepared to go outside. Yes. The steward didn't argue. The master and servant hurried out, each step faster than the last. As for how excited they were upon seeing the grain, there's no need to say more. Over at Old Yang's courtyard, the Yen family members had finished the breakfast Wei Qingyi brought. According to the rules, they should put on shackles and handcuffs, but when the dragon rose, those were lost. Old Zhou didn't ask the officials to replace them, and Yanlang wouldn't foolishly bring it up either. It was as if everyone had simply forgotten about it. After we leave, try to stay close behind our donkey cart and don't fall too far behind. Before the chaos prompts us to leave, Wei Qingyi quietly advises Yanlang in a low voice. He doesn't know how Yanlang died in the previous life, but in this life, he will protect his life at all costs. When they arrive in Chinjjo, he will do his best to get them out of the exile camp. Yes, I know what to do. Yanlang nods. Since meeting him, he has become more open-minded. He just wants to live well and protect his family.
Wan.
At the same time, Shen Yishan personally brings the Shin family to find Shin Xiangwan. Their donkey cart is so rare that even though they know she is not close to them and even hold some resentment, they don't want to miss the chance to ride in it. Everyone knows Shin Xiangwan has money. If they can successfully persuade her, they won't have to worry about food, clothing, or shelter in the future. Is there something? Seeing them, Shin Xiangwan frowns instinctively. Are these people shameless? She has already been very direct, yet they still come closer. thinking she won't dare to stand up to them. Xiangwan, no matter what, I am your father. Are you qualified? Shin Yishan prepares to speak at length, but Shin Xiangwan doesn't give him a chance. She casually asks a question that instantly freezes him in place, leaving him speechless. Shin Xiangwan, what is your attitude? He is your father. After a brief stunned silence, Jiangshi suddenly rushes out like crazy. Her attitude doesn't seem like that of a mother speaking to her biological daughter, more like someone who hates her father. Her gaze shifts to Jiangshi. Shin Xiangwan sneers mockingly wrong. Madam Shin, he is the father of Shin Xiangyue and the others, not mine.
And you, huh?
She deliberately pretends to scrutinize her from head to toe. Shin Xiangwan doesn't say much, only showing a face full of contempt, letting her interpret it herself. You, rebellious daughter. What kind of look was that? Jiangshi raises her hand to slap her, but Shin Xiangwan quickly grabs her wrist. Madam Shin, mind your manners. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore.
Ah.
After coldly speaking, Shin Xiangwan directly releases her hand. Jiangshi instinctively screams, not sure if it's from pain or anger, perhaps both. He gazed deeply at her for a moment before speaking again. However, halfway through his words, several voices interrupted him simultaneously, including those of the Jiang family, Shin Xiangyue, Shin Xiangdong, and Shin Xiangnan. They all stared at him with disbelief, clearly unable to accept his words. Get ready to leave. At the same time, the guards urged them to depart. Wei Qingyi had also returned. Just as he raised his whip to drive the donkey, Shin Yishan ignored his children's angry looks and excitedly stepped forward, saying, Xiangwan, I am your father.
Of course I care about you.
Maybe we were careless before, but I promise, from now on, I will only care for you. Let me make it up to you.
Make it up?
She sneered and pushed his hand away, without mercy. Late apologies are worthless. The Shun Wan from before is gone. I don't need anything now. Let's go. Without even glancing at the seemingly hurt Shin Yishan, Wei Qingyi waved his whip, and the donkey slowly started walking after being whipped. Shun Wan. Behind him, Shin Yishan roared in frustration, but they were destined not to turn back. Shin Wan's words weren't just angry talk. Regardless of whether his apology was sincere, the original owner who needed their love was truly gone. At the hour of Qin, the two exile teams set out on time because they had no money left. They couldn't afford separate rooms, so they had gathered in the main hall these past days. Plus, they were hungry and cold, and most caught a cold that worsened each day. Along the way, loud coughing and heavy breathing could be heard. After leaving the city, all they saw were ruins and displaced families, making the scene extremely bleak. Today is already the third day. If we hurry, the court should have received the report by now, Shin Xiangwan muttered softly, not because her heart was soft, but because words on paper couldn't compare to what she saw with her own eyes. The towns and villages after the earthquake were desolate, and the suffering of the people was heartbreaking. So, what if they've received it? Turning to look at her, Wei Qingyi continued driving the donkey cart and said, the court won't send relief. They'll just let the people fend for themselves. He wasn't just speaking out of fear. He had seen this with his own eyes in his past life. The emperor wouldn't care about these unseen common folk. The officials followed suit, showing no concern. To them, the treasury's money was their own. How could they possibly help the poor and lowly? Will the court really ignore everything? Upon hearing this, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Just a moment ago, she even regretted it a little. She shouldn't have emptied the national treasury. But if the emperor wouldn't provide disaster relief, what was there to regret? Why should the dog emperor be allowed to sit high and exploit the common people? The throne represents not only supreme power but also the responsibility to serve the people, bring them happiness, and protect their safety and prosperity. The current court is no longer like during the reigns of Emperor Taizong, or Emperor Yingzong. They no longer see the suffering of the common people. The emperor is foolish and corrupt, only caring about his own pleasure. Naturally, the officials follow his example. There are officials who truly serve the country and the people, but most of them don't live long. Those with slightly better luck often lose their positions and can't continue to serve the people. The current ruling power has been rotten to its core for just a few years, beyond saving
It.
Shin Xiangwan rarely swore. She thought she should have cleaned out the officials' residences in the imperial city. After all, their wealth was taken from the people's labor. Instead of letting them waste it freely, she could use it to help the common people when she had the chance. Wan, join me in overthrowing the emperor's rule. She reached out and took his hand. Wei Qingyi looked at her and whispered. Since Rebirth, he didn't know what he should do. Gathering the guards and secretly strengthening the Wang family's influence were instinctive actions. Protecting his family was also natural. Until this moment, seeing her so distressed for the people, he finally found his purpose. He turned to meet her eyes. Shin Xiangwan didn't respond immediately, but stared deeply at him for a while before smiling and saying, Okay. Since the dog emperor doesn't cherish his people, then we will do it for him. She couldn't promise that she would definitely do better than the emperor based on her own nature, but at least she wouldn't watch the people suffer. Wei Qingyi gave her a goal to work hard for in this world. At this moment, she truly wanted to become part of this world. Extra update, please support with votes. The magistrate of Tianhe County was a good official. He organized efforts to rescue survivors, dig up bodies, give porridge to the people, and ensure their safety. As the team gradually left Tianhe town and entered the next county, Shin Xiangwan saw a different scene. Among the ruins, she constantly saw villagers desperately digging with their bare hands, their painful cries echoing non-stop. Throughout the entire process, she never saw a single official. It was as if the government didn't exist. Until the team reached the same collapsed city, Shin Xiangwan finally saw the shadows of soldiers and officials. The soldiers lined up in rows guarding the city walls, stopping refugees from entering, while the officials supervised the strong laborers recruited from somewhere to rebuild the walls. Sir, please let us in. We just want to buy some things. Please have mercy and give us a way out. Our homes were destroyed by the Earth Dragon's upheaval. Please, sir, show us mercy.
Sir.
Today marks the third day since the Earth Dragon's upheaval. Aftershocks continue non-stop. The displaced people, having lost their homes, are fleeing to the county town with their families, hoping for a chance at survival. However, the soldiers guarding the city keep them outside, causing many refugees to gather outside the walls. Their painful cries fill the air, but the soldiers and officials inside seem unaffected. This scene is exactly as Wei Qingyi said, no one cares about the lives of the refugees. Shin Xiangwan admits she isn't a good person. Seeing this, she still feels very angry. To those officials, what are the common people?
Wan.
Wei Qingyi reached out and held her hand gently, showing his concern. She probably has never seen such scenes before. In his past life, before he died, he hadn't seen it either. Since he first went to war at 14, his focus was on the battlefield. Only after his death, as a wandering soul, did he see clearly how dark the official world is and how hard life is for ordinary people. Corrupt officials. All of them are corrupt. Yan Longji, who had been walking beside the donkey cart, couldn't stop cursing. The city walls here weren't meant to defend against enemies from outside. Why rebuild so urgently? Instead of wasting energy on that, they should help the people.
But
the people are in such a state, and not only do the officials ignore them, they also try to drive them away. Are they even human?
Dad.
Looking at him and then at the soldiers violently driving away the refugees, Yan Jun's face, usually calm and handsome, was also covered with a cold frost. They weren't giving the people any chance at all. Leader, what do you think? While speaking, Zhao San and Old Zhou, who had gone to negotiate with the soldiers, returned one after the other. The guards rushed forward. Although it was only late morning, the road conditions weren't good, and there were occasional aftershocks. They decided not to go any further. Facing their hopeful gazes, both shook their heads at the same time. The guards said the relay station has collapsed, and they won't let us in.
Upon
hearing this, The guards all swore loudly. If they couldn't enter the city, they would have to camp outdoors tonight. Who knows if some unexpected trouble might happen again. They also planned to ask the officials for some food supplies, but now that was impossible. Relying only on the small amount of food they obtained yesterday from Tianna County would only last until tomorrow. All right, let's keep moving. Find a village ahead to rest. Zhao Shan and old Zhou also looked unhappy. Without a place to stay in the city and no food supplies, they were naturally annoyed. Let's get moving already. The guards felt uncomfortable and decided to vent their frustration on the exile. They swung their whips loudly. Even if they didn't hit anyone, the sound alone was frightening. Everyone was upset about the situation but dared not speak out. They silently followed the group forward. As the donkey cart turned around, Xiangwan, who had calmed down, looked back at the nearby county town, her eyes flickering with a fierce light, like sparks about to burst. The exile group traveled another 10 miles until late in the evening. When it was dark, they entered a dilapidated village. Official, I am the village head of Dateo village. What is going on? Seeing them enter, the village head, about 40 or 50 years old, approached with some villagers. They looked ragged and exhausted, clearly having suffered a great disaster. We are officials escorting exiles. We want to rest here tonight. Is that okay? Zhao Shan jumped down from the ox cart and spoke as kindly as he could. It's no problem, but officer, we've experienced an unprecedented earthquake caused by a giant earth dragon. Almost all the houses have collapsed. We probably can't provide you with accommodations. The village head didn't refuse and honestly explained their situation. It's fine, as long as there's a place to rest. The reason they entered the village wasn't just to find a good house to stay in, but to find a safe place. Being in a crowded area was better than being out in the wilderness. At least at night, they wouldn't have to worry about wild animals attacking. All right, Sanwa, take them to the cleared area at the east end of the village.
Okay.
The villager called Sanwa looked to be around 20 years old, dark-skinned, and very tall. He said, "Official, please follow me."
Thank you.
After thanking him, Zhao Shan got back on the ox cart, leading everyone to follow Sanwa to the front. The village chief arranged a small area for them to settle in, made up of houses that had all collapsed, leaving only half-standing walls. They randomly chose a ruined building to live in. After walking all day, everyone was tired, especially those who caught a cold. They didn't even have the strength to complain. Fortunately, there was a water well nearby, so they didn't have to worry about water. Mom, tonight we'll let the children sleep in the train car. The workers were handing out steamed bread. Xiangwan took out bowls and utensils from the train car. To make carrying easier and to keep the food fresh longer, their dry food was all baked flatbread. Since the midday break was short, they could only swallow it with water.
She didn't want to eat like that tonight.
Okay. Zhao Yuping didn't object. Wei Qinghe asked curiously, "What about me and second brother?" "You two will be responsible for keeping watch," Xiangwan said with a smile, teasing him on purpose.
Huh?
Wei Qinghe was stunned. Did he really have to stay awake all night? Seeing his silly younger brother being so confused, Wei Qinghe chuckled and shook his head. Then he leaned close to Xiangwan's ear and whispered, "Are we really sleeping in the train car tonight?" For some reason, he felt she wouldn't be so obedient. "Please vote. What else can I do?" She rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Xiangwan placed the bowls and utensils on the ground, in a spot no one could see. A quick flash of something strange crossed her eyes. Ever since Wei Qinghe taught her how to operate the Tai Xian heart technique, she rarely slept at night. Usually, she sat cross-legged practicing the same way Wei Qinghe did. But tonight, she planned to go out and move around. She lied about staying in the train car to sleep, even though Wei Qinghe could see through her every move. Little rascal. Guessing she might disappear again tonight, Wei Qinghe looked at her with helplessness. Why did he have to marry such a wife? The earth stove was easy to set up. In no time, Xiangwan finished. After placing the pot, she didn't go to fetch water, but poured the remaining water from her water bag into the pot. She took out a dozen baked flatbreads, tore them into pieces, and threw them in. Thinking for a moment, She rummaged through her bag, grabbed a handful of beef jerky, and added it to the mixture.
Auntie, I'm hungry.
The aroma of the beef-flavored flatbread mixture quickly filled the air. A small cub hopped over to her, drooling and staring intently at the pot.
Really?
Let me see.
Haha.
No, Auntie is mean.
Huh.
As she spoke, Xiangwan reached out to touch his belly and deliberately tickled him. The little one couldn't stop laughing and collapsed onto her, both of them having a great time. Wan is even more caring for brother, and than we are. People who don't know might think they are mother and son. Not far away, Zhao Yuping watched them with a genuine smile and said, if it weren't for Wan, I don't know what we would have done. Especially brother-in, he's no longer as fair and tender as before. Second sister-in-law seems to really like children. Wei Linger also laughed and then quietly whispered to Wei Qingyi beside her, second brother, when are you and second sister-in-law going to have a baby? Linger, I heard that,
Ha ha ha.
Before Wei Qingyi could speak, Xiangwan's voice came first. Wei Linger was stunned, then mischievously stuck out her tongue, making Zhao Yuping and others burst into laughter. Even though they were still in exile, the family's atmosphere was very happy. In contrast, others looked gloomy, especially those infected with cold and chills. Why is Xiangwan living so well? Not far away, seeing the family happily together, full of laughter, Xiangyue gritted her teeth in hatred. Since her father said this morning that he was willing to distance himself from her for Xiangwan, she had been eager to kill Xiangwan.
Why?
Both she and Xiangwan married Wei Qingyi and were exiled. In the past, no one sent them money or gifts. Wei Qingyi, injured and without martial arts to suppress the poison in his body, died in just a few days. Wei Qinghe couldn't protect them either. After their successive deaths, she survived by her own strength and reached Chinjjo, only to die miserably in a thatched hut. Why is it that when it's Xiangwan, everything changes? She was unwilling. Xiangwan must be her stepping stone, forever trampled under her feet. It seemed she thought of something. Xiangyue's eyes lit up as she looked at Wei Qingyi. If she could take him away from Xiangwan, would that mean she was stronger than Xiangwan? Plus, Wei Qingyi was handsome and rich. Relying on him for now didn't seem too bad. After all, he was her man, wasn't he? The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Xiangyue looked revitalized, her whole person appearing very energetic.
Coughs.
Jingwan, go.
Coughs.
Go call Wei Qingyi over.
Coughs.
On the other side, Sun, who caught a cold, was speaking while coughing heavily. She had been feeling dizzy this morning, which was why she didn't fight for the donkey cart. After walking all day, her cold worsened, and her throat was very sore. It felt like a big stone was pressing on her chest, making her so uncomfortable she almost fainted. She needed to see a doctor and eat some good medicine. Right now, the only person who could give her money and food was Wei Qingyi. Mother, drink more water. Wei Qingyi probably won't come. Wei Jingwan didn't listen to her call for Wei Qingyi, but instead took a water pouch and handed it to her. That night, Wei Qingyi had overwhelmed everyone alone. Unless necessary, he didn't dare to provoke him again.
Slap. Go.
I told you to call him. Sun, holding back her anger, loudly demanded. If she didn't take medicine soon, she might really die. She didn't want to die. All right, I'll go. After exchanging a long look with her, Wei Jingwan finally couldn't refuse her and got up to go to Wei Qingyi and the others. Give this pot to Uncle Yan and the others first. By the donkey cart, the beef-filled pancake porridge was ready. Xiangwan scooped a bowl for the little cub guarding Baba, and the rest was poured into a large clay pot. She then handed it to Wei Qingyi. Even though he didn't say anything, she could tell he had a close relationship with Yan Lang. They would be on her side sooner or later. Good. Wei Qingyi took the clay pot and told his brother to bring bowls and chopsticks. The two brothers went to deliver the food to Yan Lang and the others. After quickly cleaning the pot, Xiangwan started cooking the second batch of pancake porridge. She added plenty of beef bits, trying her best to boost everyone's nutrition.
Hee.
I won't hold back anymore. Holding the full clay pot of porridge, Yan Lang grinned happily. Being with the prince was great. Every day he got to eat something warm. Yeah, no need to be polite. Remember to pay me back later.
Huh.
Pay you back? Otherwise, what? Wei Qingyi gave him a teasing look. Yan Lang immediately looked conflicted and, after a moment, pretended to be distressed as he said, "All right, I'll pay you back. When I have money, I'll pay you back. Okay, I'll wait." After saying that, Wei Qingyi turned to leave. Wei Qinghe lowered his head and followed him. If you looked carefully, his shoulders were twitching, clearly trying not to laugh.
Qingyi.
The two brothers were stopped halfway and turned around to see who it was.
It was Wei Jingwan.
Is there something? The lingering emotions in Wei Qingyi's eyes disappeared instantly as he asked coldly. Chenyi mother is very sick. She wants you to come see her. After rubbing his hands, Wei Jingwan pointed toward the gathering of the second and third households. Having been scolded so many times, he was a bit scared now and didn't dare to act so boldly as before. Wang and Wanwan have told you many times, you are no longer part of the Wei family. Your matters are none of my business, he said coldly and was about to walk away. Please vote.
Wait.
Seeing this, Wei Jingwan quickly stepped forward to block his way, looking a bit timid. Qingyi, no matter what, mother is still the wife of father. She is very sick. Can't you just go see her for father's sake? He was indeed a little afraid of them, but deep down, he still hoped to rely on them like before, to eat well and drink well, especially now that they had nothing and only 2 small buns each day to fill their stomachs.
No.
Too lazy to argue, Wei Qingyi simply bypassed him.
Qingyi. Bang.
Wei Jingwan didn't want to give up and reached out to pull him, but Wei Qingyi just waved his sleeve dismissively. Wei Jingwan screamed and flew backward, finally crashing to the ground. Naturally, this drew the attention of many people, but Wei Qingyi paid no mind and turned to lead his brother back to the donkey cart. What are they trying to do now? Shin Xiangwan asked while stirring the porridge in the pot. Honestly, she admired the Sun family members. They had been scolded so many times, but still kept coming to look for trouble. She really couldn't understand what was going on in their heads. If they had that much time, wouldn't it be better to think about how to live a good life? From her past life to this one, Shin Xiangwan was used to relying on herself. She probably would never understand the mindset of those who always wanted to depend on others and their blood. They said Sun is very sick and asked the second brother to go. She pouted, and Wei Qinghe answered first. Even a fool knew that their visit to the second brother was definitely not just for a quick check. Really? She raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further. She took a bamboo bowl and served them each a bowl of burnt pancake porridge. Eat it while it's hot. In this weather, you need to eat something warm. After the earthquake, the sky remained gray and the temperature kept dropping. At such times, eating a hot meal was undoubtedly a great comfort. Holding her bowl, everyone started eating one after another. In less than 20 days, they had all become used to simple food. Their previous luxurious lifestyle seemed like a thing of the past. After dinner, Wei Linger took the initiative to wash the dishes. Sun's wife, despite being sick, supported herself with Wei Jinghong's help and slowly approached them. Many people watched, including the board guards after they had eaten and drunk their fill. "Auntie, there's a bad person," the little one, cuddled in her arms, whispered sweetly into her ear. "Don't worry, Annie is good at dealing with bad people." She gently patted his little bottom, smiling softly as she looked at the mother and son getting closer. It seemed she was quite seriously ill. Auntie, you're amazing." The little one was already her little fan, always saying nice things. "Brother-in, why are you so cute? Auntie likes you the most." Hearing this, Shin Xiangwan hugged him tightly and gave him a big kiss. The little one blushed and cheerfully said, "I like Auntie too."
Ha ha.
Laughing happily, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but smile widely. All her risk of exposure was worth it just to give him milk. So adorable. Seeing how close they were, Wei Qingyi also couldn't help but smile slightly. Linger was right. Her little rascal really liked children and was loved by them. Their future children would be very happy. Cough cough. Ching-yi. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the moment was, someone rude enough to interrupt appeared. Hearing Sun's wife's voice, everyone's smiles gradually faded, including the little one who had been playing happily with Shin Xiangwan. As if they didn't notice the unkind looks, Sun's wife automatically sat down next to Wei Qingyi. She reached out to hold his hand, but was avoided by him beforehand. She didn't seem upset, but after a cough, she said, Qingyi, I am very sick. Cough, cough, cough. If I don't take medicine, I might die. Cough, cough, cough. Qingyi, I am your grandmother. Please help me.
I don't want to die.
Tears welled up in her eyes, and her words were broken and uneven, with severe coughing, no longer the strong woman she once was. Playing with the little one's soft, white hand, Shin Xiangwan sneered slightly. Now she knew she was afraid of dying? Why are you going so early? If she had been a little kinder to the main branch back then, they wouldn't have been so harsh. The consequences, she sowed, are now for her to taste herself. You have been abandoned and are no longer part of the Wei family. I can't help you. Wei Qingyi remained unmoved, sticking to his usual stance. Why you? Mrs. Sun instinctively became furious, then quickly calmed down. Shaking slightly, she knelt on the ground. Cough, cough. I kneel to you. Please, I beg you, help me, Qingyi. Wei Qingyi, even my mother kneels to you. What more do you want? Aren't you afraid of lightning from the sky? The mother and son, one pleading humbly, the other scolding from a moral high ground, clearly put Wei Qingyi in a difficult position. But did Wei Qingyi care? You're all afraid, but what am I afraid of? It proved he didn't care. He didn't even move aside. Many people had knelt before him in his life, including elders. If he was afraid of lightning every time, he would have disappeared long ago.
Exactly.
Holding a small child, Shin Xiangwan looked up and smiled. Besides, we didn't make her kneel. If just kneeling a little could achieve the goal, there wouldn't be so many disaster victims outside. Did they think this would make him compromise? So naive. Who would bother gathering a bunch of vampires to lie on them and blood? And these vampires, they didn't know gratitude at all. Given the chance, they would push them to the limit just like during the exile, forcing them to the brink. You, Shin Xiangwan, shut up. Suddenly raising her head, Mrs. Sun glared fiercely at her. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't be in this situation. Everything was her fault. The one who should shut up is you. Turning around, Wei Qingyi finally looked her in the eye. Mrs. Sun, today, don't say you're just sick. Even if you die right in front of me, I won't feel sorry. Having wandered as a ghost for too long in his past life, his heart had long been as hard as a rock. The Sun mother and son, trying to manipulate him with tricks, were just overestimating themselves. Regardless of how they treated his mother in the past, their actions in this life were not forgivable. Please vote. Cough, cough. Wei Chung.
Clang.
Mother. I didn't expect him to be so heartless. Sun was so angry that she coughed violently and then fainted on the ground. Wei Jinghong quickly ran over to carry her, but he didn't leave. Instead, he held her and hoarsely asked, Wei Qingyi, are you really going to be so cruel? Where did things go wrong? Before he was exiled, even though they controlled the household and openly embezzled the public funds, he never complained or asked to regain control. They had him completely under their thumb. Why did he change after being exiled, and why did he become so different? Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't that they had control over Wei Qingyi, but that he simply didn't want to fight with them. If they had dared to push Zhao Yuping and her son as hard as they did during the exile, would Wei Qingyi have let them get away with it? The great general, who wins every battle and takes everything he aims for, would never focus on such a small backyard garden. Tired of arguing with them, Wei Qingyi nodded seriously. You.
Get lost.
If you say one more word, I'll ruin you. Seeing he was about to continue talking, Shin Xiangwan couldn't hold back her anger. She was fed up with their endless nonsense. They had no shame. Wei Jinghong instinctively shrank his neck, finally realizing how difficult she was to deal with. He carried his unconscious mother and stumbled out, falling several times because he was too weak from hunger. When Sun woke up, she would probably feel even worse. Are they deaf? We've told them so many times. Why do they keep coming back again and again? Watching their retreating figures, Wei Qinghe asked in confusion. He simply couldn't understand why they had such thick skin. They're not deaf. They just want to control us like before, to cling to us and take everything we have. Honestly, Shin Xiangwan found it hard to predict whether this would be the last time. Now they had no money, only some stale steamed buns sent by officials to barely survive. When they were pushed to the limit and felt they couldn't go on, they might come back again. Even knowing it was useless, their natural instinct to survive would force them to act. It's my fault for being too tolerant back then. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping lowered her head and felt guilty. Mother, don't always blame yourself for others' mistakes. It's late now, and we need to leave early tomorrow. Let's rest early. While speaking, Shin Xiangwan carried the small cub to wash up. After they fell asleep, she still had many things to do. Besides Wei Qinghe, the others gradually got up. Shin Xiangwan took a blanket to Wei Qinghe, letting him make do on the carriage. As for Wei Qinghe, he was very skilled in martial arts and had strong internal energy. Usually, he spent the night meditating, so it didn't matter whether he had a blanket or not. There was no shelter from the wind and rain, nor any blankets or thick clothes to keep warm. Everyone sat around the fire to stay warm. Because they were too tired, they gradually fell asleep one after another. After confirming that Zhao Yuping and her daughter were asleep, Shin Xiangwan sat cross-legged in the carriage, opened her eyes, and her figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Sigh. What exactly is Wanan's secret? Why does she always disappear so completely? Wei Qinghe was the first to notice something unusual. This time, he stayed by the donkey cart, very sure she hadn't come out from inside. But her aura had truly vanished. He grew more curious about her secret. However, he didn't think about forcing her. He believed that once their relationship stabilized and Wanan was willing to trust him, she would tell him all her secrets herself. When that time came, he would also share all his secrets with her without hesitation. Number 1. Wake up 3 to 10. I have something to tell you. In the space, Shin Xiangwan didn't rush to work, but returned directly to the villa. Yes. Just as Number 1 turned around and went to the rooms where 3 to 10 were sleeping, Shin Xiangwan was not idle. She quickly brought back Number 2, who was cleaning Yuan and Gun.
Master.
Soon, Numbers 1 to 10 stood in a line in front of her. After giving them simple instructions, she took advantage of the night and quickly entered the county town. She headed straight to the county office, thoroughly cleaning out the storeroom and taking all the furniture and decorations. She also drugged the county magistrate, who was sleeping with his concubine, and kicked him to the ground. Then she relied on her instincts to visit many officials and wealthy families' homes, taking everything from them one by one. This time, unlike the previous 2 times, she left almost nothing behind except for their underwear. After leaving the county town, she didn't return home but visited almost all the villages in the county. She went door to door, giving money and grain to the common people. Finally, she returned to Tianhe County, delivering the furniture and clothes she had taken from officials and wealthy families to the villagers. Of course, she did all this quietly, without disturbing anyone. Having spent the whole night as a carefree wanderer, when she returned to the donkey cart, it was almost dawn. She didn't know exactly how much money and grain she had given away. Every household received 20 taels of silver and 200 jin of grain. If they were careful, it would be enough for them to get through some time. This was all she could do for now. What she didn't know was that Wei Qinghe had been waiting for her. Seeing her return just before dawn, he felt a wave of tenderness. Although he didn't know where she had gone or what she had done if possible, he was willing to do anything for her. Meanwhile, in a village.
Wow, food and money.
Oh my, is this a sign of divine blessing? Shoo, be quiet, don't let others hear us. Thank heavens, we have a way out. Most villagers wake up before dawn. When they saw the food and silver at their homes, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then, they quickly kept calm and silently thanked the heavens for giving them a chance to survive. On the other hand, when officials and wealthy families in the county town learned their homes had been emptied overnight, they were both shocked and angry. But the items seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no sign of theft. Some people secretly worried that it was a punishment from heaven, and the matter was eventually forgotten. Ding ding ding. Get up. Everyone get up. As dawn was breaking, the patrols rang their bells to wake everyone. Xiangwan, who had just closed her eyes, had to open them again. She drank several sips of warm spiritual spring water before feeling somewhat alert. After a simple breakfast, the Exile team set out. Today, they had to reach the next county and get into the city smoothly, otherwise, their rations would run out. Please vote for me. You're such a heartless little troublemaker. The road was in poor condition after the earthquake. The donkey cart shook badly, and before long, Xiangwan, feeling sleepy, leaned heavily on Wei Qingyi. He quickly moved one hand to hold her, letting her lie on his lap, and wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling. Throughout, he was gentle and careful, full of helplessness and affection. Zhenlang, walking beside the cart, saw this scene and felt a strange fullness in his stomach, as if someone had forcefully stuffed something into him. It was unlikely that they couldn't enter the next county town either. Zhao Shan and the others repeatedly urged everyone to hurry up. They didn't even rest at noon and arrived at Longshui County around midday. The disaster here was also very serious. Soldiers outside the city still held their weapons and didn't allow refugees to come and go freely. Fortunately, the Exile team successfully entered the city. The relay station was built with stones and hadn't completely collapsed. The damaged parts had been repaired by the station staff. The Exile team smoothly moved into the relay station, but unfortunately, most of them had almost no money left. They could only squeeze into the firewood storage or the courtyard, and their rations were only the simple bread provided by the guards. Wei Qingyi booked 6 rooms in total, 3 for the Yen family and 3 for himself. To ensure Xiangwan could sleep well, she was assigned a room alone this time. At 3 watches in the night, Xiangwan, lying on the bed, turned over and let out a soft moan. She slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the dull gray ceiling, she was momentarily stunned, but then suddenly sat up sharply. You're awake? Come and have some porridge. Wei Qingyi's deep, magnetic voice sounded. Xiangwan instinctively turned her head and saw him sitting quietly by the table, watching her. Her foggy mind gradually cleared. How long have I slept? Have we arrived at Longshui County and moved into the relay station? Yes, not long, just a few hours. A few hours? Xiangwan, who had already gotten out of bed, paused, then suddenly took a step forward and leaned on the table, asking ambiguously, So you've been watching over me all this time, yes? He was clearly caught off guard by her directness. Wei Qingyi hesitated for a moment before nodding. To prevent her from saying anything more shocking, he casually picked up the porridge bowl. Eat quickly. It's still hot. In fact, the porridge had already cooled down, but before handing it to her, he secretly used his internal energy to warm it.
Hot.
Don't think she didn't notice. It was obvious he had just used his internal energy to heat it. She took the bowl and slightly curled her lips. Is this what it feels like to be loved and pampered? It doesn't seem too bad. Seeing that she had figured it out, Wei Qingyi said nothing and leisurely sipped his tea. One of them quietly ate porridge, the other silently drank tea. The atmosphere was peaceful and pleasant. Finally, I'm alive. Xiangwan finished 3 bowls of mutton porridge in a row. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she clutched her stomach and slumped in the chair, showing no regard for her image. What did you do last night? Taking advantage of her being unguarded, Wei Qingyi casually asked. What else could I do? I went. Hey, you're cheating, aren't you? Halfway through speaking, Xiangwan rolled her eyes in frustration, then leaned closer and said, Stretch out your hand. Okay. Although she wasn't sure what she was going to do, Wei Qingyi still extended his hand toward her. Xiangwan placed on his pulse. Her expression quickly shifted between serious and relaxed. After a while, she withdrew her hand. If it weren't for your strong internal energy to suppress the poison, you would have died from poisoning long ago. You shouldn't use your internal energy excessively or for a long time. If you don't detoxify, you might only have 5 years left to live. She then took out iodine solution, a tube, and a syringe from her sleeve pocket, ignoring his surprised stare, and drew a blood sample from him.
Look.
She held up the transparent syringe filled with blood and said calmly, "Normal blood is bright red, but yours is dark and thicker because of the poison. This puts a heavy burden on your internal organs. Over time, they may become overwhelmed and paralyzed, which could be the end of your life." The poison in his body was more aggressive than she expected, and even she found it difficult to completely remove the toxins in just 1 or 2 attempts. What is this? Compared to the poison on his body, Wei Qingyi was more curious about the syringe in her hand. If she remembered correctly, the last time they caught the dragon shadow guard, he was affected by something like this and became confused, unable to distinguish between questions and answers. The syringe. She was talking about the poison on his body, but he only cared about the syringe? Xiangwan rolled her eyes in frustration and casually tucked the syringe into her sleeve, actually storing it in her space. A syringe? Raising an eyebrow, Wei Qingyi became even more curious. But Xiangwan had no intention of explaining further. She looked up and asked casually, "Why didn't I see your mother and Linger? They're next door." "I booked 3 rooms. You're in one alone." Realizing she wouldn't explain further, Wei Qingyi could only sigh inwardly. His wife's secrets were just too many.
Huh.
Hearing this, Xiangwan instinctively frowned, knowing what she was worried about. Wei Qingyi said seriously, "It's okay. Upstairs, only we and the Yen family are living there. Outside, my guards are always alert." "All right then." Since he said so, what more could she say? Xiangwan nodded. Perfect. Tonight she could go into her space to study how to help him detoxify. Also, how are the officials in Longshui County? Are they still ignoring the lives of the common people? While asking, Xiangwan quickly flashed a fierce look in her eyes. If it was her, she wouldn't mind going out again tonight. Wei Qingyi poured 2 cups of tea from the teapot, pushed one toward her, and then continued, "Disaster victims are still blocked outside the city. I already asked Qingying and the others about it. The soldiers and officials in Longshui County haven't helped with the rescue efforts. The common people can only clear the debris and dig up their loved ones' bodies." All of this was the same as what she saw in her previous life. There are too few honest and responsible officials like those in Tianhe County. Really? Her eyes darkened. Xiangwan picked up her tea and took a sip. It seemed she wouldn't be able to rest well tonight. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Before they could react, a small, tender voice came from outside. Auntie, it's Ngur. Are you awake?" "I'm coming." They exchanged a smile. Xiangwan stood up and opened the door. The little kid, who was about to knock again, paused in surprise, then happily ran over and hugged her leg. He looked up and said sweetly, "Annie, I miss you. Grandma and the others said you were tired and sleeping. I haven't seen you in a long time." "Really? How much do you miss me?" She bent down and picked him up, smiling warmly. "So much." The little kid used his hands to roughly show how much, looking very serious.
Haha.
Xiangwan was amused by his actions. She leaned in and kissed his pink, tender face. "Our little Ngur is the most adorable kid in the world. Auntie loves you to death." He giggled happily after receiving the kiss, showing all his teeth, feeling very satisfied. "Please vote for me. Little brat who told you to run around." Wei Qinghe's voice suddenly sounded. The two of them turned to look and saw him glaring at them angrily. No, actually, he was probably only glaring at the little kid. "Oh no, I got caught." The little kid shouted in surprise, then turned around and buried his head in Xiangwan's shoulder, like an ostrich. "Little brat." Wei Qinghe couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Xiangwan's smile grew even brighter. Their little kid was so adorable, like their little bundle of joy. "Why are you watching over Ngur? Where are Mom and Linger?" After the playful moment, Xiangwan casually asked. "Mom and them went to the kitchen to make dinner. Wei Qinghe spoke as he entered the room with them. During this time, he had been secretly asking his second brother to teach him martial arts. After much patience, his brother finally agreed. Whenever he had free time, he would sit quietly and practice secretly, away from his mother. Earlier, he was just slightly focused, and suddenly his little nephew disappeared, which startled him. He was worried that his nephew might be in danger. He was the only blood relative of the eldest brother and sister-in-law. If anything happened to him, he would feel responsible even if he died 100 times. He nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Xiangwan sat down holding a small baby and took out a panda plush toy from her sleeve pocket. This is really fun. It has 4 movable paws, and if you press the button on its back, it will make sounds. Like this. Xiangwan pressed the button, and the panda toy immediately made noises. I want to press it. Auntie, give it to me. Seeing this, the little baby got excited and hugged the panda plush, refusing to let go. Okay, go play by yourself now. Xiangwan placed him on the ground and gently patted his little bottom. The baby happily ran off to play by himself, and the room was filled with the adorable sounds of the panda. Zhao Yuping and her daughter were busy in the kitchen, with several women from the Yan family helping out. Xiangwan didn't want to disturb them. Compared to them and the Yan family, who had rooms upstairs, others could only squeeze into the woodshed and the courtyard. The woodshed was okay, at least it kept out the wind and rain, but the courtyard was miserable. Those who didn't get a room in the shed looked extremely unhappy. Since the earth dragon turned over, the weather had been very bad, and the temperature was unusually low. The station couldn't burn fires to keep warm like last night. Staying in the courtyard at night, their cold and wind might worsen. If it rained again tonight, they might not survive. Dad, Mom, should I go find my sister and talk to her? Shin had not been able to get a room in the shed and could only gather in a corner of the courtyard. Xiangyue looked around at everyone, her eyes red and swollen, and suggested tearfully. She didn't really want to find Xiangwan. She was just trying to step back to gain some advantage. You want to go? Shin Yishan looked unwavering. If it weren't for her, how could Wanwan be so distant from us? Ever since she mentioned the possibility of distancing herself, he thought more and more that the problem was her. His heart felt uncomfortable.
Dad.
Seeing this, Xiangyue's face turned pale, and her body seemed to be trembling, as if she had suffered a huge
Father.
The two brothers, Shin Xiangdong and Shin Xiangyue, felt distressed. They frowned and protested together. Mrs. Jiang quickly pulled Shin Xiangyue into her arms and asked, Sir, what are you doing? Yue is also doing this for us. For us? Shin Yishan sneered. Even fools knew that Wanwan disliked Shin Xiangyue the most. If she was sent to find her, she would only hate them more and never change her mind. Were they all crazy, protecting her so fiercely? At this moment, he started to understand why Wanwan refused to acknowledge them. Dad, if Yue wants to go, just let her. I believe she will try her best to persuade Wanwan for your and Mom's sake. Looking back and forth at them, Xia Yunyun seemed to be defending Shin Xiangyue, but in fact, she was putting her in a difficult position. Whether she went or not, she would be hated from both inside and outside. Second sister-in-law. Shut up. Both Shin Xiangyue and Shin Xiangnan spoke almost at the same time. The former looked tearful and aggrieved, while the latter was furious and warning. You, Shin Xiangnan, are very good. He pointed tremblingly at him. Xia Yunyun was so angry she almost fainted. After calming down a bit, she sneered and said, Shin Xiangyue, what are you upset about? You're the one who asked to find Wanwan. I kindly tried to stop your father, and that was wrong? And you, Shin Xiangnan, get this straight. I am your proper wife. She is just a foster sister with no blood relation to you. She was also very angry. Which woman could stand her husband always protecting another woman? Especially when he scolded her every time for that woman. Xia Yunyun. Shin Xiangnan gritted his teeth in anger, almost grinding out each word. So what? You can scold me for another woman and not allow me to defend myself? In the past, Xia Yunyun might have been afraid, but now she was furious. How could she stop now?
You.
Enough. Seeing the couple arguing more fiercely and attracting the attention of many people, Shin Xiangdong impatiently scolded. His eyes were cold and fierce as he looked over the remaining younger sisters. Suddenly, he waved to a girl who looked no more than 14 or 15 and called, "Pinger, come here."
Huh.
The girl called Pinger was stunned. She instinctively shrank her neck, but dared not disobey him. Pale and nervous, she moved forward cautiously. Shin Xiangdong did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked her up and down. Although she appeared very thin, her features were quite nice. Even though she looked a little young, it was clear she would grow into a rare beauty. Her face was very pale right now, which made her look even more pitiful and adorable, enough to attract men's attention. Mrs. Jiang didn't understand her son's intentions and frowned instinctively. No matron would like a concubine's daughter, and she was no exception. Shin Yishan, however, quietly considered. A daughter of a concubine was not valuable. In the past, she could be married off to someone lower down to win favor, or given to others as a concubine to strengthen ties. Now, it seemed she might still have some value. Pinger, you've always been obedient and filial. You probably don't want to see your parents suffer anymore, right? After a while, Shin Xiangdong spoke again, his words still unclear in meaning. I. Her woman's intuition told her he was definitely up to no good. Shin Xiangping trembled with fear, her teeth chattering. Her mouth moved, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. Please vote. Shin Xiangdong ignored her and turned to say, Father, Mother, what do you think about sending Pinger to the head servant? His tone was very calm, as if he didn't think his suggestion was harmful. This was the difference between a legitimate and a concubine's child. Unless they were especially favored, children of concubines, regardless of gender, were destined to be stepping stones for the legitimate heirs.
Huh?
Yes, that might work. Mrs. Jiang finally understood her son's intention and immediately smiled. Shin Yishan nodded in agreement. To him, everything could be used, especially since she was just a worthless concubine's daughter. No, Father, Mother, please don't. I beg you. I will be obedient. I am willing to give you my food rations to show my filial piety. Please don't. After a brief moment of shock, Shin Xiangping knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. She wasn't stupid. Shin Xiangdong's clear intention was to send her to the head servant to be used as to buy their peace. But she was still a pure girl. If she was mistreated, not only would she not be able to marry, but she might not survive. Pinger, we are not asking for your opinion. Her face darkened. Shin Xiangdong's attitude was very firm. There was a clear distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. If she could sacrifice herself for them, it was her honor. No, Father, please don't send me away to others. I beg you. Seeing this, Shin Xiangping, tears streaming down her face, knelt and crawled in front of Shin Yishan, repeatedly kowtowing to beg for mercy, hoping they would spare her. As a former noble lady, she knew her position and never wanted to compete for anything. She only hoped that when she grew older, she could marry an honest and obedient man. But she never expected the Shin family to be seized and exiled, nor did she imagine that they would send her to be toyed with by a subordinate just to live a better life. At this moment, Shin Xiangping suddenly understood why her elder sister Shin Xiangwan refused to acknowledge them. They were not family, but wolves and tigers in disguise. Xiangdong, leave this matter to you and Xiangnan. Make sure to get enough benefits. Shin Yishan decisively made his decision, despite her begging. He was an extreme selfish person who would sacrifice anyone for his own gain.
Father.
Shin Xiangping looked up in disbelief. Did he really decide so easily to send her away? Yes, he replied. Unfortunately, her tears and despair were useless. No one was paying attention to her anymore, and no one cared. Meanwhile, on the second floor in Wei Qingyi's room. Smells so good, Mother. What did you make? As night fell and darkness approached, Zhao Yuping and her daughter carried a clay pot and a basket into the room. Shin Xiangwan greeted them with a smile. Earlier in the day, she had only eaten 3 bowls of porridge. She wasn't very hungry now, but she had plans tonight and would definitely eat a little. I made some lamb porridge to warm us up, and I also steamed some buns and mantou, Zhao Yuping said as she placed the pot on the table. She wanted to cook more dishes, but unfortunately, they had no ingredients. Except for a bit of lamb, there was nothing else at the station. Next time, let me do it, Xiangwan said, just as she reached out to lift the lid of the pot. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, she suddenly pulled out a silver needle and stabbed it into the porridge as if performing magic.
Drink, she said.
What's going on? Zhao Yuping and her daughter covered their mouths in shock, staring wide-eyed. Let's go see the Yan family, Shin Xiangwan said as she stepped out quickly. Wei Qingyi immediately followed her. Since meeting the Yan family, everything they did seemed to involve them, and tonight's dinner was no exception.
Hey?
Wanwan, Qingyi, why are you here? Seeing them enter the house and prepare to eat, Yan Lang quickly stood up to greet them. However, the two of them did not respond as they usually did. Shin Xiangwan simply walked to the table, took out a silver needle, and inserted it into the porridge. Unsurprisingly, their porridge had been poisoned. Since it was all cooked in one pot, even a fool could tell what was happening. At this point, everyone in the Yan family looked shocked and worried. The buns and steamed bread are not poisoned. To be safe, Shin Xiangwan checked each bun and piece of bread in the basket. When she confirmed they were safe, she turned back to Wei Qingyi. What's going on? Is someone trying to hurt you? Yan Lang, usually carefree, looked serious as he stared at Wei Qingyi. He wasn't stupid and had a faint idea of who might be behind this, but he didn't want to believe it. Wei Qingyi didn't want to explain in detail. He stepped forward and picked up the poisoned lamb porridge. Later, I'll ask Xinghe to send some buns and bread over. We'll manage tonight with what we have.
Wait.
When he turned to leave, Yan Lang quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his way. His hands clenched into fists at his sides as he looked at Wei Qingyi and asked carefully, is it him?
Probably.
Wei Qingyi didn't deny knowing who he meant. After a moment of thought, he whispered, a few days ago, I received news that he has issued an order to kill me. Hearing this, Yan Lang's face darkened with anger. His long-suppressed killing intent suddenly surged out. What was he planning to do? Slandering the Wei family as traitors and exiling them to the border was one thing, but now he wanted to wipe them out completely? To destroy the entire Wei family? The old marquis fought alongside the founding ancestor, enduring hardships to establish this land. Without the Wei family holding the eastern border, the Li royal family wouldn't have been able to secure the throne. For the country and the family, the Wei family had always been grateful to the royal family. Even if he were emperor, he shouldn't be so cruel to them. We should go back first. The most urgent task is to find out who poisoned us. It was clear Yan Lang couldn't accept this easily. Shin Xiangwan turned her head and said this, then walked past him and left. From the outside, it was obvious that the court was rotten to its core. Wei Qingyi looked at him deeply before carrying the clay pot and walking away confidently. So, are you planning to follow the founding ancestors' example and overthrow this corrupt court? Turning around to look at the door, Yan Lang closed his eyes with a heavy heart. The Tianqi dynasty was founded only a few decades ago. The founding ancestor was once a martial artist who couldn't bear to see the common people suffer. He led a group of like-minded brothers to rise up and overthrow the tyrannical previous regime. The ancestor ruled for over 10 years, working hard for the country and the people. Although Emperor Taizong and Emperor Ingzong were not as outstanding as the ancestor, they were kind and moderate rulers. Why has everything changed so much now? Even loyal generals like the Wei family, who have guarded the borders for generations and protected the peace, are being exterminated. Who will dare to serve him loyally in the future? Is he not afraid that this will make the warriors of the land lose their courage? Please support me with votes. Mother, when we were boiling porridge, did you keep watch? Did you see anyone suspicious entering or leaving the kitchen? In the room of Wei Qingyi and his brother, Shin Xiangwan asked seriously. The porridge that Yan Lang and the others made also had problems, which meant someone had tampered with it while it was being cooked. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping looked at her children carefully, thought for a while, and then shook her head. I didn't see anyone suspicious. When we were boiling the porridge, we were busy making buns and steamed bread.
We didn't keep our eyes on the stove all the time.
Besides Jinghan and Jingyi, no one else had the means to cook separately. The only other people in the kitchen were the station staff, and they all seemed normal. That's not right. Before Zhao Yuping finished speaking, Wei Linger immediately objected. Facing everyone's puzzled looks, she said calmly, besides the station staff, many guards came and went, and people from the Wei and Shin families also went into the kitchen to ask for hot water. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping hurriedly nodded in agreement. Apart from the station staff, everyone else was just watching the scene. She didn't pay much attention to it. With so many people coming and going in the kitchen, it was hard to pinpoint who had poisoned the food exactly. Shin Xiangwan and Wei Qingyi fell into silence. It proved that their initial worries were correct. Among the guards, Shin family, or Wei family, there were indeed traitors loyal to the treacherous emperor. Wei Qingyi's situation was probably also secretly reported back to the imperial city, and they had received orders to kill. Not only Qing Ying and the others, but others as well. They have already started acting. From now on, we must be even more careful. After a moment, Shin Xiangwan exhaled deeply. The treacherous emperor was truly inhumane. He never intended to leave them any chance to survive.
Yes.
The enemies are both in the dark and in the light. They don't know who poisoned them or how many people are involved. As a result, they can only stay alert and cautious. Second brother, do you know who wants to harm us? Wei Qinghe asked in a serious tone, looking back and forth at them. Hearing this, Zhao Yuping and her daughter looked at them all at once. Facing their gaze, Shin Xiangwan exchanged a meaningful look with Wei Qingyi and nodded. Yes, I believe you also know that the Wei family was falsely accused. The one who falsely accused us is none other than the current emperor.
What? How can that be?
Wei Qinghe's face turned grim as he suddenly stood up. Zhao Yuping and her daughter also covered their mouths in shock. Does this mean the emperor is behind it? Before the Wei family was raided, Qingyi already heard rumors. He knew that on his wedding night, the emperor would summon him to the palace to harm him. But the timing was too tight, and he couldn't change his fate of exile. He could only choose to protect himself first. That's why Qingyi pretended to be unconscious after vomiting blood. That was to hide from the emperor's trap. This is also why the palace doctors and imperial doctors said he wouldn't live past 7 days, yet he kept getting better. Seeing their shocked expressions, Shin Xiangwan still revealed some truths, as if pretending to be casual. The emperor's people had already started moving. If they continued to be kept in the dark and unaware, they might be caught off guard again someday. She knew she wouldn't always be lucky enough to find poison in their food. Most importantly, once they realized poisoning was useless, the emperor might resort to more extreme measures. If Zhao Yuping and her family remained unprepared, they would eventually be caught. Really? Zhao Yuping's eyes filled with tears, her voice nearly breaking. Her father-in-law, husband, and eldest son all died fighting on the battlefield. Qingyi was also poisoned during the war. The main branch of the Wei family was loyal and brave. How could the emperor treat them like this? Was he not afraid of making the soldiers of the land lose faith? Would anyone dare to fight for the Li royal family and risk their lives in the future?
Yes.
Nodding at her tearful eyes, Wei Qingyi hesitated for a moment before continuing. That night, I suddenly woke up. Later that evening, someone came to check the inn to see if I was really going to die soon. They are the Dragon Shadow Guards, loyal only to the emperor. They handle things that are too sensitive or secret for the emperor to do himself. They've been secretly following us since we left the imperial city, aiming to confirm whether I am dead. If I wasn't, they would act directly to end my life. Wang's decision was the right one. It was time for them to know the truth. That's also why, every time we rest at the station, I personally cook, she explained. Looking at them, Shin Xiangwan calmly took over the conversation. Others usually let the station staff prepare the meals, waiting to eat ready-made food, but only they always do everything themselves. Really? Hearing this, was there anything they still didn't understand? Zhao Yuping covered her face and cried uncontrollably. She wasn't crying for herself or because of the emperor's cruelty, but for her father-in-law and eldest son who died bravely on the battlefield. This was the dynasty they fought desperately to protect, the emperor they served with all their might. At this moment, she felt deep regret from the bottom of her heart. If given the chance, she would do everything to stop them from going back to war, dying for the Li royal family. It's not worth it.
Bang!
A fierce punch hit the table. Wei Qinghe's eyes were filled with tears. His handsome young face was twisted with raw anger and hostility. Meanwhile, Wei Linger lowered her head silently, wiping her tears. She wasn't afraid, but like her mother, she felt upset for the fallen loved ones and hated the current emperor's cruelty. Knowing they needed time to vent and settle their emotions, Shin Xiangwan and Wei Qinghe didn't speak to comfort them. Once their feelings calmed a bit, they urged them to eat the slightly cold buns and steamed bread. As for the 2 pots of poisonous mutton porridge, Wei Qinghe later handed them over to Qingying and his team, ordering them from today to hide in the shadows, protect closely, and keep an eye on anyone suspicious. Tonight, she was alone in a room. After washing up, Shin Xiangwan closed the doors and windows and slipped into the space.
Master.
Seeing her appear, numbers 1 to 10 all bowed in unison to greet her, just like real people, and each one looked more handsome than the last. In Shin Xiangwan's words, if they could choose their appearance, of course, the more handsome, the better to look at. Yes, later I will continue sending supplies into the space. You all need to work hard again. She nodded and pressed her hand. Shin Xiangwan spoke seriously. At this moment, the front yard of the villa was filled with all kinds of supplies, mostly silver money and grain. Last night, she asked number 1 to wake number 3 to 10 to help sort the supplies, so she could deliver them to the people's homes one by one. That's why every household could receive exactly 20 taels of silver and 200 jin of grain. Please vote. Yes, sir. 10 people simultaneously bowed again, each movement showing top-level gentlemanly grace. Satisfied, Shin Xiangwan nodded. Her figure instantly disappeared, but she did not leave the space. Instead, she went to the research lab on the 4th floor, skillfully and quickly handling Wei Qinghe's blood sample. Once the outside matters were finished, she would begin analyzing the blood, extracting the pathogen, and making an antidote serum. Like last night, Shin Xiangwan first visited all the officials' mansions in the city, thoroughly collecting their belongings, leaving only a pair of underwear to cover herself. Then she visited village after village, giving money and supplies to each household. She knew her actions were only a small help and couldn't truly solve the villagers' problems, but it was all she could do at the moment. Finally, Shin Xiangwan returned to Tianhe County, distributing furniture and clothes to the people. It wasn't that she didn't want to help the people of Longshui County, but she couldn't. If the officials found out, it might bring trouble to them. Until the end of the late night, Shin Xiangwan returned to the inn. During this time, she used spiritual well water in her space to wash away her exhaustion. The Dog Emperor's people had already started to act. She couldn't sleep all day like she did during the day, at least for now. Zhao Yuping and the others couldn't afford trouble. The next day, when Wei Qinghe was leading his family downstairs, Shin Xiangwan unintentionally saw a girl walking with a slight outward gait behind Zhao Shan. Recognizing her identity, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes filled with strong disgust. A proper noble daughter was actually given to others to play with. The Shin family was truly sinful and disgusting. What's wrong? Seeing her stay still for a long time, Wei Qinghe looked in the direction of her gaze. He didn't know Shin Xiangping, but he was a clever man and quickly understood what was happening. It's nothing, just a bit nauseated. Coming back to her senses, Shin Xiangwan resumed walking. She didn't sympathize with Shin Xiangping. They had already fallen to this point. Why cling to the division between legitimate and illegitimate children? If she fought back with all her might, Shin Yishan and others wouldn't be able to do anything about her. Of course, she didn't mean to blame the victim, but simply thought she was too weak and didn't know how to resist, which ruined her life. This kind of thing isn't rare. There will be many more in the future. With the Shin family starting the rumors, Others also began to feel restless, as their only remaining valuable possession was now the people. Xiangwan shook her head and did not continue talking. She simply led her family onto the donkey cart parked outside. At the Shin family side, after sending Shin shopping to Zhaoshan last night, Zhaoshan was very pleased. He not only reserved a separate room for them, but also gave them 10 plain steamed buns. Today, their complexion was noticeably better than others. As Wei Qingyi had predicted, others also quietly started to have suspicious thoughts. Unfortunately, Zhaoshan seemed to like Shin shopping very much. Early in the morning, he took her with him and arranged for her to sit on the ox cart. For now, they probably couldn't get close to Zhaoshan and could only look for other ways to resolve the issue. Let's go. After arriving in Longshui County yesterday, Zhaoshan and Old Zhou went to the government office to restock their food supplies for the next 3 days. The Exile team was quickly ready to set off, but
Wait.
just as they were about to take a step forward, a group of dozens of officials rushed up and surrounded them. Zhaoshan and Old Zhou were both stunned. Then, they stepped forward and asked, "Brothers, what's going on now? Who are you calling brothers?" The leader of the officials looked at them coldly, showing no respect. The county office and many noble households have been robbed. The only ones who entered the town yesterday were you. We have reason to suspect that the thief is among you. Although they had accidentally stumbled upon the truth, their behavior was no longer just rude. It was outright aggressive. Another theft? Wei Qingyi instinctively glanced at Xiangwan. Recently, Qingying seemed to report several thefts from different places. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but now he thought about it carefully. Everywhere the thefts happened, little rascal had been out. Could this matter be related to her? No way. We can't even feed ourselves. We're exhausted every day like dogs. How could we possibly have the energy to steal? Yeah, cough cough. Most of us are still sick. Captain, do we look like we're hiding things? Cough cough. You can't falsely accuse people. If they didn't speak up now, they would be considered thieves and arrested. Everyone hurriedly shouted to clear their names. Although they had fallen to this point and life was worse than death, even ants still tried to survive. How much more so humans? They still wanted to live. Once branded as thieves, they would have no way out. Be quiet. Shut up. The official leader shouted angrily. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and dared not continue arguing. Zhaoshan and Lao Zhou exchanged a glance before stepping forward again. Zhaoshan said, "Official, based on what you said, there are more than just 1 or 2 people robbed. The stolen goods must be quite a lot. Look at them. Do they seem like they could hide so much treasure?" No one was stupid. Their actions clearly seemed like they were looking for trouble, perhaps even trying to find a scapegoat. As the leader escorting the exiles, they had to step forward no matter what. Does that mean I need to search them to make it official? He gave a faint sideways glance. The official waved his hand. Search them one by one. Be careful. No spot should be missed. Yes. The officers immediately surged forward. Some looked openly lewd and wicked. Everyone was so frightened they kept stepping back. The women couldn't help but cry. Whether married or not, their reputation was very important. How could men be allowed to touch them openly in broad daylight? Second sister-in-law, Wei Linger, peeking out from the donkey cart, turned pale with fright. She instinctively grabbed Xiangwan's sleeve. Over time, she had come to trust her more than anyone else. Wait. Xiangwan gently patted her hand to comfort her. Then she jumped down from the donkey cart. Almost immediately, everyone's attention shifted to her. There was no doubt. The exiles looked the best among them. Even though they didn't have much flesh, they looked very thin and weak. Xiangwan's striking features still drew many eyes. Some people moved closer, clearly intending to disrespect her. Seeing this, Wei Qingyi frowned slightly. His tall body floated gracefully to her side, standing protectively to warn those thugs disguised as officers. Please support with votes. Xiangwan saw those people, but paid no attention. She looked up fearlessly at the official. Officers, you're on duty. We understand we should cooperate, but a woman's reputation is more important than anything. How can you randomly search them? You probably don't want to see all of them risking their lives to defend their innocence, right? You can search, but only if you find some women to do it. We will cooperate fully. Yes, we demand women to be searched. Otherwise, they might die trying to defend themselves. We are only exiled, not sentenced to death. We won't let you insult us. We ask the women to search the person. The women of the Yen family reacted quickly, one after another stepping forward to support her. A few women from the Wei family also came forward, but most of the people shrank back behind the men, happily enjoying the results others had achieved. This is one reason why Xiangwan, despite having so much money and supplies, prefers to give them away to disaster victims rather than lend them out. Such a clever little woman. The official looked at the women who kept stepping forward with a cold, sinister gaze. Zhao Shan and old Zhou couldn't help but secretly sweat nervously for her. You flatter me, sir. I just want to protect my own innocence, Xiangwan said with a smile on her face, though inside, she was furious. If it weren't for the fear of causing more trouble, she would definitely teach them how to behave properly herself. What if I refuse? The official's mood darkened further as he asked again with a sneer. Then we will have to resist. The Weiyang Palace is a family of warriors. Even if we are exiled, we will never allow others to insult us. Xiangwan pretended to be surprised and said seriously, Weiyang Palace? This time, the official was stunned. His gaze finally fell on Wei Qingyi. You are Weiyang Wang. Rumors said Weiyang Wang was a young master who had already reached the master level. Even if he was exiled, his martial skills were still there. They were not people to be easily provoked. It seemed they had met a tough opponent this time. Exactly. Xiangwan deliberately mentioned Weiyang Palace, and Wei Qingyi expected this. He remained very calm. Hearing this, the official's forehead veins twitched uncontrollably. After a moment, he said, Bring some women to help with the search. Yes. The previously lecherous officials no longer dared to act up. Soon, they found a few women around 30 years old. Everyone was taken back to the inn, each one searched in the rooms. Meanwhile, the officials searched the inn thoroughly inside and out. It was obvious they wouldn't find anything. After this delay, they set out again, almost at dusk. This time, there was no need for the officials to whip the horses to urge them on. Everyone naturally quickened their pace, afraid of being caught and brought back again. Is this Longshui County? Soon, the exile team left the city. Before leaving, Xiangwan looked back at the still-repairing city tower, a flash of ruthlessness crossing her eyes. She was never someone who liked to suffer losses. That night, Xiangwan hurried back to Longshui County. Quietly, he used a medicated cloth to extract most of the officials' residences, then visited their homes that same night, thoroughly looting everything. Nothing was left behind, not even a speck of dust. Of course, this is a story for later. As the epicenter of the earthquake, no city within Binzhou was spared. The farther they went, the more victims there were. Many villagers had already begun fleeing with their families. Xiangwan considered herself not a good person, but she couldn't stand seeing so many people suffer. Almost every night, she went out to give away her money and food, not knowing exactly how much she had sent out. Along the way, most officials in the towns they passed were unkind and unhelpful. Only a few allowed victims to enter the city, but that was all. The court was slow to send aid, so even if they wanted to help, they had no resources. Officer, please, can you give us some food? Sniff, sniff. We haven't eaten in 2 days, officer. Our child is starving to death. Please help my child. Please give us some food. A few days later, the exile team entered Weiyang County. The disaster there seemed worse than in the previous towns. Dozens of ragged refugees rushed forward, begging for food from the officials. Among them were elderly people and children. They were all dirty, some even injured, with wounds that looked infected. Go away. Zhao Shan and the other officials waved their whips to drive them back, shouting loudly, We're just an exile team. We have no food to give you. Fearing the whips, the villagers dared not approach but cried desperately. Xiangwan, sitting on the cart with Wei Qingyi, watched a woman hold a child nearby. The child looked no bigger than a small puppy with hollow, lifeless eyes. "Hurry up!" After finally dispersing the refugees, the officials shouted and urged everyone to move faster. Everyone knew it would be trouble if they got caught up, so they quickened their pace. No one noticed that Xiangwan deliberately slowed her donkey cart, falling behind at the back. "Stop!" Suddenly, she pulled the reins to halt the donkey cart. Before it stopped completely, she jumped down. "I need to go to the bathroom." Wan. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared into the nearby grass. Wei Qingyi wanted to follow, but once again sensed her presence vanish. Realizing what she was about to do, he could only sigh helplessly. Who said his little rascal wasn't a good person, only violent? If those people didn't bother her, when had she ever provoked anyone on her own? Using the space to return, Xiangwan didn't rush out but repeatedly checked that no one was around. Only a few dozen refugees carried large bundles and dropped them in the grass behind them. She didn't want to help people only to get caught in the end. If more refugees surrounded her, she'd be doomed. Don't blame her for being cautious when helping others. No matter when or where, she only acted when she was sure she was safe and able. Otherwise, she'd be risking her life, not doing good. "Wait a moment," she called out to the refugees ahead. She quickly approached with a few large bundles. "I have some food here. Take it and share among yourselves." "Thank you, thank you, thank you, kind goddess."
Wow.
"Son, we have food now." Thank you so much." After a brief moment of surprise, the refugees all knelt down and bowed to her. Though they were hungry, they still kept their wits. Xiangwan saw this and chose to turn back. "I am an exile and can't leave the group for long. You can divide the supplies yourselves. Also, this ointment is very useful for wounds."
Take it.
She spoke as she set down her things, then didn't linger. After finishing, she turned and ran into the grass nearby, using her space ability to return to the place where the donkey cart was parked. "Thank you, kind goddess." Several dozen refugees bowed again in the direction she left. When they found silver inside the bundles, everyone couldn't help but tear up. This world still has many good people. Please support with votes. The disaster in Weiyang County was indeed worse than in other places. When the earthquake struck, it caused floods. Plus, 2 days of heavy rain washed away the already fragile dikes. Led by Weiyang County, several nearby counties also suffered. Thousands of acres of fertile land turned into a swamp. The officials didn't care, and the people couldn't even gather their loved ones' bodies. They could only flee with their families, starving and desperate. The farther the exile team traveled, the more refugees they saw. When they reached Weiyang County City, thousands of refugees were piled up outside. "Keep moving forward." Since it was still early, they stopped at the previous county to restock their supplies. Seeing the situation, Xiaoshan did not lead the exile team into the town but instead ordered the guards to urge everyone to keep moving. Along the way, they encountered begging refugees, whom they drove away with whips. At such times, showing mercy would only harm them. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and walk faster." After leaving behind a refugee group of over 100 people, everyone's pace slowed again. They hadn't eaten well each day, only managing to survive on 2 small buns, but the guards wouldn't pamper them. Each guard waved their whip fiercely. They were now between mountains, where bandits often appeared. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became. Although most bandits wouldn't attack officials or exiles, everyone knew they probably didn't have much valuable on them. Still, who could say if someone might act unexpectedly? Their only choice was to leave as quickly as possible.
Go.
"Move aside. Everyone get out of the way." Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from ahead. Not wanting to provoke the wrong people, the guards hurriedly urged everyone to the side.
But,
"Oh, bandits." Seeing the attire of the approaching group from afar, Xiaoshan and old Zhou's faces changed instantly. As expected, trouble was coming. More bandits? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They all knew how fierce bandits could be. Everyone knew, even a 3-year-old child. Was heaven really pushing them to the brink of death? Looking at the bandits approaching from a distance, Xiangwan frowned slightly. Though her martial skills were still weak, her spiritual power was high. She could faintly sense the strong internal energy fluctuations on those people. Almost all were martial arts masters. The leader was especially mysterious. How could bandits be so skilled? Go ahead and leave. I'll hold them off. Xiangwan could feel this, so how could Wei Qingyi not sense it? As she spoke, he already tightened the reins and forced the donkey cart to turn. What's wrong? Second brother, sister-in-law, what's happening? The cart turned so suddenly that Zhao Yuping and others inside cried out in pain. Wei Qinghe quickly lifted the curtain to ask what was going on. Let's talk inside. He didn't have time to reply. Xiangwan jumped into the cart. Junling, you protect everyone and stay behind the cart.
Don't get lost.
Nearby, Yanleng also gave a serious order to his eldest son. Dad, you should take everyone and leave. I will stay here with brother Yi to stop those bandits. Since I was injured years ago, my internal strength is almost gone.
I only have outer skills now.
Under these circumstances, how can Yan Junling be sure to let me stay and fight the bandits?
Do
you look down on me? Yan Leng shouted angrily, his eyes sharp. Yan Junling looked helpless. Dad, you know I didn't mean that. Dad is good at everything, but his tough attitude from the military makes him hard to deal with. We've encountered bandits. Inside the carriage, Xiangwan said while holding the little one, attaching him to her with a harness. Chenghe, protect Mom and Linger. Auntie, are there bad people? The little one snuggled in her arms, asking softly. Are you scared? No, Annie is amazing. He shook his head and grinned, giving a thumbs up. It's been almost a month, and he's gotten used to them always running into trouble. Good boy. She affectionately patted his head, then looked up and said, Chenghe Mom Linger, those bandits are not ordinary people. If we have to abandon the donkey cart, remember, stay close to me and don't get lost.
Okay.
Though a little nervous, the three of them nodded instinctively, silently reminding themselves to stay alert.
Kill.
Kill them.
Run.
Run quickly.
Ah.
At first, Zhao Shan and old Zhou wanted to argue with the bandits, hoping they'd show mercy and let them go, but the bandits didn't give them a chance. They swung their blades and attacked without hesitation. Zhao Shan and others quickly drew their knives to defend themselves, shouting desperately for others to escape. But they were too slow. The bandits charged into the crowd on horseback, cutting off several heads with their swords.
Kill.
The bandits are killing people.
Ah. Save me. Run.
Run now. The scene turned chaotic instantly. Everyone lost their composure, panicking and fleeing in all directions. Many, still suffering from cold or overwhelmed by fear, couldn't run fast and just stood there, waiting for death. Among them was Sun's mother, who had been sick for a long time. Her two obedient sons had already run away, and others from the second and third families were fleeing in different directions, not caring about her at all.
Ah!
The blood-stained long sword swung through the air, and Sun's head was instantly severed, his eyes wide with shock and fear still lingering. Big brother, I'm scared, boo-hoo. Meanwhile, Shen Xiangyue tightly clung to Shin Xiangdong, tears falling rapidly. This time, she was truly crying, not pretending. The bandits were chopping anyone they saw. So frightening. In her past life, none of this had happened. Where did things go wrong? Don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. Turning to glance at the bandits slaughtering wildly, Shin Xiangdong quickly lifted her into his arms and ran faster, almost flying. Xiangdong. Father.
Boo-hoo.
The Shin family's strongest martial artist was Shin Xiangdong. Shin Yishan and his wife, Shin Xiangnan and his wife, along with Wang Wan'er and her daughter, all chased after them. But as they watched him run farther with Shin Xiangyue in his arms, everyone's heart sank. Especially Shen Yishan and Jiang Shi. They never imagined that in such danger, the eldest son would only care about Shin Xiangyue.
Ah!
During the chase, Wang Wan'er stumbled and fell to the ground. But she ignored the pain and desperately shouted after Shin Xiangdong's retreating figure, Shin Xiangdong, come back. Come back and take Minjia with you. She's your daughter. Unfortunately, the scene was too chaotic. Shin Xiangdong was only focused on escaping and didn't hear her. Even if he had, he probably wouldn't have abandoned Shin Xiangyue to go back, because Shin Xiangyue would never allow it. Just a few tears shed, and Shin Xiangdong might lose his sense of direction entirely. Please support with votes. Mother and Qinghe, I leave them to you. Seeing the bandits getting closer, Wei Qingyi handed the reins to Shin Xiangwan, then swiftly drew a soft sword from his waist. As he infused internal energy, the sword instantly became sharp and cold. Yes, be very careful. Nodding, Shin Xiangwan looked unusually serious. The poison in her body was very aggressive. If she used too much internal energy for too long, the suppressed toxin might suddenly explode. At that moment, it could very well take her life. Let's go. He took one last deep look at her. Then Wei Qingyi sharply slapped the donkey's rear, leapt into the air, and with a long body, charged at the pursuing bandits. He cut off one bandit's head immediately, but more bandits surrounded him.
Bang!
She looked back at him. Shin Xiangwan clenched her teeth and urged the donkey cart to move quickly. Let's go. The Yan family members tightly followed behind. Unable to resist their father Yan's strict leadership, they kept in line. He grew up on the battlefield, and even though his mother didn't allow him to fight when she was alive, his martial skills were quite good. Go after that donkey cart. The bandits were many. The others, including the guards, were only focused on escaping. Even with Wei Qingyi and Yan Lang's high skills, they couldn't stop everyone. As Shin Xiangwan and the others ran farther away, a few bandits prepared to turn and chase after them.
Bang! Bang! Ah!
Wei Qingyi suddenly leapt into the air. With a flick of his wrist, a dense burst of sword energy shot out, blocking their path. The bandits were terrified and quickly poured their internal strength into their weapons to block the sword energy. They no longer hid their intentions and rushed forward almost all at once. Other members of the Wei family have no martial skills. A few of you go and kill them. The leading bandit shouted fiercely and started fighting Wei Qingyi directly. He was very skilled and fought evenly with Wei Qingyi. With help from others, Wei Qingyi was gradually pushed back.
Yes.
Seizing the chance, a few bandits broke away and ran toward Shin Xiangwan and the others. Yan Lang wanted to chase, but he had no internal strength and was worried about Wei Qingyi. He became very anxious, like a restless ant. Run! Hurry! Seeing the bandits attacking Wei Qingyi, the survivors from the Wei and Shin families quickly fled, afraid that the bandits would come after them next. The guards, though somewhat skilled, mostly only knew basic martial arts, except Zhao Shan and Old Zhou, who were a bit better. But weren't all the bandits martial arts experts? Charging at them was like offering themselves as targets.
Slap. Slap.
Shin Xiangwan kept whipping the reins, making the donkey cart almost fly. When she heard the sounds of fighting behind her, her face grew even more grim. She desperately urged the donkey cart to move faster. Be careful.
Bang! Ah!
With a furious roar, the fast-moving donkey cart was hit hard and tipped over into the nearby grass. Luckily, Shin Xiangwan reacted quickly and jumped out before the crash. Otherwise, she might have been seriously injured or worse.
Wow, wow, wow.
The little child in her arms was so scared that he cried loudly. Shin Xiangwan took out a piece of milk candy, tore off the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. Be good, don't cry.
Andy feels sad for you.
She didn't have the energy to comfort him slowly now. Okay. Fortunately, the little child was obedient. Although he was still sniffling, he didn't cry anymore. She gently patted his back to soothe him. Shin Xiangwan crawled out of the bushes, ignoring her injuries, and quickly ran to the overturned carriage. Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. Wei Qinghe was the first to crawl out. His arm seemed dislocated and hung in an unnatural position. His forehead was bumped, and blood was dripping from the wound. Eat this first. She casually handed him a bottle of medicine. Shin Xiangwan then reached out to help Zhao Yuping and her daughter, who had also come out. Thanks to Wei Qinghe protecting them, they looked a little better, though their faces were scratched and their clothes were torn. "Are you all right?" The people from the Yen family, who had run a short distance away, turned back. Not far away, Yen Junling was desperately blocking a group of bandits. It might sound scary, but they were grateful people. If it weren't for Shin Xiangwan and her husband, how could they have had such a good life recently? "We're fine. Those people are after us. You should run first."
But
Run now. At a time like this, Shin Xiangwan didn't care about being polite. Quickly, everyone looked at each other, hesitant. Yen Junling's wife, Mu Yunran, looked at them again before leading her family to continue running forward. "Hold on a bit. I'll help you put your arm back." There was no time to delay. Shin Xiangwan grabbed Wei Qinghe's hand and precisely pressed on the dislocated joint.
Click.
With a sharp sound, Wei Qinghe's arm snapped back into place instantly. "Let's go. Sister-in-law. Wan." Before Shin Xiangwan could finish speaking, another bandit broke through Yen Junling's defense, aiming a sharp blade at Shin Xiangwan. It looked like he was about to cut her. The other bandits holding Yen Junling's group back shrank back in shock. Yen Junling's eyes widened, and his shout nearly broke his voice. At that moment, Zhao Yuping, usually fragile, suddenly found strength from somewhere and pushed Shin Xiangwan aside.
Ah!
The blade cut into her body. Zhao Yuping cried out in pain, and her slender body slowly collapsed to the ground. "Mother!" Turning around, Shin Xiangwan's pupils shrank, and she almost trembled as she hugged her fallen body tightly. "Mother!" After a brief moment of shock, Wei Qinghe and his sister both turned pale and rushed forward together. But the approaching bandits didn't give them much time to feel sad. They raised their weapons high again, ready to strike. "Stop."
Ha!
"Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Seeing this, just as she was about to fend off the other bandits and pull back, the bandits weren't fools either. They wouldn't give her a chance to rescue him. As the sharp blade was about to fall again, Shin Xiangwan quickly spat out and suddenly had a gun in her hand. The dark barrel was aimed directly at the bandits. At this moment, she no longer cared about exposing herself.
Bang!
There was a loud gunshot. The bandit's forehead was suddenly pierced, and after a brief stiffening, he fell backward to the ground. His eyes, wide with terror and disbelief, remained open. Was he the only one in disbelief? Yen Junling and the remaining bandits also stopped, all staring blankly at the gun in her hand.
Bang, bang!
Before they could react, Shin Xiangwan, with a cold mask, kept pulling the trigger. Amid screams, in the blink of an eye, all the pursuing bandits collapsed to the ground. They probably couldn't understand how they had died, even until their last moments. "Please vote for me, Princess." Meanwhile, the hidden figures, including Qing Ying, appeared one after another. Seeing the lady was injured and the corpses on the ground, everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows.
"Stop looking.
I am here. Go help Qingyi." She put away her pistol and turned to check Zhao Yuping's injury.
But no buts.
Qingyi can't use his inner strength for long, or he'll be poisoned to death. "Hurry." Qing Ying hesitated slightly, but was shouted back by Shin Xiangwan. At this moment, there was no time for hesitation.
Yes.
Having been with them for a long time, Qing Ying knew her temper. She no longer insisted and turned to lead dozens of guards rushing forward. With their martial skills, they had already heard the fierce fighting sounds ahead. Mother. Zhao Yuping was badly hurt. Wei Qinghe sat on the ground, letting her lean on his lap. Wei Linger cried repeatedly, afraid she might close her eyes and never wake up. Grandmother. Boo-hoo. Seeing her covered in blood, the young child was also frightened. Shin Xiangwan felt a sudden headache. "Stop crying, Linger. Take care of Ngor. I will check on mother's injuries." Okay, second sister-in-law. "You must save mother." Shin Xiangwan spoke while removing the child's hands from Wei Linger, who hugged the child and sobbed.
Yes.
Now was not the time for words. Shin Xiangwan squatted down and tore open Zhao Yuping's back. She saw a deep wound that reached the bone, stretching from the shoulder blade down to the lower back. The flesh was peeled open, and blood was flowing out steadily. Wei Qinghe, holding her, clenched his lips tightly. Wei Linger almost couldn't hold back her tears, which fell like broken pearls. They knew she was badly hurt, but they didn't realize how terrifying her injuries were. Zhao Yuping's condition was very serious. Xiangwan didn't hesitate. She took out a silver needle from her sleeve and quickly and precisely inserted it into her body. Soon, the bleeding that was still pouring out gradually stopped. But that alone was not enough. She had lost too much blood and needed an immediate blood transfusion and wound stitching. Wan. Zhao Yuping, lying on Wei Qinghe's lap, grasped Xiangwan's hand with difficulty and turned her head tremblingly. Wan, promise me. Take care of Qingyi, watch over Cheng, He, and Wei'er. Raise and Gunnawell.
I am sorry, Yi.
I can't go on. She knew her body best. Despite her reluctance, she had to quickly give her last words. She had been happy in her life. Before marriage, her parents and brothers loved her. After marrying into the Wang family, her husband loved her deeply. In the household, she had no concubines or maids, only a few children, each more filial and sensible than the last. The greatest pain was probably losing her husband and children in middle age. Although she was now exiled with Wanwan around, she was mostly fine, walking a little more each day but not suffering much. Recently, she didn't even need to walk at all. She felt truly happy. But people are always greedy. She still wanted to personally arrange her younger sons' and daughters' marriages. She wanted to see her Qingyi and Wanwan's children born. She wanted to raise her only remaining bloodline of her eldest son herself. Mother, you won't be harmed, I promise. Wei Qinghe and his sister both cried until their eyes were red. Xiangwan calmly said, They are your children. You need to take care of yourself. Wanwan. Qinghe Linger. You must listen to your sister-in-law. Ange. Knowing she was blunt but kind-hearted, Zhao Yuping didn't take it seriously. She kept telling her two children that Chengyi and Wanwan would look after them, so she believed there wouldn't be any problems. Her main worry was her little grandson, who was less than 3 years old. Mother. Hearing this, the siblings cried even harder, especially Wei Linger. The small child she held in her arms also had tears in her eyes. Grandmother, I want grandmother. That's enough. Do you still want to save Mother? It seemed she never said they couldn't save her. Xiangwan helplessly rubbed her forehead, truly exhausted by them. Is Mother still savable? Wei Qinghe suddenly stared wide-eyed, and Wei Linger also looked up through her tears, staring at her closely. Yes. She nodded at their hopeful but eager expressions. Xiangwan said in a deep voice, Yes, she can be saved, but her condition is very serious. We need to sew her wounds immediately. I need a relatively private space and absolute quiet. There is a large cave ahead. Before she finished speaking, a panting voice suddenly sounded. The next second, Mu Yunran, who had already left with the Yen family, ran over to them. All right, let's go to the cave in front. Xiangwan didn't hesitate and reached out to pick up Zhao Yuping. Second sister-in-law, I will do it. She still needed to treat her mother later. Wei Qinghe quickly wiped his tears and, enduring the pain in his arm, carefully lifted his mother, who still had silver needles inserted. Move gently. Xiangwan didn't argue, but reminded him cautiously. Okay. He nodded, and Wei Qinghe moved more gently. Only then did Xiangwan say, Yunran, please lead the way. All right. She exchanged a glance with her husband standing nearby, then turned and walked forward. Xiangwan and her group quickly followed with Zhao Yuping. What kind of hidden weapon was that? Why was it so terrifying? Watching their figures disappear into the distance, she looked back at the corpse on the ground. Yan Junling frowned tightly. He was quite experienced, but he had never seen such a terrifying hidden weapon. These bandits were all innate experts. Bang bang. The fight on Wei Qingyi's side was extremely fierce, with only the flashes of swords and blades clashing wildly visible. The bandits had many fighters, and their leaders' martial skills were not inferior to Wei Qingyi's. Under their attack, both Wei Qingyi and Yan Lang were wounded, especially Yan Lang, who seemed to be badly hurt. Wei Qingyi was still protecting him while fighting, making it very difficult. Your Highness. Finally, Qing Ying and others arrived, their pupils shrinking in surprise. Without hesitation, dozens of people rushed into the battle circle. Not good, retreat. They didn't expect so many innate experts to suddenly appear. The bandit leader's face changed drastically. He quickly swung a blade to cut a gust of wind and hurriedly stepped back.
But,
trying to run? Wei Qinghe sneered coldly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him, and a powerful sword intent burst out.
Bang bang.
His attack was too sudden. The bandits focused on retreating and froze for a moment, then quickly raised their blades to block. However, they clearly underestimated Wei Qingyi's strength. The sturdy figure was forced to retreat step by step and had to re-enter the fierce battle circle. Others trying to escape were also pushed back. Leave one alive. Yes. Wei Qingyi spoke coldly. The guards surrounding the bandits immediately surged forward. Realizing they couldn't escape, the bandits stopped trying and fought desperately. Unfortunately, Wei Qingyi and his team had the advantage in numbers, and their martial skills seemed even better. As time passed, the number of bandits rapidly decreased. Please vote. How did they also come? Is that Zhao Yuping? So much blood. She's probably dead. Big sister-in-law. Big aunt. When Shin Xiangwan and Mu Yunran arrived at the cave, many people had already gathered there. Some were from the Shin family, some from the Wei family, and there were also many officials. After the previous escape, everyone looked very ragged, with pale faces like paper. When they saw Zhao Yuping, covered in blood, they couldn't help but be stunned and felt a wave of fear. Wei Jingyi and Wei Jinghan, who had borrowed money from them earlier, led their families forward, but no one dared to get too close. Each person's face showed worry.
Is she dead?
A few guards hurried over, one pointing at Zhao Yuping and asking. She was already unconscious, and she looked as if she was dead. My mother is not dead. Hearing this, Wei Qinghe's eyes turned red as he clenched his teeth.
Then she.
The guards rarely paid attention to his attitude, instead pointing at Zhao Yuping and asking further. Inside, they thought that with such a strong smell of blood, even if she was alive, she wouldn't last long. Master, can we talk later? Pulling Wei Qinghe, who was clearly getting impatient, Shin Xiangwan's tone seemed polite, but was actually firm. For some reason, seeing her like this made them think of Fu Guiyer's injuries. A few guards instinctively clenched their fists and quietly moved aside. Without their obstruction, Wei Qinghe strode into the cave with his mother. It was large but crowded with many people, including members of the Shin family and the second and third branches. When they saw the situation, some quickly showed a look of schadenfreude, while others silently regretted that the injured person was not Shin Xiangwan. There was no doubt, whether it was the Shin family or the Wei family, their most hated person was definitely Shin Xiangwan, no exception. Little sister, what happened to you all? Shin Xiangyue stood up and approached them, covering her mouth in shock. People unfamiliar might think they were very close. Don't want to die? Then get out. Her gaze swept coldly, and every word Shin Xiangwan said was like a block of ice hitting hard. She had no time to bother with her, but, little sister, I'm worried about you too. Auntie. However, Shin Xiangyue was determined to oppose her. Not only did she not step back, but she also looked aggrieved. She had already carefully observed that Wei Qingyi was not present, yet Shin Xiangdong was here. At such a moment, why not cause trouble for her? Moreover, Zhao Yuping looked close to death. If she died because Shin Xiangwan interfered and delayed treatment, would Wei Qingyi still treat her the same way as before? Would he then gently approach and comfort her, making her fear that Wei Qingyi wouldn't obediently become her loyal follower? Trying to die. Shin Xiangwan, how dare you? Shin Xiangwan's eyes darkened, and she made a move as if to attack. Just then, Shin Xiangdong quickly stepped forward, firmly shielding Shin Xiangyue behind him. It seemed that to save Zhao Yuping, she first had to deal with these arrogant, foolish, and toxic siblings. Shin Xiangwan sneered and slightly twisted her lips, then turned her head and said, Qinghe, find a place to put down your mother. Linga, you go too.
but go.
Wei Qinghe and his sister were somewhat worried, but Shin Xiangwan spoke firmly, with a very strong attitude. Seeing this, the two of them no longer dared to hesitate. Mu Yunran, who was with them, quickly said, "Come over here, follow me. Everyone make way and give Qinghe and them some space." Mu Yunran led them to a corner at the back. The Yen family members saw this and stood up, not only making space but also laying a thick layer of straw on the ground. "Shin Xiangyue, do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Facing them, Shin Xiangwan said coldly. "Sister, what do you mean? I was just worried." Shin Xiangwan. Shin Xiangyue peeked out from behind Shin Xiangdong and tried to annoy her further, clearly trying to provoke a fight. Shin Xiangwan didn't disappoint her. However, this time she didn't make a move but pulled out her pistol again, aiming the dark barrel at them. Although she didn't know exactly what it was, Shin Xiangdong instinctively protected Shin Xiangyue. "Don't worry, I won't kill you because that would be too easy for you. Shin Xiangyue, you deliberately delayed our rescue of Mother, relying on Shin Xiangdong's martial skills, right? If he can't protect you anymore in the future, will you still have the energy to do such stupid and harmful things?" She looked back and forth at them with a malicious smile. In fact, just a moment ago, she really wanted to shoot and kill them all. But seeing the siblings' so-called bond, she gave up. She wanted them to suffer a fate worse than death. "What are you trying to do?" Carefully glancing at the strange weapon in her hand, Shin Xiangdong protected Shin Xiangyue and took a few steps back. His instinct told him that the weapon was strange and possibly dangerous. "I don't want to do anything. I just want one of your legs." Shin Xiangwan smiled, lowering the gun to aim at his leg.
"Wait."
Shin Xiangwan, stop scaring people. Seeing something was wrong, Shin Yishan quickly spoke up. But Shin Xiangyue's voice almost simultaneously sounded, and she spoke even more clearly. "Scaring people?" Raising an eyebrow, Shin Xiangwan unhesitatingly pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out. Shin Xiangdong, who had been protecting Shin Xiangyue tightly, screamed and knelt on the ground, clutching his thigh with both hands. A large amount of blood seeped through his fingers. "Xiangdong, big brother." In a moment of shock, the Shin family members rushed forward. Shin Xiangyue was stunned, standing there almost in a daze, watching the gun in Shin Xiangwan's hand. What kind of weapon was that? Why was it so terrifying? "Am I scaring people?" Smiling, she put away her pistol and deliberately raised her voice. Not wanting to waste bullets, she carefully aimed so that the bullet just hit Shin Xiangdong's thigh bone. In this era, only she could remove the bullet, so the conclusion was that Shin Xiangdong was definitely finished. "Shin Xiangwan, I will beat you to death." Seeing her son bleeding nonstop, Mrs. Jiang raised her hand and rushed at Shin Xiangwan like a madwoman. "Get lost." "Oh my goodness."
Bang!
Things can be one or two, but not three. Did she really think that because she was the mother of this body, she could do whatever she wanted? Without thinking, Shin Xiangwan kicked her. Mrs. Jiang immediately let out a pig-like scream, her body uncontrollably falling backward, finally sitting heavily on the ground. "Please vote." "Mother." Seeing this, Shin Xiangnan and his wife immediately ran over. However, Shin Yishan looked up and glared at Shin Xiangwan. "She is your mother." "So what?" She pouted and coldly asked back. "You, Wan." Shin Yishan wanted to say more, but a deep voice suddenly called out. When they looked over, they saw Wei Qingyi walking over with Qingying and others. Each of them carried a strong aura of danger, and their blades were still dripping blood. Everyone in the cave was so scared they held their breath, including Shin Yishan, who wanted to lecture. At this moment, Wei Qingyi looked like an unmatched war god, handsome, powerful, reliable. Shin Xiangyue was stunned, her heart pounding uncontrollably. For the first time, she regretted giving such a good man to Shin Xiangwan. "What's going on?" Seeing that he was injured, Shin Xiangwan frowned and took his hand, gently feeling his pulse. "It's just a minor wound." His cold eyes showed a little warmth. Wei Qingyi looked at her deeply, letting her check his pulse. "But where is my mother?" He had already learned from Qingying that his mother was seriously injured. "Second brother." Before Xiangwan could respond, Wei Qinghe, who had already taken care of their mother, hurried over. His wound was bandaged, but his face was covered in blood, looking a bit frightening. His clothes were soaked with blood. Wounded? Wei Qinghe frowned slightly. Qing and the others hadn't mentioned that he was hurt, but that was understandable. It had been chaotic earlier, and their attention was on the more seriously injured Zhao Yuping, so they didn't notice much else. It's okay, second brother or mother. I already know, Wei Qinghe interrupted before he could finish. He looked down and asked, Wan, how is mother's injury? Instead of bothering his distracted younger brother with more questions, he turned to Wan for a more professional opinion. Don't worry, there's still hope. While speaking, Xiangwan withdrew her hand. The poison on your body is spreading. You need to be treated quickly. If it weren't for his strong internal energy, he might have already succumbed to the poison. As for his injuries, seeing the blood-stained wounds made Xiangwan feel very uncomfortable. She immediately took out a clear, beautiful bottle from her sleeve, poured out a small, yellowish-white pill the size of a soybean, and handed it to him. I want to help mother treat her wounds. You should take this pill first to help you recover. This medicine was made from rare herbs in her previous life. It could quickly stop bleeding and nourish the wounds. There were only a few pills like this. Okay. He took the pill without asking and swallowed it directly. Then, following the smell of blood, he looked into the cave and led Xiangwan toward the corner. On a patch of ground covered with straw in the corner, Zhao Yuping looked pale, with needles still inserted into her body. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear her breathing. Wei Linger was kneeling beside her with a small cub, guarding her. The Yan family members also protected the area around her. Yan Junling hadn't returned yet. He had ridden away with a few guards on the bandits' horses, taking the badly injured Yan Lang to Chinjjo County for medical help. Xiangwan pushed aside Wei Linger and gently took Zhao Yuping's hand to check her pulse. After a moment, she stood up and said, I must sew up mother's wound immediately. I need a completely quiet environment. Sew up the wound? Wei Qinghe frowned slightly. He wasn't new to the idea of sewing up wounds. On the battlefield, injuries and casualties were common. Military doctors had tried to stitch soldiers' wounds, but instead of healing, the wounds would turn black and rot, speeding up their death. Yes, sew up the wound. Looking into his eyes, Xiangwan nodded, seeming to guess his thoughts. She explained simply, sewing up a wound isn't like sewing clothes. It's important to align the blood vessels and meridians and, most importantly, disinfect thoroughly to prevent infection. Don't worry, mother was injured trying to save me. I won't let her come to any harm. Okay. He believed her. Whatever she said, he trusted. Wei Qinghe gave Qingying a look, and she immediately understood. Our family's princess is here to treat the lady. Please everyone step outside. The sound of internal energy clearly echoed throughout the cave. Seeing their blood-stained weapons, most people silently walked out. The Shin family looked at Wei Qinghe and his wife, then had to help Shin Xiangdong, who was injured in the leg. Just as they were about to leave, Shin Xiangyue suddenly stepped forward, wearing a self-righteous, gentle smile. It seemed she had forgotten that after their previous escape, no matter how well Shin Xiangdong protected her, she looked very messy now. Her face was dirty, her hair was tangled, and she was covered in dirt. There was no beauty to be seen. Shin Xiangyue. Stop right there. The Shin family was shocked. The guards immediately blocked her, but Shin Xiangyue looked at Wei Qinghe softly and weakly said, Prince, I'm just worried about Aunt. Her sweet, coquettish tone sounded like she was acting cute. Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but shiver exaggeratedly from the goosebumps, while everyone in the Shin family immediately looked angry, especially Shin Yishan. Did she even realize what she was doing? My mother doesn't need your worry. He shot her a glance and said coldly, Prince, are you going out yourself, or do we have to throw you out? Shin Xiangyue still wanted to say something, but Qingying stepped forward quickly, looking coldly at her as if to say that if she dared to complain again, she would really act. Shin Xiangyue, come back here. Seeing her standing there unmoving, Shin Yishan almost growled through clenched teeth. Wei Qingyi's men, who looked ruthless and unhesitating, had already harmed Xiangdong. Did she want to harm them too? He looked back at her, then at Wei Qingyi with a reluctant expression. Shin Xiangyue had to step back for now, at least. She still needed Shin family's protection. So disgusting. Watching them leave, Shin Xiangwan sneered and shook her head. She could guess what Shin Xiangyue was planning.
Qingyi.
Just as they left, someone spoke again. It was none other than brothers Wei Jingwan and Wei Jinghong. They didn't know that Sun Shi was already dead. Seeing Wei Qingyi still had so many guards, they couldn't help but have some unwanted thoughts. Get lost. But Wei Qingyi didn't respond. It was Shin Xiangwan who answered. They had already wasted too much time. They couldn't delay any longer. After rescuing Zhao Yuping, she still had to help Wei Qingyi treat his injuries. There was no time to waste talking to them.
Please.
Without giving them a chance to react, Qingying stepped forward with a few guards, making a polite gesture that looked courteous, but was actually firm. The two brothers instinctively shrank back and looked at Wei Qingyi. Seeing that he had no intention of paying attention to them, they had to leave for now. Let's go out too. After everyone had left, Mu Yunran softly said she was not a weak woman and knew some fighting skills. That was why Yan Junling trusted her to take care of the family. Thank you for today, Yunran. You're too kind. We eat and use your things every day. We never meant to be polite. Mu Yunran smiled and waved her hand, leading her family out of the cave one after another. Soon, only their own people remained inside. Shin Xiangwan turned to look seriously at Wei Qingyi and said, I know you are very skilled in martial arts and very perceptive. Whatever you sense later, don't come in, and don't let others come in either. In a way, her secret had already been exposed, but Wei Qingyi didn't ask, and she couldn't say. They had been maintaining this silent balance for a while, and she didn't want to break it for now. Okay. Understanding her meaning, Wei Qingyi agreed without hesitation. Mother, I leave her to you. After getting her confirmation, Wei Qingyi looked down at his mother, bent down to pick up the young child, and with his siblings and guards, turned and strode away. It's our turn now. Watching their figures disappear from sight, Shin Xiangwan quietly let out a deep breath. She bent down to pick up Zhao Yuping and vanished into the cave in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, the aura was gone. Outside the cave, Wei Qingyi immediately sensed something unusual. Before this, he had already sent Qingying and the guards away, and also drove off the people gathering outside the cave. As for the searchers, after they heard that the bandits had been dealt with, they dispersed to check and look for other exiled people. Please vote. Number 3, number 4, come with me to the operating room. Inside the space, Shin Xiangwan carried Zhao Yuping and strode into the villa. Yes. The named number 3 and number 4 stood up and followed her. In the operating room on the 3rd floor, Shin Xiangwan placed Zhao Yuping on the operating bed, removed her silver needles, and instructed number 3, stop her bleeding and clean the wounds, prepare her for surgery. Number 4, test her blood type and give her a transfusion. Yes. After she removed the silver needle, numbers 3 and 4 immediately stepped forward to take over. Shin Xiangwan quickly slipped into the next-door changing room, took a shower to clean herself, and changed into a special surgical gown. When she returned to the operating room, number 3 had already cleaned the wound and stopped the bleeding, preparing for surgery as she instructed. Number 4 had also transfused most of a blood bag into her. Shin Xiangwan didn't rush to perform the surgery. Instead, she took out various medicines and carefully injected them into the medical pod. She planned to let her lie in the pod for treatment first, then sew up the wound. This way, she could save her life and reduce her suffering. The medical pod is one of the greatest inventions in human history. Any injury, even a broken arm or leg, can be healed by injecting the right medicine and lying inside. It leaves no scars and restores the body perfectly. Of course, to keep her secrets, Shin Xiangwan only planned to let the pod treat Zhao Yuping halfway. The rest of her recovery would be slow and natural. Master, the blood transfusion is complete, number 4 suddenly announced. Shin Xiangwan nodded, turned, and gently placed Zhao Yuping into the prepared medical pod. Number 3, Stay and help me. Number 4. Go to the research room on the 4th floor and do a blood analysis to extract the toxin strain. She set the time, took a test tube filled with Wei Qingyi's blood, and handed it to number 4. The toxin inside his body could no longer be delayed. It needed to be removed quickly. She had been busy spending money recklessly lately and hadn't thought about detoxification. Yes, number 4 replied, took the test tube, and left the operating room. They were her assistants and knew these procedures well. Soon, the medical pod made a crisp sound. Xiangwan got up, opened the pod, and gently took Zhao Yuping out, who seemed about to wake up. I will sew her wound. You assist me, she said. While speaking, Xiangwan hung a drip for Zhao Yuping and picked up a prepared special syringe. She injected anesthesia into her vein to ensure she wouldn't wake up during surgery. Yes, number 3 skillfully brought over a tray with surgical tools and prepared for sterilization again. Once everything was ready, Xiangwan picked up the needle for suturing and focused on sewing the wound. The operating room was silent except for the sound of tools clinking.
Breath.
Half an hour later, Xiangwan exhaled the foul air in her mouth, sewed the last stitch, and on the surface, Zhao Yuping's injury still looked quite serious. In fact, it was no longer dangerous and she didn't even need to remove the stitches. In a few days, she would recover completely. Number 3, help her put on her clothes. Removing her medical rubber gloves, Xiangwan casually handed a set of clothes to number 3. Yes, ma'am. Number 3 took the clothes, stepped forward, and Xiangwan quickly left the operating room. When she reappeared, she had changed out of her surgical gown into clean, fine cotton clothes. Seeing Zhao Yuping lying on the operating table also dressed, Xiangwan smiled and said, Good job.
You're welcome, ma'am.
It's my honor to serve you. Number 3 placed one hand on his abdomen and bowed in a polite, gentlemanly manner. Finished tidying up here. I'll take her out first. Xiangwan's smile deepened as she bent down and carried Zhao Yuping. Take care, ma'am. Respectfully, they watched her disappear from sight. Only then did number 3 start cleaning the operating room. They were not only handsome and well-mannered but also completely loyal only to Xiangwan. Whether in their past or present lives, they were her indispensable allies.
Chanky.
Back in the cave, Xiangwan didn't put Zhao Yuping down but carried her out directly. Mother. Wei Qingyi hadn't reacted yet, but Wei Qinghe and his sister rushed over excitedly. When they reached her, they froze, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Xiangwan smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, Mother is fine now. Really? The siblings asked almost in unison, their voices nearly breaking. They had been so worried since their mother was hurt, afraid she might. Luckily, second sister-in-law is skilled in medicine. Yes. She nodded at their anxious gazes, and her smile grew a little warmer. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Yes, that's great. Wei Linger was so excited she was crying tears of joy, and Wei Qinghe also had red eyes, foolishly agreeing. Since your mother is fine, let's go. Zhao Shan's voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by Lao Zhou, some soldiers, and a few guards. They were reinforcements Xiangwan had brought from Chinjjo County. However, by the time they arrived, the bandits had already been dealt with. They simply asked about the situation and didn't pursue further, treating it as a normal bandit incident. Soon after, the main group returned with the bodies of bandits and others to report back, leaving only a few people to help Zhao Shan and others gather the scattered exiles who were fleeing everywhere. After experiencing the Earth Dragon turning over, the beast tide attack, and this recent bandit trouble, the team of several hundred was reduced to just over 100 people. Wait a moment, Changyi still has injuries, Xiangwan said. Before Wei Qingyi could speak, she gave Zhao Shan an apologetic look. Without waiting for his response, she handed Zhao Yuping to Wei Qinghe and then pulled Wei Qingyi into the cave again. Seeing the guards nearby, Zhao Shan felt a bit impatient but could only endure it for now. The others didn't dare to speak up either. The bandits earlier had already frightened them to death, and Wei Qingyi's guards radiated killing intent, looking fierce like demons. They no longer dared to provoke them as they might have before. Take off your clothes, Xiangwan said directly, noticing his many wounds. She didn't waste words and simply asked him to do so. Okay. Wei Qingyi hesitated slightly but saw her furrowed brows, so he slowly undressed as she instructed. Emperor. Wei Qingyi's body was covered with scars, some fresh, some old. Xiangwan couldn't help but curse under her breath. She took out alcohol swabs and other supplies from her bag, then signaled him to sit on the straw pile. She skillfully cleaned his wounds. Some were serious and needed stitches, but she didn't do that immediately. Instead, she first cleaned all the wounds thoroughly. Please support with votes. Wei Qingyi, if I can make all your wounds heal within 15 minutes, will you promise me not to ask how I did it? Xiangwan asked seriously, looking into his eyes. His injuries were numerous and many needed stitches. Normally, that would take at least an hour. After stitching, he wouldn't be able to move much for the next few days. No one knew if there were still people from the Emperor hiding in the shadows. What if? Better safe than sorry. Anyway, her secret was almost exposed to him, so she didn't mind revealing a little more. Of course, this was because she trusted Wei Qingyi's character. If it had been someone else, she wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Okay, Wei Qingyi replied happily, willing to reveal his secret in front of her without hesitation. Please rest for a while. As she spoke, Xiangwan's silver needle flashed. Without giving him time to react, she quickly inserted the needle into his acupoint. Then, Wei Qingyi slowly closed his eyes and caught his soft fallen body. Xiangwan took him back to the space, placed him directly into the medical pod, and quickly left to avoid others noticing. Only after sensing the movement of the medical pod did she return to the space to bring Wei Qingyi out. As Xiangwan removed the silver needle sealing his acupoint, Wei Qingyi gradually woke up.
When he looked down at his body, he said this.
As Xiangwan had said earlier, all his new injuries had disappeared, leaving no scars. What is this? Hurry up and put on your clothes. We still have to keep moving. She glared at him playfully and handed him a set of clean clothes. He regained his senses, looked at her slender figure, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Could she be an angel? Regardless, she was his wife now. They were destined to be tangled together in this life. Second brother. Seeing them come out, Wei Qinghe and his sister Wei Qinghu immediately went to greet them. He responded vaguely. Then Wei Qingyi turned his head and said, "The donkey and luggage are back." Qingying and the others bought a new carriage. Let's go to the carriage first. Okay. Noticing Zhao Shan's obvious impatience, Xiangwan nodded and walked with him toward the donkey cart parked on the official road. Wei Qinghe and his sister also carried their mother and young cubs, following closely behind. Qingying led a dozen guards to protect them from all sides. From today, they would turn darkness into light, working with other hidden guards to protect them closely. For convenience, everyone else gathered outside the cave in an open space. After the bandit ambush, the number of people was greatly reduced. The entire team was shrouded in an invisible, heavy atmosphere, with occasional suppressed sobs. Except for Xiangwan, the Yan family, and a few others, almost everyone had lost family members, some even entire families.
Them?
Before getting on the donkey cart, Xiangwan looked surprisingly at Wang Wanyan, who was covered in dirt but sat on a fine horse with her daughter. Wang Wanyan also saw her and seemed to be hesitant, then she looked away voluntarily. The officer from Chinjjo garrison, brought by Zhao Shan, was a younger relative from the Wang family branch and happened to know Wang Waner. Before returning with the bodies of the bandits to report, he specifically left a horse and instructed the soldiers to take good care of her. Seeing her confusion, Qingying stepped forward and said, "Just in case some of those soldiers are also loyal to the emperor, they have already figured out our situation." "Yes, Shin family will probably regret this," she added.
Vanea?
As if to confirm her words, Zhang's hoarse cries suddenly rang out. Shin Xiangdong, supported by someone, suddenly looked up. "Wana, are you alright?" He was eager to move forward, but felt a sharp pain in his leg, making him gasp for breath. He furrowed his brows and couldn't move on his own.
What?
"Do you think we shouldn't be alive?" Wang Waner, sitting proudly on her horse, sneered coldly. She had completely lost hope in Shin Xiangdong and the Shin family. Deep down, she even hated them. No, Wanner, we would never think that way, Shin Yishan hurriedly said, stepping forward. He wasn't stupid. It was obvious that Wang Wanner had found some backing. Huh. That's not necessarily true, Wang Wanner replied with another cold smile, looking at Shin Xiangdong. She saw his leg wrapped in cloth with blood seeping out, and a strange sense of satisfaction rose in her. Too bad he hadn't died. Being injured was too lenient for him. Following her gaze, she looked at her eldest son and said eagerly, Wanner, Xiangdong is injured. Do you think you can? No, she cut him off sharply before he could finish. When the Earth Dragon turned over, he only cared about a sister who wasn't related to him, which led to my son's innocent death. When the beast tide came, his eyes and heart were still only on that despicable woman. He didn't even leave her body behind. When we were ambushed by bandits, he only protected Shin Xiangyue, almost causing our mother and daughter to become victims. What kind of man is that? Why should I still care about him? Does he deserve it? The coldness of her disappointment was built up over time. She was calm now, but her words were sharp. She had been spoiled by her parents and brothers growing up, and she wouldn't tolerate a man repeatedly humiliating her.
Vanya.
Enduring the pain, Shin Xiangdong looked up guiltily at her. She is his wife, married to him for many years. If someone says he has no feelings for her, that's not true. But Yue is also his younger sister, whom he has loved since childhood. She is delicate and fragile. How could he bear to abandon her? Why can't she understand him? If Wang Wanner knew his thoughts, she would probably jump down and slap him. She is a pampered daughter raised in a big family. Shin Xiangyue is also delicate and fragile. Is Wang Wanner really so tough? A man who cares more about his non-blood-related sister than his wife and children has no right to complain. No. He doesn't even deserve to feel guilty. Second sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Big brother. Seeing this, Shin Xiangyue hurriedly stepped forward to explain, but Wang Wanner only gave her a cold glance. She tightened the reins, turned her horse around, and used her actions to slap her face. Please vote. Second sister-in-law. Clearly surprised that Wang Wanner would leave directly, Shin Xiangyue froze for a moment. Then she put on a look of great grievance, but inside she was cursing Wang Wanner fiercely, wishing they could all die immediately. Wanner. The people of the Shin family hurried to chase after her, but Wang Wanner was already riding her horse far away. Shin Yishan was so angry his chest heaved rapidly. He turned back and slapped Shin Xiangyue hard.
Ah!
Shin Xiangyue's head was knocked sideways with great force, showing how hard he was hit. But he was still not satisfied. His finger trembled as he pointed at her angrily and shouted, "Who told you to speak? If it weren't for you, Wanner wouldn't be upset with us. How could Xiangdong get hurt? You just want to cause trouble between them and make their marriage unhappy." Wang Wanner clearly found a supporter. As long as she remains Shin's daughter-in-law, they can benefit too. But now she left angry. Whether they will see her again is uncertain, let alone benefit from her.
Dad.
Shut up. Shin Xiangdong instinctively wanted to protect Shin Xiangyue, but Shin Yishan glared at him fiercely. Usually, Jiang Shi or Shin Xiangnan would speak up, but now they all stayed silent. During the earlier ambush by bandits, Shin Xiangdong, the best fighter, only protected Shin Xiangyue. They felt uncomfortable about this. Moreover, if Shin Xiangyue hadn't deliberately provoked Shin Wanner, Shin Xiangdong wouldn't have been hurt. No matter how painful she usually was at this moment, the Jiang family and Shin Xiangnan's mother and son both had complaints.
Ha!
Not far away, Shin Xiangwan, who was watching everything clearly, curled her lips into a cold smile. She had seen many scumbags, but she had never seen one as extreme as Shin Xiangdong. If she were Wang Wanner, she definitely wouldn't let them go easily. She wondered what she would do next. Is it good-looking? Following her gaze, Wei Qingyi leaned over helplessly and asked. He just found out today that their little troublemaker actually liked watching such boring dramas. Maybe so. She pushed him away slightly, frowning and pretending to be serious. Are you hurt? Wei Qingyi chuckled softly, but didn't press further. Instead, he cared about her condition, his deep eyes quietly scanning her body.
No.
She shook her head, not mentioning the bruises all over her body. She thought she could just take a bath in the space tonight, and it would be fine, so there was no need to say it out loud. Thank you, Wan. After staring at her deeply for a while, Wei Qingyi sincerely said. Although her mother was injured saving her, if it weren't for her protection, they might all have died. It wasn't just a simple injury. Why thank me? She turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. People support each other. From the moment he said on their wedding night that he would protect her, she knew they would be entangled forever. Although Zhao Yuping and the others were indeed too weak and often held her back, they truly cared for her. She was willing to treat them well, so there was no need for thanks. Moreover, Zhao Yuping was injured today precisely because she was saving her. It's nothing, Wan. I'm very happy you married me. He reached out and took her hand, speaking sincerely. He had never fallen for anyone before, but he knew he liked Wan. He wanted to be her real husband and take care of her for a lifetime. Are you confessing? She looked down at her hand in his grip, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes full of joy. She had never fallen in love before, didn't know what it felt like to like someone, and never thought about starting a family with any man. But if it was Wei Qingyi, she was willing to try. After all, he just happened to match her aesthetic perfectly.
Yes.
Seeing that she not only didn't refuse but also seemed to have feelings for him, Wei Qingyi's face also lit up with a smile. Wow, you're cheating. He was already handsome, and his smile made people want to swoon. Xiangwan let out an exaggerated scream, trying to hold back her desire to throw herself at him. Is that a foul? He raised an eyebrow. Wei Qingyi not only didn't hold back but smiled even more charmingly. You're really going to kill me? Xiangwan almost lost her senses and quickly pulled her hand back. I'll go check on Qinghe's head injury. She got up and entered the carriage. What she didn't know was that Wei Qingyi felt even happier, and his smile grew brighter. Let's go. Zhao Shan, sitting on the ox cart, gave a firm command. The team slowly started moving. Even though they were still tired, hungry, and uncomfortable, no one dared to complain anymore. They lowered their heads and tried to walk faster, eager to leave this cursed place. Facing death, everything felt meaningless. This time, they were truly scared. The carriage bought by Qingning was bigger than their previous one. Zhao Yuping was lying inside, and there was still enough room for them. After checking Zhao Yuping's condition and confirming her wound was fine, Xiangwan sat beside Wei Qinghe, took out alcohol and medical cotton from her bag for disinfection. It hurts. Second sister-in-law, it hurts so much. When the alcohol was sprayed on the wound, Wei Qinghe gasped in pain. Xiangwan rolled her eyes. Are you still a man? Can't even handle a little pain? She then took the soaked medical cotton and carefully cleaned his wound.
Ugh.
Second sister-in-law, please be gentle, I beg you. It wasn't that he wasn't manly enough, it was just too painful. Wei Qinghe couldn't help but beg for mercy. The little cub sitting across from Wei Linger saw this and shivered silently, warning herself to avoid injuries in the future. If her brother was in such pain, wouldn't she die from the pain? Auntie, little uncle is hurting. Thinking that little uncle had already cried, the little cub hurriedly begged for him. Ignore him. A real man can handle this pain. Who would dare to marry you if you can't? Despite saying that, Xiangwan's movements became gentler. Wei Qinghe's head injury was likely caused by hitting the carriage's corner. The wound wasn't long but deep, needing stitches to heal faster. Must I sew it up? Seeing her take out strange needles and threads from her bag, Wei Qinghe swallowed hard. If he could, he would want to run away. But the carriage was so small, he couldn't even move. What do you think? She looked up at him and let out a helpless sigh. She put down the disinfected needle and took out a syringe. She stood up and carefully injected medicine into his wound, numbing the area. Please support me with votes.
Ow, ow, ow.
Second sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wei Qinghe cried out loudly, losing his composure from the pain. Not only Shin Xiangwan but even Wei Qingyi outside driving the carriage felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, it will stop hurting soon. Shin Xiangwan shot him a disapproving look. She put away the syringe and waited a moment before picking up the needle again. It really doesn't hurt anymore. He could clearly feel the needle piercing his skin, but there was no pain. Wei Qinghe looked surprised. Meanwhile, Wei Linger, who was watching how Shin Xiangwan stitched the wound, felt her scalp tingle and her body trembled uncontrollably. All done. His wound wasn't big, and Shin Xiangwan finished sewing it quickly. After putting away her tools, she took out a new syringe, drew some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine, and injected it into Wei Qinghe's hand. Is this medicine? This time it didn't hurt. Wei Qinghe asked curiously. Yes, it's for inflammation and pain. Shin Xiangwan didn't bother to explain further. After the injection, she covered his wound with a piece of gauze. That was the end of it. Auntie, hug. Knowing she was finished, the little kid who had been holding back for a long time reached out to her. Okay, Auntie will hug you. Shin Xiangwan's face lit up with a smile. She picked him up, stepped out of the carriage, sat on the carriage frame, and took out a box of milk with a straw, handing it to him. Thank you, Auntie. Holding the milk, the obedient little kid said thanks and started drinking with a straw. She gently patted his head and let him lean back against her lap. Her gaze swept over the people following the donkey cart, including Qing and others. Are they just going to follow us like this? Yes. Wei Qingyi nodded. Today, those bandits were all disguised members of the Longying Guard. The leader was even a half-step grandmaster. The emperor really wants to wipe us out. We are far enough from the imperial city now, so there's no need to hide anymore. Earlier, they left no survivors, and one careless moment caused him to bite open his poison sac and end his life. However, they carried special perfume pouches used by the Dragon Shadow Guards, which helped confirm their identities. This is also why he divided the guards into two teams, one following them and another secretly protecting them. The emperor has already completely torn apart with them, and he won't foolishly wait to be attacked. Dog Emperor. Although he had suspected this for a while, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but mutter disdainfully, Fine, you handle the arrangements. Today's ambush was too sudden, catching them off guard. They need to be more careful in the future. The two of them drove the donkey cart while chatting casually. Occasionally, the young cub would softly interrupt with a squeaky voice. Time passed quickly, and as the sky grew darker, the group entered Chinjjo County, heading toward the town. Along the way, they saw many homeless refugees. They were ragged and exhausted, and whenever they saw people, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they would immediately go to ask for money. If not for soldiers accompanying their team, they might also have become targets for begging. It has been nearly 10 days since the Earth Dragon turned over. They have passed through many counties. Chinjjo County is the last one in Binzhou. Except for the initial Tianhe County, almost no officials in any county paid attention to the refugees' plight, let alone provide disaster relief. Those with a bit of conscience at most didn't block the refugees from entering the city to beg. Shin Xiangwan isn't a saint, but she is a living person. Seeing this situation, how could she remain indifferent? Unfortunately, she can do nothing now. She deeply exhaled, then looked into the distance. Her pupils suddenly shrank. What is that, the bodies? Following her finger, Wei Qingyi looked ahead with a grim expression. Like Weiyang County, Chinjjo County also experienced flooding when the Earth Dragon turned over, but the officials did nothing. Not far away, on the murky river, bodies floated, some of poultry, some of humans, shocking to see. Corrupt officials. Confirming she hadn't seen wrongly, Shin Xiangwan couldn't help but curse softly. Usually, after a major disaster, epidemics follow, especially when bodies are left exposed in the wild or in rivers, which can easily trigger widespread plagues. Many more people might die if this isn't handled properly. Don't be angry. They're not worth it. He reached out and took her hand gently, speaking in a calm voice. He could clearly feel her anger. I forget it. She turned to look at him. Shin Xiangwan closed her eyes and took deep, steady breaths. She knew she shouldn't have high hopes for these local officials. As the convoy neared the county town, more refugees appeared on both sides of the road. After realizing the severity of the plague, Shin Xiangwan secretly observed their health. Many seemed to be sick, some coughed badly, almost gasping for air, clearly showing early signs of the disease. Her face grew darker with concern. "What's wrong?" Wei Qingyi asked worriedly, noticing her distress. "It's nothing." Shin Xiangwan shook her head and briefly shared her thoughts and worries. Wei Qingyi's face also darkened. The plague was no joke. If it spread, many lives could be lost. If it broke out, Binzhou and nearby Chuanzhou and Taizhou might all be affected. The death toll could be many times higher than now. "Mother, you're awake?" Just as they fell into silence, the voices of Wei Qinghe and his sister called out from inside the carriage. Shin Xiangwan immediately picked up the little one and turned around. "I'll go check." She quickly entered the carriage. "Qingying, find a way to tell the county magistrate about the bodies in the river, which could cause the plague. Also, spread the word in the town so the wealthy families can pressure the officials to remove the corpses." Looking up at the darkening sky, Wei Qingyi ordered in a deep voice. No matter if it was effective or not, they had to try.
Yes.
Qingying, who was walking beside the donkey cart, bowed in response. She had heard what the princess had said earlier. Any normal person would be concerned about the spreading plague and wouldn't stay indifferent. Meanwhile, inside the carriage,
Ugh. Pain.
Zhao Yuping, lying inside, couldn't help but moan before opening her eyes. Shin Xiangwan handed the little one to Wei Linger, squatted down, and took her pulse. After a moment, she smiled with relief. "It's fine now. The effect of the anesthesia has worn off. The pain from the wound is normal. It will heal in a few days." "Really?" Wei Qinghe and his sister exclaimed happily. Was their mother truly okay?